Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the European SportsCar Championship. We're at the iconic Imola. The first image you saw was of the great man himself, Ayrton Senna. What a track, what a destination, what a place to be. I'm Matthew Duffin, joined in the commentary box this afternoon by Lorenzo Bonda, who will be bringing us all the action of this third round of the season. It is the European Sports Car Championship. Lorenzo, good afternoon. Welcome to the commentary box. You was here obviously for race one of the season. What a track, what a place to be.
Yeah, absolutely a great track. Well, not so much for me Brazilian because it is the deathbed of Ayrton Senna, like you said before, most notably. But it's gonna be interesting. I can't wait to commentate this 4 hours. Tight track, did some laps on it because I am a reserve driver, and don't forget, it's gonna be nerve-wracking, especially for the M classes, like Pro M classes in the LMP2.
Yeah, indeed it is. It's like you said, it's a very tight track, and obviously the traffic will be hugely important around here to make sure that you don't lose as much time as possible. Qualifying is currently underway in the classes so far. We've got Van Luck currently the quickest in the LMGT3 class so far. In the LMP3, it is Marco Di Costanzo is currently on pole, with Oliver Hagstrom leading the LMP2 class, and the LMP2 Pro Am class is currently being led by Piers Sandrup for Hollywood Motorsports. It's going to be a fantastic day, isn't it? This one today, iconic circuit, legendary track, obviously, as you've just said, the place where we sadly lost Ayrton and Roland Ratzenberger on the same weekend. But it's had many a great races since 1994, a place where I suppose when you look back at World Endurance recent years and Formula One recent years, we've seen some great races, great battles, great overtakes, none more so than this year itself.
Absolutely. The race is great. I think the security measures they put around the racetrack ever since Ayrton died, most noticeably at Tamburello, turn 1, it became a chicane into 3-turn fold. So that's the most notable one. Of course, they had some other modifications, especially in the final sector as well, which was a very dangerous chicane, which became through the years a very fast straight, which becomes the main overtaking opportunity. And we're seeing laps flowing in, and I'll be very honest. I've been looking through, the track itself. It's like I said, did some laps in it, and it's going to be a challenge for faster drivers.
That position is going to be the key, isn't it? I suppose that traffic you can get caught up in could play a huge part in today's race. You don't want to lose. Obviously, you want to lose as little time as possible, but when you come into lapping them slower cars, it could really play a factor into strategy and to what you do in terms of pitting, or maybe where you try and overtake these slower cars.
Absolutely, it's very easy. For example, Aqua Minerale, you lose like 1.5 seconds depending on circumstances. So you just have to take it cautiously, lap by lap. And we've seen the attrition at Nürburgring. It could happen the same over here as well.
Indeed. We have a couple of drivers waiting for interviews, and we're going to, first of all, bring in that of Danny Bunchu, who is joining us in the commentary box now. Obviously, real-world driver, does a lot. He drives, for the number 20 Simatec Sensations LMP3 car. It was fastest in the FP2 session. Danny, welcome to the commentary box. First of all, how are you? How are we feeling for today?
Thank you for the invite. I'm feeling great, and really looking forward to the race. I hope we'll have a better luck than the first 2 rounds, but we'll see how it goes.
Obviously, a real world race driver. Just for the viewers at home, just let us know what you race in the real world and what sort of cars you're driving.
So this year I'm racing in the Ultimate Cup Series with the Nova NP02, which is a car that is pretty similar to the LMP3. And next to this, I'm also a development driver for Team Virage in LMP3, and that's my program for this year.
Obviously, a 3-timer Swiss champion, a Formula Renault Cup champion from 2023 Ultimate Cup Series this year, like you've just said. What can you sort of tell the viewers, if they're new viewers or young viewers getting into the sim world? What can you tell us the differences between the real world and the sim world?
I think that the the sim is pretty realistic, like how the car, the behavior, what you do with the car, the balance with the brakes also. It's pretty similar, but in real world, of course, you have the G-force, you have everything apart, the stress, the adrenaline that is much higher in real world. So yeah, it's pretty similar, but of course, it will never be exactly the same as the sim racing.
It's great to see the European Sports Car Championship having so many real-life drivers on the grid, yourself included. That just gives an extra sort of factor to sim racing, doesn't it? Where drivers who maybe aren't racing in the real world get the chance to race against people like yourself who are real competitors out there.
Sorry, can you repeat? I didn't all understand.
Oh, sorry. So it's a great way for sim racing for non-race drivers in the real world to be able to compete with drivers like yourself and others who have that opportunity to race outside of a sim.
Yeah, of course, it's a great opportunity because in this championship the level is very high. You can compete against real world driver. And for me, the sim racing is also a great platform to develop your skills and then create opportunities to race in the real world. And that's really a great thing.
Fastest in free practice 2, your team was. What's the thoughts for today? What's the team looking to get out of this week?
Like I said, we hope for a better luck this time because in the first one I had an internet crash while I was leading the race, so that was a real shame. And in the second race we had the crash in the first lap, so we're disappointed, but today we are confident. I think that our pace is good. We worked very well on the setup. And we're starting, I think, in P4. So the race is long, and we'll see how it goes. But we're pretty confident for this race.
Great to hear. Lorenzo, anything you'd like?
I really just want to wish Danny, everybody, good luck. I know the LMP3s are going to be a little bit tricky, especially with the 50 kilos they being added into the car, and becoming the middle class is going to be complicated.
Well, Danny, we wish you the best of luck for you and all the team. The number 20 Simatech car, keep your eyes out for them. Danny Bunchu, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Danny there, and we do have one more. We'll get Tristan Engelstad in, and just for a bit of background, Tristan was a part of that LMGT3 battle in the last half an hour of the Nürburgring a month ago, just over, I think it was 2 months ago now. Yep. What a battle that was, Tristan. Welcome to the commentary box.
Hello.
That was absolutely fantastic last time out at the Nürburgring. That fight at the very end was immense. It was incredible. Just talk us through your emotions in that one, because obviously you didn't manage to get the win. It was P2 in LMGT3 for yourself and the team, but it was a great battle at the end.
Yeah, I mean, on the restart, I was so nervous for what could happen. And then I think lap 3, after the restarts, a lot of LMGT3s spun. So I overtook them, and then I was suddenly P2. And then I was so much quicker than the Frida Motorsports car. So I just caught up with him, but I think I lost a lot of the tires when I was pushing towards him. So I didn't have the tires or enough grip to actually overtake him properly. But I mean, he defended like a king. I can't lie. It's amazing.
It was fantastic to watch, and I've seen that battle so many times on social media, back on YouTube itself, watching the broadcast back. It was absolutely incredible between the two of you. We're going forward though into Imola. Obviously the 94 Quad-Ash Racing Mercedes car in the LMGT3 for the viewers to keep your eyes out for.
Just a reminder,
what's the thoughts for Imola this week?
21
Obviously we've had the free practice yesterday, qualifying today. What are we looking to do to try and get out of this?
Well, I mean, the plan is always to get P1, but now when we're starting, actually I think this is the best qualifying we've gotten all season so far, P8. So if Ryan, our bronze driver, can just start and do decent enough and not get too many off tracks, and Johnny can push a bit, and then I can push as much as I want in the end, because I basically do a sprint, then I think P1 could be doable. But always we're gonna be driving on lava today. I mean, the track is gonna be horrendous. I mean, it's gonna be so hot.
Yeah, it looks pretty warm out there at the minute. 37 degrees track temperature is what I'm seeing in front of me. It does look a warm day. And what does that take into strategy, Tristan? Obviously, 4 hours, very long race ahead of us. What does temperatures like this kind of... Does it alter the strategy much at all?
A little bit. I'm not gonna share too much if any other teams are listening.
Of course, yes.
But in terms of driving style, I guess it's just more throttle input's gonna be more smooth. I mean, the car is gonna be drifting a bit more, and then what we do with the car is a secret.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Traffic could be huge today. Obviously, being in the LMGT3 category, you're expecting the LMP2s and LMP3s to come through at some point, obviously quite a lot throughout this 4-hour race. How do you manage the traffic around here, obviously being in that LMGT3 category?
I think it's quite... I mean, I think this track is easier than Nürburgring in my opinion, because some of the corners where we can go over the curves where the LMPs can't, we can just pull away from them, and it's not gonna be a big deal. But if they get side by side, it's just lift a little bit before the braking zone. I think that's about it.
Tristan, we wish you all the best for today's race. Good luck for you and the team, and we'll see you out there.
Thank you very much.
That was Tristan Engelstad there, who was in the box. We spoke to him, and obviously that then of Danny Bunchu, the hashtag 20 Simatech sensations in LMP3. For Danny and Tristan Engelstad in the number 94 Quadash Racing Mercedes-Benz car. Lorenzo, both drivers not giving too much away strategy-wise, but traffic going to be the key, they were saying there.
Absolutely. It's what I've been going on since I joined the broadcast. Because, to be fair, I was this close to, I'm not going to lie, because you've heard of me as a team manager last round, right, Matthew,
Yep.
when I came here for the interview. So I am a reserve driver, and because of unexpected reasons, air quotes, I'm not gonna divulge what happened. Those who know. We had to do a driver lineup, and I was this close that maybe I would have to race. So it's like I've done laps. For example, my qualifying lap was, of course, invalidated for many reasons. But I was actually close to the top on the Pro Am. But of course, I'm not doing the qualifying. My bronze team driver would be doing. So the pace was good. But the thing is, it coming back to the race, it's going to be quite tricky. And another thing I've been noticing, this track is very noticeable for you to feel safe as well.
Yeah.
So you can do lots of fuel saving. You can go over 1 hour in the GT3s quite easily. Of course, there's the BOP. We can talk about that later. But all in all, you can fuel save about a lap or a lap and a half in the LMP2s even. So you can stretch out like 25, maybe 26 laps if you're that good, maybe 27 if you're a madman. Because driving time over here, I don't think it's going to be quite as key as Nürburgring. It's going to be a little bit easier for you to manage, but nevertheless, I think this could become a fuel race to the end if in case the strategies, differ a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be key to see the strategy today. It's going to be key to see what we can get out of this fuel. Like you were saying there, the fuel can go a little bit longer, can fuel save a little bit harder around Imola, especially in that bit of traffic. As we get ready to prepare for the race, full formation lap here at the Imola circuit. It's going to be an interesting one to see as we go. I believe we can possibly show the current standings, quickly run over them very quickly. This is the LMGT3 classification then, and I'm just going to bring it up on my PC as well so I can see it's a bit easier. Vortex lead the way, 34 points, 1 point clear of DR by TS. Obviously, I'm not fully up to date with all the full team names at the moment. Team Frida Sport are P3, Quadash Racing, they're P4 after that second place at the Nürburgring. Fischer Motorsport are P5, Dynaco Racing Team P6, the Screeching Mooses are P7, Rising Panda P8, Eagle Speed Academy, and then Impact Sim Sport are down in P10. The other teams down the bottom end of the table, a few without scoring at the moment. The LMP Championship then at the minute is Kitsune Racing Team are top of the standings. They've done really well so far. Ahead of Velotti, then it's Unity Racing by Venom, Tri-State Racing, No Limits Academy, Simatech Sensations, Cool Camella, Calumet Racing, Team Rex, and then it's Prismatic Motorsport and Wildfire Racing to bring up the bottom end of LMP3. The LMP2 Pro-Ams, and it's Delta V Racing from Velotti Racing. And again, Delta V, 2 wins from 2. 2 good races at the moment, looking really good. They've had the 2 fastest laps. They've got a slender lead, but manageable. Velotti have been very consistent. Alpine by XRL Esports are 3rd. Prismatic Motorsports 4th. Impact Sim Sport from AITT Revolution Racing. East Block Racing, Fury Sim Sport, and the W2E Pro Group down the bottom end. And the LMP2 classifications is the NOP car at the top of the championship. Winners out at the Nürburgring. Impact Sim Sport, second place. Winners at Barcelona. Tri-State Racing, two good results. They're still hanging on in there at the moment. This is the halfway stage of the season before the world of sim racing. Gazex Racing Team, Delta Racing, Gazex Racing Team, car number 92 down in 7th. WNS Motorsport from No Limits Academy. The Iron Link Sim Team. And then it's Turn 1 and Old Firm Racing are your championship standings in this one so far. It's been a great season as we finish qualifying. We'll go through the grid order momentarily. There is the famous Ayrton Senna monument that is put up on the outside of Tamburello. Qualifying done. Everybody in the pitch. As a reserve driver, what will you sort of be going through preparations now, ready to start this race? What will the drivers be sort of getting ready for now?
First and foremost, coat tires, because now everybody has the same tire model, right? The GT3 came. It's quite tricky. It can get loose around the racetrack, especially within the first 2 laps. Braking, it can also be a little bit harder for the LMP2s because of the rear locking. So I think they have to take it a little bit safer. Of course, we've seen the carnage of Nürburgring, right? Because we had basically a lap 1 or nearly a lap 1 yellow flag. So that has to be taken into fact. So I'm looking for these things. Then if the tires go up, you might start thinking about fuel saving and traffic management for you to truly survive these 4 hours of racing.
Yeah, going to be key factor. Obviously, the bronze drivers starting in some of the cars for the start of this race. If you're the driver not starting this race, what do you do there? Because obviously you've got a little bit of time before you come into the car. You've still got to be focused, still got to be switched on. But what kind of is that driver's preparation? What's that mentality like for the driver? As we'll get back in a moment. Let's just go through the grid. Yeah. It is Oliver Hagstrom on pole position then from in the NOP car. It's Corbin Lenway for Impact P2. It's David Grans in P3. Pedro Marquez is P4 with Felipe Sauna P5. Hugo Robb is P6 from Nathan Walter P7. Lucas Lager P8. Christian Ablasa P9. Ishmael Eli P10. Thomas Gallias P11. Victor Iruela P12 and Kristen Sherrod for Tri-State P13. That is the LMP2 category. LMP2 Pro-Am is Piers Soundrup in P1 for the Impact car. Liam de Kock for Velotti in P2. Dan de Ruyter for Fury in P3. Fabian Elbers for the Alpine car P4. Julian Goffiant is for Delta V in P5. Laszlo Gior is VGTR Esports car. He's P6. Aria Best for Prismatics P7. Luis Vasquez for Revolution P8. And we do have Fabiano Candido for the WTE Pro Group GP P9. That is your LMP2 Pro-Am grid. In LMP3, it is Marco Di Di Costanzo for Kitsune, P1. Mattis Sachot for Unity in P2. Zachary Leibold for CCR in P3. David Braunstein is Simatex P4, the hashtag 20 car that we spoke to a little earlier on that team. P5 is Onno Zonneveld for Velotti. P6 is Rachel Concoli for Prismatic. Jules Pinnell for Velotti is P7 from Stephen Selby for Tri-State. P8. David Goff is P9 for the NL Academy. William Lincoln rounding out LMP3 for Team Rex. And in the LM GT3 category, then 15 cars lining up on the grid. It's Mako Van Luck for Vortex out on the pole with Maxime Bezeru for Dynaco P2. Davide, I think we just lost Lorenzo there on the commentary, so hopefully we can get him back very shortly. Davide is for ITJ in P3. Chris Cades is P4. The Acura of P5. Richie Chownan is for Impact. Then it is Jordan Newman for Freedom Motorsport P6. Ryan Stringer for Quadash in P number 7. The Quadash car we spoke to on the interview a moment ago. João Fonseca for Delta Racing's P8 from João Marcus Angeli for BSS in P9. Lucas Santos for the Screeching Mooses is P number 10. Ronnie Richer, P11 for the Rising Panda. Nathan Edwards for Project 91 is P12. Joel Ursulo is P13 from Ivan Chambers. And Samuel Labe bringing up the rear in the LMGT3 class. That is your grid order for today's racing. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic day here at Imola. 4 hours of action-packed racing. And we are about to take the green here at Imola as they come down the start-finish. Oh, sorry, we are starting the pace lap. Was expecting, did see the safety car. Thank you, Samuli, in our ear for that one. Lorenzo is back with us. So we do have full pace lap. So, Lorenzo, if I go back to that question I asked you a moment ago about that driver that isn't starting this race, the mentality of what he'll be doing at the moment and what he'll be preparing to do for ready when he gets in the car.
It's going to be interesting. I have two ways. You can prepare. Well, of course, you can prepare a lot of different ways. You can relax. Let somebody else do the job of taking care of your driver, for example, and manage the things. I think another thing that has to be said, what I like to do sometimes if I'm not spotting for the driver is play some games. Like play maybe The Sims or something like that. Just relaxing, relaxing as best as I can. Because if I did the practice, and one thing, okay, we barely started and we have issues in the LMP3 class. Okay.
That is the Simatech car, the number 20 car that we was actually speaking to before the race take. That to me looks like the driver has no steering input on his steering wheel at the moment. He's just rocked the car forwards and backwards. There is nothing from that wheel to get that car turned. Don't know how he's ended up here. So this is a replay of what has happened here in the LMP3 category. Coming down.
Ignore what iRacing is telling you.
Well, that's bizarre.
Yeah, that steering wheel.
That steering wheel looks like it's had a moment where it's momentarily locked on right. It's turned him onto the part of the circuit that we don't use. And that is not complying. That is not working. So for Simatok here, this is not the way they would have wanted to start their race. As the leaders come through Aquaminalare now, we are very close to going green. But Simatok running into technical issues, and I suppose this is the SimWorld equivalent of like a gearbox issue or an engine failure or something like that.
Yeah, because there is not too many issues to find unless your monitor disconnects or your internet has a crash or something like that. They're all unfortunate, I think, in the same weight, Matthew, but you don't expect that as soon as you open up the presentation lab, because they do the pace lab and then one presentation lab, and you don't expect that, especially coming from one of the leaders, which is more surprising.
That's the bizarre thing, because would that driver not have qualified earlier on?
Yeah, some would say that's the old maybe fan attack issue that used to happen from time to time, but we'll never see. We'll go green flag in a moment or so.
We will. They've exited Ravazza then as they come down the start-finish straight now to start the 4 hours of Imola. Round 3 of the season here in the European Sports Car Championship. And we are about to go green for some absolutely fantastic racing as we cross the line momentarily. It's green now, and it's a great start from the leader, who Oliver has already got his way pretty well. He's managed to stay ahead of second place. They're all coming down, look, 3 or 4 abreast in the background. You just see Oliver leading in towards turn 1, Tamburello side by side. Good on the brakes was the Impact car there as they come through, and it is a great move into Tamburello from Impact, who's already taken the lead now down in towards that of Variante Villeneuve for the first time. Drivers just still getting their tyres up to temperature, so a little bit of weaving there down that little short stretch of straight there. Drivers still trying to get the temperatures into the tyres. Not too aggressively though, very hot conditions out there, but it looks already a clean start. Spinner in the background, looked like an LMP3 car that was around in the background on the exit of Villeneuve. It is Jules Pinel for the Velotti team. And that one is not the way he would have wanted to start this race. Pretty good start though, apart from that one spinner. Now, Lorenzo, the question to ask is, does that Simitok car go a lap down due to the formation lap if he hasn't got going?
It's already a lap down.
There we go then. So he's already a lap down. That's not the way they would have wanted to start this race. Big comeback they will need to have. Simitok is a lap down. You see there on the timing tower, car number 20. It has got going. There it is. And it is Danny Bunchu in the car now. So not sure what has happened then if they've changed driver. 2 cars off here. That is the GazX car of Christian Ablasa then. And a huge pile up. Where's this? This is just coming up. I think, is that coming up towards the chicane? That is a couple of LMGT3s. And I believe LMP3's in there. Stephen Selby for the Tri-State LMP3 car as well. The BMW M4 was involved in that one. Hopefully Samuli can get us a replay of what has happened there. But dramas on the opening lap. That is coming in towards the chicane, I do believe, and there is 2 cars stranded. So here we go, down towards Aquaminalare they come. This is Christian Ablasa then. This is how he span. Driver just chops the nose off as he's here, bounces over the sausage curb and T-bones the other LMP car as they go through, and he has to sit and wait patiently. Stephen Selby then coming up on the exit of Aquaminalare, gets collected by the LMP3 car. And then he just doesn't hold his brakes, and the BMW, and that looks to be one of the Corvettes, got caught up in that, and cars absolutely everywhere. And I think the Lamborghini also just caught the back of the LMP3 car there, but Stephen Selby just making contact with another LMP car. He is still stationary, and we're already under a virtual safety car at the end of the first lap, Lorenzo.
We're getting repeats of what we saw in Nürburgring of sorts. But I kind of expected Aqua Minerale to be the choke point of sorts, in case we actually had a yellow flag for the first lap, to be very honest with you, Matthew, because it is such a tricky braking zone. You're coming downhill, then you have to set your car up in an angled-esque fashion for you to go into the right-hander, set yourself into the uphill. And I don't think a Blaster's contact was intentional. I think he maybe have lost the rear of the car a little bit, and when he came into the corner itself, that had much of an angle, and whenever he had the sausage curb hit the Tri-State LMP2. After that, I couldn't see much from the angle of the LMP3s. I don't know if they got tangled around this lower LMP2s, because the LMP3s are the only car within the old tire model still, so they are a little bit faster in early race, a little bit faster, even with the weight and everything. So that surprised me a little bit how they came to blows, and I think the car not holding brakes. I think he held the brakes because you could see the car locking in when he was moving forward. For some reason, and I saw this at the 24 hours of Spa, when the car goes rearwards into the reverse, it reverses itself. The brake doesn't do much. You can basically stay 100% locked into the brakes. Sometimes the car is just gonna roll normally. So it's not much of the fault of the driver. I think it is just how the car operates. Maybe something that needs to be viewed in the future, because the brakes are supposed to be working backwards and fronts as well.
Yeah, interesting to see and interesting to keep our eyes on as iRacing obviously move forward in their development of what they bring out for us. But we are under VSC at the moment due to them incidences. And on the opening lap of the race, now it isn't the end of the world for them drivers. They can get back out here, but just looking already at the timing screen, we've got the Team Rex car in the pits. Danny Bunchu for Simituk is out there on the circuit. Obviously a lap down in the Tri-State car of Stephen Selby in the pits. So for Danny, he's already gained a place. Danny's now taken control of the car, I believe. He wasn't in the car at the start of this race. Obviously, we believe it is wheel problems for the number 20 LMP3 car. Just looking also, we've got Nathan Edwards, Project 91, the PCS car, the ITJ car, and the Chris Cadiz also in the pit lane then at the moment in this race. So a few drivers already making early pit stops due to damage. We've had 2 in the LMP2 Pro category. We've now got another 2 into the pits as well. Track temp 48 degrees, I'm just noting as well there. So that is huge track temp. But yeah, already some early pit runners due to damage.
Yeah, and those in the pit lane actually got damage from contact within the first the FCY countdown. Turn 1 against X. So a bit unfortunate, but that's just how everything's, so tight between each other, and it gets tricky among everybody. The one thing you really don't want to have is damage on the full course yellow countdown, and get yourself relegated to the pit lane early on, and even then, sometimes if the pit lane is closed, you might even get a drive-through penalty. So they have to be noteworthy is a little bit noteworthy. So it is what it is. Just how the start of the race can get, clustered for some of the drivers, as I think we're going to get a safety car in a little bit.
Yeah, so safety car possibly on its way. But what a start to this race. Cars absolutely everywhere. So we're under the VSC. A bit like the Nürburgring. Lap 1 didn't even come to an end before we hit the VSC, so we've got to now just wait for that safety car to come out. This will allow then the pack to re-bunch back up under each other, and will that allow cars a lap down to unlap themselves? That could be a bonus for the Simatec team, really.
It might seem really as well.
So let's see what happens there. It's still a couple of cars in the pit lane. We've still got 3 of the GT3s, 2 of the LMP2s in the pits at the moment. This is the Project 91 car of Nathan Edwards. He was in the pit lane, for 3 minutes 4 seconds. So huge amount of time there for the Porsche car, representing the Italian coloured flag today on the top of that car. Nice little touch here at Imola. But yeah, interesting start to this race. We're under VSC, 7.5 minutes gone already in this race. Virtual safety car is what is taking us around at the moment at Imola. And let's go back to that move at the opening corner as we go on to Corbin Lenaway here for the impact car. What a move at Tamburello, around the outside at the opening part. Had then the inside for the next bit. It was a fantastic overtake to take the lead.
No, absolutely. It was a great overtake, and one that is kind of like exudes commitment. If you're doing that early race, you want to do that exactly at turn 1, and what's more key is he has a little bit of an angle coming into the corner. If he has a overlap, even though it is a minimal overlap, he's going to have an advantage because he puts all the pressure into the driver in the back to take what would be the worst line, right? As
safety car has been deployed. Number 6 will be the overall leader behind the safety car.
You have those sausage curves, and for cold tires, your car bounces like a pogo stick.
You may remove the
so
pit speed
you
limiter.
have to take
a
very cautious approach, and you lose time because of it. And that's why Corbin Lenaway masterfully, took advantage of that and took the lead eventually.
We are going under full safety car now. Was just looking at the gap there for Corbin. He had built himself up a decent gap as well on that opening lap of the race. That is obviously going to be null and void now. That'll be put back to 0 as the car behind will be right on the back of him. But it's early days. It's early days in a 4-hour race. We are only 10 minutes in to this one. Hopefully, we haven't lost any cars from this race. There is still the 4 cars sat in the pit lane at the moment. Now, the 2 that we was obviously interviewing, that of Danny Bucciu for the number 20 Simitok car, P7, and is actually saying here on the lead lap of the race, I've got on the timing screen in front of me, which is fantastic news for them. And the number 94 car, the Kudash car, Ryan Stringer, in that car at the moment up to P5 as well. There they are, the team that was second place after that fantastic fight at the Nürburgring a couple of months ago. There's the Acura just in front. Beautiful car. Big fan of the Hondas, or Acuras as they are known in America. Love the NSX, one of my personal favourite cars, so hopefully that does quite well today. We'll keep our eyes on that. Didn't finish back at the Nürburgring, and I said to Ashley that I was absolutely disappointed not to see that finish. 4 hours, long way to go. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? Obviously, this first stint now can be extended a little bit with this bit of fuel saving and a bit of tyre management as well here. We're seeing the track temps now nearly touching 50 degrees track temp. That bit of fuel saving, the fact that the tyres aren't getting overly too hot behind under VSE and now behind the safety car, just extends this first stint a little bit.
Yeah, but you know, we have to think of what goes around comes right back around, right? Because we know how loose these cars can get under, you know, low pressure. Because even though you're putting the car in the track itself, your pressure increase is not going to be as gradual as if you were driving flat out into the racetrack. So the sweeping helps a little bit, but it doesn't take away the effect of, at some point, your tire temperature is not gonna increase. It might actually decrease at some point, and it's not gonna stay at optimal temperature. So by the time you get to green flag, we've seen that in Nürburgring. Nürburgring had the old tires. You might have some guys getting caught off guard, and especially now with the LMP2s. We've seen how close the LMP3s can get onto the race start. So this will be a talking point whenever we go green in a short bit.
Yeah, it could be a talking point momentarily. For the viewers out there, if they are new viewers watching this for the first time, I suppose the strategists, you know, the team managers and people are going to now be just calculating everything out to see, obviously, when pit stops would have been, because I suppose you've got at least 3 or 4 plans, haven't you, going into a race? What happens if, you know, everything goes okay in the first stint? What happens if there's a VSC, a safety car? Surely, as a team manager yourself, there's other plans that you're now looking at for strategy-wise.
Yeah, you're looking into fuel, how long it's going to take, how many potential laps, especially on GT3s, you can basically cut off into the final pit stop. Also, this eases a little bit for driver time, because drive time, depending on the configuration some teams have, you might do the minimal 1 hour, so you might just do one stint and then let the professional take over. So it's all minimal things that you have to look using the regulations and play them on the boat.
Indeed it is. Right, for safety car, we are under them, 13 minutes approaching at the start of this race. And what a start it has been already. Lap 1 dramas involving this car as well, Chris Cadiz himself, who has been under
waved around.
A bit of contact from one of the LMP3 cars. He was just an innocent bystander in all of that. 2 LMP3 cars came together. One rolls back onto the circuit, got caught up in that. Nathan Edwards in the Project 91 car also had a moment. He's had a spell in the pit lane. So just looking down, Chris back out on track. All LMGT3s are now as well. The Samuel Evans in the 78 Lamborghini car is back out on the track still. The 2 LMP3s of Team Rex and Tri-State, Stephen Selby and William Lincoln, still in the pit lane. Hopefully they can get back out on the circuit. Lapped cars are now being told to unlap themselves, with the looks of this from the Project 91 team. Bonus for them, because that's really going to sort of put them back onto that lead lap and give them a bit of time to get onto the back of the train. And they're not out of this race. You look at then Chris, car number 12 down in P14, who is 2 laps down. you know, being allowed to unlap yourself once is one thing. Great, you're only a lap down by the time you catch the train. You're not going to be able to unlap yourself that second time. You've got a lot of work cut out for you over the remainder of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be complicated. It will be an uphill battle from the start, right? Especially for Chris. I think the Lamborghini that caught himself with the LMP3 right at this point.
Car number 91, please keep up
so these are things that, fortunately, given how much attrition this race can generate, especially Imola, I think Imola would generate much more attrition, personally speaking, than Nürburgring. I eventually think these guys can get their laps back, but they have to keep the car on the track. The pace has to be mildly decent and do not fall off of the rest of the grid as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see what happens on this restart. So lapped cars now unlapping themselves. This is the 78 car, the PCS car. Samuel Evans driving that one. The Frenchman at the moment, who is, as we've already said, a couple of laps down at the moment. He's actually on the same... it was a lap down to Chris Cadiz at this moment in time. He's just ahead of him on circuit. So unfortunate for him. But it's 4 hours, or 3 and 3/4 hours left to go in this race. This is far from over. We've seen in the past, we've seen in endurance racing, that anything can happen. Whatever happens on lap 1 is not necessarily what is going to be the outcome come the end of this race. A lot of hard work for the PCS team to do, but they're not out of it. Points are still up for grabs. William Lincoln has just left the pit lane at 11 minute 45 pit stop for the Team Rex car, number 47, which has just left pit lane. That is a huge amount of damage on that car.
Yeah, we saw how broken it was at the top of the hill for the Brazilians. To be fair, if I'm them, okay, don't take me at face value, okay, boys. I'm a fellow Brazilian. Don't hit at me, but change your livery next so you can do what Team Rexy did at Sebring and put some dented teeth, some bracers, you know, in the teeth as well. Because, you know, everything that has been broken can be mended back together. You just have to ride with the joke and livery sometimes.
You do indeed. They are on, I think, their second lap of the race now, so they are a couple of laps down to the leader, who's on lap 5 in that LMP3 category, working their way through the field at the moment. Are they on the back of the LMP3 group? I think that's where they're staying. I don't think they're going to move any further forward. So it looks like they've got onto the rear of the LMP3 train. The safety car still out on track. So only the one car in the pit, that is the Tri-State car, number 23 in the pit lane. We've had some pit stops up and down the grid as well. And now he's dropping back is the Team Rex car. So I wonder if he's being told to go to the rear of the pack or when he came out the pit lane. I'm not sure what is the message being sent to the Team Rex car here. He's just overtaken a few LMGT3s, now falling back behind them. So they'll be told a message from race control. And what they'll be told is to possibly go back to where they came out the pits, I'd imagine, Lorenzo?
Initially, I'm just trying to take a quick look into the field itself. Not everybody's behind one another. I see there's a gap between Hugo Rupp and Victor Ruella, for example, but I think that could be their original position, yes.
So that's where they've been told to fit back into then after they exited the pit lane. This is the impact car of Corbin Lenaway, then the American driver, leading the way. Car number 6 at the moment. Him and Samuel Miller are the drivers in this one, the platinum and silver driver in this car at the moment. The safety car pulls into the pit lane and we are about to go back to green flag racing here at Imola. 18.5 minutes are on the clock. Corbin Lenaway will take them away. He puts the foot down now and restarts this race. We're back under racing conditions here for what is now the second lap of green flag racing. Corbin leads down in towards turn 1. The car behind that of Oliver Hagstrom didn't go with him very well on the restart. It was a good restart from the Impact Sim Sport car. and they all come through Tamburello nice and easy, 2 abreast here. Here is Matty's shot of Unity getting overtaken around the outside on the entry into Tamburello. Good move that from the green and black car just in front as they come down towards Variante Villeneuve now. That is Hugo Robb in the Gaz X car. Lovely manoeuvre around the outside of Tamburello here. And this is now going to be an even more interesting race with cars laps down in the field. They've got to try and unlap themselves and keep it as clean as possible as they try and work their way back through the pack. This is Luis Vazquez for the Revolution 52 LMP2 Pro Am car, coming under pressure now from the green and black car himself, and through goes that of Hugo Robb there in the Gaz X number 10, the LMP2 Pro car. That is a fantastic couple of overtakes really on this restart here. He's trying to get onto the back of his train. Don't forget, it's points in your category. The race results doesn't count for overall, it's for category results. So he's obviously trying to get past these Pro-Am drivers as quick as possible and get himself onto the back of where he should be. Marco Di Costanzo here for the Kitsune team down in LMP3 car number 56. Currently doing pretty well at the moment. He is the leader in that LMP3 category at the minute. He's got Hugo Robb there going up the inside and towards Ravazza to end the lap. So Hugo Robb really putting on some moves at the end of this throughout this restart.
I think once the tire picks up a little bit of heat into the LMP3, they start making more moves, and that's a little bit natural. I said they would have so I'm not gonna say struggles, but early struggles, but maybe the first few corners. But it is expected as we see the penalty for the pit lane start for the my car for the W2 car. But I hope it isn't what I think it is because I know we had a drive-through. But anyway, back to the race, and let's see what this battle for the lead as the Porsche struggles against the Audi on some of the corners, but maybe might be broken off by the LMP3 that is sitting right behind for teammates.
Yeah, this is where the traffic is going to play dividends, maybe for the Porsche there for Dynaco, then coming up the hill in towards can't remember the corner name, I forgot the corner name, but either way it's coming up in towards the left hand bend, the LMP3 car there, just putting a move on Van Luck coming through down in towards Aquaminolari now then, and this is going to be all important for Van Luck to not lose as much time behind them LMP3 cars. There's the Scimitar car of Danny Bunchu getting past as well, and this is where the Audi's just lost a little bit of time at that certain point of the track as Bunchu looking to make a move in that Scimitar car, and the Porsche nearly into the rear end of the LMP3 car coming in towards the chicane, and that was very, very close there to a little bit of a mistake through Variante Alta. Down towards Ravazza they come now, and the Audi straight back on the rear of the Porsche as they come in towards Ravazza of turn number 17 and 18. But Danny Bunchu there really getting a move on to try and overtake the car in front.
Good pressure from Bunchu to try to get around the Team Rex car. Looks a little bit more pacey around the outside. He's going to have the inside coming into Tamburello, and if he tries to do that overtake, either the other driver collaborates or he fully commits into the corner. They appear to have be side by side, but he has the overlap and gets the overtake done quite easily. And same for Tristan Sherrod as one of the cars that actually got involved into the struggle at the race start.
Indeed he was. Well, Michael Van Luck at the moment for Vortex in the Audi, looking to try and make a move on the Porsche. You've got to be patient around Imola here. It is going to be an interesting one to see as they come down in towards Tosa. Up the hill they come, just keeping an eye on the back of the Porsche. Don't want to be too impatient here. You've got plenty of time to play with that Audi just following up towards Piratella now. And that Porsche just doing a very good job of holding his line, being able to just stay in front. We've got a bit more of the LMP traffic behind now. So for Van Luck, again, just got to come under a bit of pressure. Gonna have the LMP drivers got to just wait a little bit before they come up towards the chicane. And this could be the time now to use that extra bit of pace to try and maybe pass before entering into the chicane at the moment. And he does pass Van Luck. Doesn't get past the Porsche. That's just going to hold Van Luck up a little bit. And this is what we were saying pre-show, wasn't it? This traffic around here at certain points could really cost you some time.
Absolutely. Like I said, up to 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds, depending on how you get your traffic Aqua Minerale. So it's it's complicated, but I think a Blaster just managed to get that away and move forward. I think we missed some of the overtakes around the racetrack for some of the LMP2s, but a good battle between Velity and Impact for the lead of LMP2 Pro M. As I saw Liam pace around the practice before the race started, it looked really good as soon as the tire picked up its heat. So it might put actually a really good battle against Sandro.
It's got a good fight written all over it as this one between Impact and Velotti. Then down towards the double right-hander now, and Liam de Kock currently in the car, the Dutch driver. Well, they come towards the chicane at the moment. Just seeing a few gaps starting to be created now, but obviously time will tell with this race. This is the beautiful thing about endurance racing. It's not about the moves you make now, it's about setting yourself up towards the end. The Fury Simsport car there then coming through the chicane. Lovely livery on that number 30 LMP2 Pro-Am car. De Ruyter is in that one, coming down towards Ravazza. We've had a good, near enough 10 minutes of green flag racing here, so great to see everybody getting around the circuit in one piece. That is the Delta V car, P5 at the moment in the LMP2 Pro-Am. Julian on board that machinery, and that is the number 17 car coming side by side. I'll have that inside line just for this little left-hand kink now as they head down towards Tamburello. Car exiting the pit lane there, not sure who that was in the pits, and all of a sudden now the Prismatic car might fancy a look up the inside. Tamburello, great little fight in towards there, and that is a lovely double manoeuvre from them two on the Delta V car, dropping down the order a little bit. And here is Laszlo coming up the inside at Villeneuve. Little late move, but he's got it done nice and clean. Great awareness from the car behind, and that's Hugo Robb. Now he's diving up the inside into Tozer. So Robb really getting a move on with every piece of overtaking he can here. He wants to get onto the back of the LMP2 train here. He's stuck behind the Pro-Am drivers at the moment, and Hugo Robb is racy today.
Yeah, I think he's racing with a little bit of... I'm not going to say desperation. I think desperation is a strong word. I think with a little bit of haste, I think it would be the better word as we go battle for the battle in the LMP2 Pro-Am lead. Sandra closing the inside of the Kock. I said that Liam was having a really good pace when he had actually proper heat within his tires, already putting some good pressure. And you know what's surprising me of sorts? They're not seem to be saving fuel into the car. They're apparently, if they have a gap, if they try to see a gap, they try to go for it, and that's good for us. Always good action as we see Sandra come into the pit lane early on. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. 27 minutes in, you'd have thought they'd have done a bit of fuel saving under the safety car. Into the pits then comes the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am. Piers Sundrup coming into the pits for the Impact car. Not sure why. Not seen many penalties pop up. I think we only saw the one drive-through penalty pop up on screen. But this looks a drive-through penalty for Piers here. So maybe they've got a drive-through that we wasn't aware about.
Yeah, interesting. I'm looking forward to see what race control tells us, as there's an LMP3 right behind, but basically gets slotted back into 8th place in the field, only in front of Fabiano, which is still trying to recover from the multiple drive-throughs that he had early on in the race. He already had one, I think, for the previous round and one for the race start, I think.
Yeah, so interesting there. Didn't see the number 7 receive a drive-through penalties. We'll keep our eyes on race control there, but it's dropped him out the lead and dropped him down to 8th place overall. Your LMP2 and overall leader, Corbin Lenaway for the Impact team, have got Oliver just behind them at the moment, and looking like the NOP car is just coming back at Impact here, just starting to get on here a little bit more. He lost out early on in the stint, especially on the restart, but he's sticking with them, and they've got the number 70 car there, the Mayamika MA70 Academy car, just sat in P3, not far off the back of them, 1.8 off the back. And you see there the lap times coming in. NOP was a 10th quicker last time around, and this is looking like it could develop into a nice little battle. They had a good fight back at the Nürburgring as well.
Yeah, they had a very neat battle in the Nürburgring. And looking forward to see this one extend one more time in this championship, knowing that these two cars are arguably the two top cars in the championship as well, right? So this is a battle for all the points they can get, and especially with Impact having a very disappointing result, being the only car, the last car with points in the field, only 6 points in the last round, whereas the NOP actually got the race win at Nürburgring and extended the point lead to 8 points.
Yep, and obviously halfway stage of the season, 3 races left after this one. It's going to be all important going into that back half of the season. Plenty of action still to come. We're at Spa, Silverstone, and then Portimão after Imola over the next couple of months. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Going to be some cracking racing across 3 more brilliant circuits. But half an hour in to this 4-hour race here at Imola, and it is Impact who lead the way, half a second clear of NOP. P3 though, car number 70 just sticking within them, just losing a couple of tenths per lap. He's lost 2 tenths that lap, but he's doing a pretty good job, is David Grands there, who is, he's hanging on in there at the moment, isn't he? The gold driver, not got the pace of the front two clearly, but sticking around. Anything can happen in racing, and he'll be there to pick up the pieces if it does.
Absolutely, and you're saying that he's keeping up. Actually, has the fastest lap of the race so far. He has a 37.3, but not in this lap though. He had a 37.8, and these are the only guys in the field who are running 37s, which it's very surprising given the fact that it is a very complicated track for you to get 37, especially with that hot temperature. I was running 37s with a temperature that is basically 10 degrees less, so you have an idea. As Hugo Robb nearly making contact.
He does make contact straight into the back of the car in front, and we said Hugo Robb was looking a little bit racy. Well, he's put number 19, the APO racing car of Thomas Gallios, into the grass. That's on the exit of Villeneuve. And that car, he's got away now, so maybe just resetting things and off he goes. But lost a lot of time, bit of damage. Drive through for the 66 car we're seeing on screen now for a race start/restart violation. But for APO, they are going to be livid with that. Hugo Bob has looked aggressive in this opening stint since the restart. And into the back of another car there. And now looks like he's possibly got a bit of damage on his own car, because he's looking like struggling into towards the chicane.
Oh, he definitely has. If you look onto the front, I think the front left of his car, it is going to be dented in, as we see more penalties coming in, and now we found
these
out
are old.
why.
Yeah. So that was a full course yellow virtual safety car speed violation. So these are old drive-throughs coming in. So drivers may have already taken the drive-through, because that's the car 7 with the drive-through there. Hugo Robb, here, got to calm it down a little bit. He's got to get into a rhythm and just not look as aggressive. This is a replay. What happened then? Coming down in towards Villeneuve, gets that, looks up the inside and just carries the momentum through Villeneuve, gets on the power a bit earlier than Thomas in front, and off he goes. Also collected. We didn't see that because we was on board with Hugo Robb. They collected. I'm not sure who that other car was. He's just
BGTR car.
So there we go. That is another one with a bit of damage due to the overtake from Hugo Robb, and really a passenger in that one.
Yeah, couldn't do much in that situation, and unfortunately got some damage as well. That's the one. That's the car that actually got some damage, Laszlo Giori's car, and I don't know if the car looks worse for wear. I know the LMP2 was made a little bit, I'm going to say paper thin when home. I'll tell you what, I think when the P217 came into iRacing, that car was a tank, was built like a tank in the front. You could basically hit 300 kilometers per hour into a car. Not that he really wanted to do that, but sometimes the car would survive. No damage whatsoever. Now maybe it is a little bit more realistic. If you get like a minor contact or something like that, you could really get through some heavy damage. Oh, issues, lead.
That is the lead. That is the Danico car from LMGT3 who's off. That's again on the exit of Villeneuve here then. So I wonder what has happened to him there. Very easy to just push the limits, run wide into the gravel as he lost the rear on his own. He was battling with Van Lux. So Van Lux coming down the inside in towards Villeneuve now. The Dynaco car stays ahead, carries momentum too, goes a little deep, loses the rear round. She goes, not sure. The little bridge was in the way, so we didn't see if Van Look gave him a helping hand to go around. But the rear was already stepping out. This is on board with Van Look. This will give us another view.
Cooks him on the inside. The transition over here, if you stay in the middle, is a little bit complicated. The car will want to get loose. I don't think if there's any contact from Van Look, it's contact that he really want to do it. As we see more drive-throughs coming in, and basically puts the Porsche from Dynaco from first all the way back into first place.
Yeah, down into 5th place with the Screeching Moose's car on the back of him in the Corvette, just behind, coming down towards Vatsa for the 14th time of asking. So it's now Van Look who leads for Vortex. Richie Chauhan in the Impact car, the Acura P number 2, and then the 94 Quadash car, who we were speaking to pre-show, is up onto the podium spots at the moment. Ryan Stringer aboard that one. So the Porsche will obviously be looking to... He lost the rear there, wasn't he? I don't think there was much Van Look could do.
No. Van Look was just an innocent bystander. That would be collateral damage. Nothing much you can do at this point of the track. It's a very loose section, especially under re-acceleration. You can easily get issues under that corner. You can have that in LMP2. Let's go to the battle for the lead. 3 wide, going to Villeneuve.
Yes, that's coming out to Tamburello, putting the lap on. That looks to be one of the McLarens in the NOP car. Contact between them and the Impact. It looked like just a little bit there. Front end, rear end to front end of the NOP and the Impact car. And Oliver Hagstrom gets through to take the lead of this race. And that there is clear of what we were saying. Traffic plays a big part in overtakes and what you can do in this race. And the blue McLaren there played a huge part in helping Oliver get through. He held his line, did everything right. But it just meant that the Impact team couldn't hold on over Oliver. Great move, though, in towards Villeneuve. Little bit of contact. Shouldn't have done too much to the cars.
Yeah, I wonder if there would be any damage for the Impact car when they made contact into Villeneuve, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They're right behind one another. And the Murmica car not far behind as well now from Impact. And maybe Corbin's pace mid-race pace might be dropping off a little bit. Of course, we still yet to see pit stops coming in. Normally, we'd expect around 40-ish minutes for the LMP2. So anytime in about, I would say 15 minutes or so. I think I could be a little bit wrong. We're going to be starting to see maybe the pit window open for everybody.
So we have the safety car periods. That could have just gone a little bit further, couldn't it? As I say that, car into the pit lane. Nathan Walter for the Iron Lynx team into the pits. This is car number 9 coming in. Now, did I see a drive-through for car number 9 pop up on screen? I'm not sure. So we'll see if this is a pit stop or not. But yeah, at the moment, car number 9 coming through to do a drive-through penalty. Yeah, there we go. So drive-through penalty for car number 9 there. Then the Iron Lynx car, Nathan Walter aboard that one. Not sure exactly why. Race start violation is what I'm reading here on our screen. So drive-through penalty for the Iron Lynx car. This is the leader, though, in LMP3. The Kitsune car just navigating its way past a bit of traffic. Tucks back in behind the BMW M4. And then I'll have a look through down towards Tozer to get it done around the outside. The LMP3 leader, car number 56. Good gap in his category already over that Unity car, which I believe is just 2 cars back now. There it is. So a good gap, bit of traffic in front as well that the Unity team's just got to now try and navigate into Piratella. There you go. Got to look up the inside. Got very close to the back of the BMW there as you naturally just get pulled to the outside, to the right-hand side of the circuit. And yeah, so good lead at the moment for Kitsune and LMP3. Just doing a nice steady job. Just looking at the lap times here. Only 3 drivers in the 39s in LMP3. That is the Kitsune, the Unity car, and the Scimitar car of Danny Bunchu, who, if you remember back to the formation lap, that car was off on the formation lap. It was the other driver aboard the car. Steering wheel problems. They're now running P4, so great comeback already from that formation lap, as that is a very slow VGTR esports car who has already been in the wars by getting caught up in the Hugo Robb incident, now looks like it's had a moment down at Ravazza.
From the looks of it, seems to be maybe locked brakes into Ravazza and lost a little bit of grip and allowed everybody else to go through, which we'll have to look on the replay to see if that was the case for the Hungarian driver. And maybe still trying to nurse maybe some damage in the car and trying to get through into the end of his first stint as we approach 40 minutes into this race. And now issues for the tri-state race. The front of the car looks dented to me.
Yeah, it does to me a little bit as well, but he was off on the outside of the little kink coming through towards Tamburello. Christian Sherrard. Let's see what has happened here then. So he's gaining on the car ahead. Did he just clip the car? I think he's just clipped the back of the LMP3 car.
I think this was the traditional miscommunication between LMP3 and LMP2 as the LMP3 was taking his line coming into the corner, and I think Sherrard just got spooked that he went to the racing line and would allow the inside line. We're going to look on here on the replay. I think this is a good idea. You see the LMP3 coming to the line?
Oh, it does.
Maybe reactionary, didn't mean to do it, and made Sherrard get into a George Russell-esque moment.
Indeed,
Fortunately, he didn't break the car.
No, fortunately so, not out of the race. You just saw the LMP3, didn't you? Had a little wiggle as if he was a bit undecisive there as Sherrard got onto the back of him. But yeah, bit of a scary moment. Heart would have been in the mouth for sure in that one, but that put Sherrard down in 11th place at the moment then in the LMP2 category. We've got the tri-state car of Stephen Selby into the pit lane. He's been in the pit lane for 6 minutes, so that is a huge pit stop. Second pit stop for them. Not sure why he's in the pits. And we've also, I think we've lost Ishmael, the car number 99, P13 in category. He is not circulating on the timing screen. They look like they are possibly out of this race.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that. I'm already seeing 7 laps down on the previous car, which is 12 laps down on total on everybody else, which seems to be a little bit accurate, given the fact that we restarted this race not long ago. So unfortunate to see that, but of course still a little bit more than on the other half of the championship for you to try to catch that, as we see the World of Sim Racing cars trying to go through, and Eagle Speed trying to go back into the track at Tamburello and making it dirty in the process.
We saw the gravel on board the LMP2 car a moment ago being brought on as he come through Tamburello. We saw some gravel on the track. That is why the Eagle Speed car just round it went at Tamburello. Then still a lot of stop goes and drive-throughs coming in for cars and teams for contacts in that, but basically from that lap 1 incident, isn't it? We're still seeing a lot of race control messages coming through from that safety car VSC popping up. This is the BSS car number 33 down in the LMGT3 class, currently P5 overall, ahead of the Screeching Mooses, who had that big incident with the LMP2 cars back at the Nürburgring a few months ago. And yeah, the Bravo Snow Shanton car being driven by João Marcos Angeli. Number 33, Porsche, doing pretty good job at the moment. P5, got that Screeching Mooses car on the back of him like we've just said, but he's a little bit off the rear of the Dynaco Porsche in front. So Dynaco Porsche's moved back up to 4th. This is Lucas Santos, the American, in P number 6 in that Corvette for the Screeching Mooses team. Then coming through Piratella now. All looks nice and steady for everybody so far. We've been underway now for about 20 odd minutes of green flag racing. It's great to see here, and you're just seeing on that little track map there for the viewers at home, this is the problems with Imola, is when everybody's in that same part of the circuit, there's a huge gap from Tamburello down to Tosa, in fact if not from Ravazza down to Tosa, where there's not really a lot of cars. This is Nathan Edwards looking in the back, it's Nathan Edwards ahead, there's the LMP car just behind, making its way through some traffic, P7. But look at the gap on the track map there from P1 all the way down towards the Aquaminalari section. Pretty clear circuit. Everybody's in the same place at the moment.
Yeah, and I figured this would be the case for a track like this. Of course, not the longest track by any stretch of a mile. I think it sits right about 4 kilometers. If I 4 kilometers and 0.3, I'm just getting that information for you folks. Yeah, 4.9. All right, correction. So not the no, sorry, 4.9 kilometers. I'm not going crazy. Good gracious, because I thought like miles. No, it cannot be. But yeah, it sits around 4.9. Not the largest track. So it with 50-something cars in the field, it will give you that feel that it's going to be convoluted from start to finish, and that's the same thing in real life. It's going to be convoluted from start to finish, even there when they race or raced at the real thing.
Indeed they are. Here is the Quad Ash car, number 94, coming up onto the back of the Acura. That is the Fury SimSport car, just getting through a bit of this traffic. This is P3 is the Quad Ash car, the Mercedes-Benz that we're looking at. P2 with the Acura just in front. P4 Corvette just behind there. So a good group here. Van Luck's got a good lead in this LMGT3 class at the moment and can manage this lead. Like we said at the top of the programme, GT3s can go just over the hour, maybe extended a little bit due to that safety car period. So we'll see what happens, because pit stops we was predicting to happen around about that 45-minute mark. That's a big off there for the W2E Pro Group GP car, which I believe is your team, if I'm correct.
Yep. Fabiano having issues at the exit Tamburello from what it seems. Don't know if that was driver related. Don't blame Fabiano too much. He's been 1 year without driving this LMP2 car, so he's trying to get back into it. So it is what it is. I just told him to be safe.
P9 overall. Had the drive through earlier on. Hopefully we can see what happened to Fabiano there. But back on circuit at the moment. Leader's just coming up behind him. This is what happened then, down in towards Tamburello. Breaks in nicely to the corner. Turns in. All's fine so far. Just runs a little bit wide out the second pot. Tamburello got on the curb and on, maybe just touched a bit of the grass and flipped the car into the gravel. Yeah,
literally did touch the car in the gravel. I think what happened, it got the gravel. As soon as it got the gravel on the right-hand side turn, because the tire was dirty, lost a little bit of grip, gave some understeer into the car, and unfortunately, he goes for nearly a half spin. Well, kept control of the car, even though he took the Lando Norris access route on the exit of the corner.
Yeah, indeed, he did. So this is on board now with Liam de Kock, the Velotti car, P2, behind the Alpine car at the moment. That is right in front of him as they come through the chicane downhill towards Ravazza. Probably being able to set up a good exit from Ravazza to get a good run down towards Tamburello. Long start straight here at Imola, so a good chance of slipstream and maybe able to make a move. Bit loose on the rear from the Alpine just in front over the curbs. All nice and settled as they exit the corner now. The LMP2 Pro-Am lead battle this is. And Velotti looking to try and make a move on the Alpine in the slipstream, just getting closer and closer. Alpine goes to the outside. Velotti now flicks to the left-hand side, going to look up the inside line in the braking zone into Tamburello. Brakes way later than the Alpine and sails through into the lead here. Got a little loose mid-Tamburello there, but manages to hang on to it. Good move into turn one.
Yeah, and eventually that would be something that would happen. This battle and Velotti going into the lead. The Koch space was really good, like I said before, in free practice, and of course aided with the fact that I think the car in front got into the pit lane. I think was one of the cars that actually got penalties. So now basically into the lead, and now in the Alpine car trying to follow suit. Even though the pace from Fabian Albers might not seem to be the same pace that he's been putting, than his fellow Dutchman has been putting in front.
Indeed, at the moment, 38.7 on the last lap, some 4/10 quicker than the Alpine car was de Kock over Elbers on the last lap. Some great pace there. Fastest laps, all pretty good from the top three, really, in the LMP2 class, all within 500ths of a second of each other. So really good lap times from the three LMP2 Pro-Ams. As into the pits comes the Impact car that was leading this race. Was leading this race about 5 or 10 minutes ago. Obviously, was overtaken by Oliver Norgard. Pretty nice into turn one. Corbin Lanaway into the pits, and that looks like also the LMP3 car of the Simitok of. It was the Swiss driver in. It's now David back in the car. So hopefully, this was the driver who was meant to start the race. That looks like steering wheels have been fixed, and Lucas Lager there just missed his pit box a little bit. You saw him had to reverse.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, and from what it seems, that impact car is nursing some damage. Oh, yeah, truly was nursing some damage on the front right of the car. So eventually might be back to close to 100% whenever he's out of the pit box.
Well, here is Oliver Hagstrom at the moment for NOP coming through, leader of this race. Had that move, there was a little bit of contact, wasn't there, between this car and the impact car in the pit lane. Now, as we mentioned there, we saw the Simitok car coming out the pits. David Braunstein is back in that car for number 20. He was the driver who had the steering wheel issue where it locked right, put him into the other part of the circuit that we don't use for this race today. And they had to then sort something out where Danny took over the car. So it looks like steering wheel issues or hardware issues at home sorted. So for David, it looks like he can get back to just racing as normal.
Yeah. Hopefully he doesn't have any more of those issues. I know how hard them can be, especially with some of the hardware. You cannot do much unless you do a full stop and reconnect off the wheel, or a full sim restart for you to actually get that wheel back working again. As Miller is out of the box in 9th place in class.
Yeah, so Impact back down into 9th place in the class at the moment. Everybody still circulating. We've only had the... I can see that is Stephen Selby. The Tri-State car in LMP3 retired, and then Ishmael Eli for the WNS team. Car number 99 in LMP2, 2 retirements there. Looking at the lap times, what was P3, the David Grans car number 70 in LMP2, has dropped off the pace, lost 9 tenths to Oliver Hagstrom last time around. So has the fastest lap of the race, dropped off the pace a little bit as they've gone. It was 2 seconds last time we was on board with the leaders. It's now 7.5. So just struggled at the back end of his stint here to keep with that lead pairing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but it is what it is. Nothing much you can do about that, It's a long race, and eventually you can catch back to everyone else. See how this one goes.
Still just over 3 hours to go, so a lot of time for the team to pull it back in this race then. So we have started to see pit stops happen, and that is a spin for the Velotti car, P3 in the LMP3 category. And that is Onno Zonneveld for Velotti, having a moment down at Tozer there. Drive through for car number 47 for full course yellow VSC violation there, and so still issues being looked at for that incident. That is a Team Rex car. I'm wondering if that's for overtaking the LMGT3s that we saw.
Maybe. Well, we don't know, but I know they have a lot of issues on their back. I think they had another drive-through as well. So sometimes in these races, especially with high attrition and everything, being Imola, it can go from bad to worse just in the blink of an eye. So.
Yeah, indeed, it can in this race. Still a long way to go. They're currently 4 laps down on the leaders of LMP3, and it's about them points that they can possibly grab at the end of today. Here's Ronnie Richard, the German driver in the Rising Panda car, the LMGT3 McLaren. Down in 9th place at the moment. He's got Ivan Chambers for VR Racing right on the back of him at the moment, and looking pretty good between this all-McLaren fight here in LMGT3 for 9th and 10th. A couple more cars into the pit lane in LMP3. So a few more drivers into the pits there. That is one of the LMP3s coming through to put a lap on the LMGT3 cars now. So good little fight here for 9th and 10th between the 2 McLarens down in towards Tamburello. GT3 only just gets that completed as they hit the brakes in towards Tamburello there. That was close, a bit of a collision with a Rising Panda car.
Yeah, but I think it's because they have 50 kilos now and they have to carry that 50 kilos through the corners to just make it a little bit more difficult around the overtaking. And
okay.
You really don't want to be doing that. Didn't get a disqualification flag. That was lucky.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can see what happened. Here we go. So this is Velotti in LMP3. Mrs. Box.
Yeah.
Missed
C'est un pas ici, c'est ici.
And now he's spinning the wheels up in the pit lane. Okay, not sure what that's all about there.
Oh, that's common.
Oh, right, okay. Thank you. At least you've clarified that one. I didn't know what was going off there for a moment. Well, missed his box by an absolute country mile. Has to reverse back. Lucky not to get the disqualification. And the Kitsune car will put a lap on the Velotti car then in this race. So he's still currently in the pit lane. Marco Di Constanzo is still the leader and in that Kitsune car at the moment. Top 4 haven't pitted in LMP3 as the P2 at the time. David Grands stays in the car and now drops down to P6. Did they come out ahead of Impact? No, Impact have just got past them, pushed them onto the grass in the braking zone of Tamburello. So the number 70 car, the Mermika car, I believe that's what we'll go with. I don't know if I've pronounced that correctly. Apologies to the team if I haven't there. Just getting shoved onto the grass by Impact. Little cheeky that as they come out the pit lane.
Can I see that replay from the perspective of Sims? So let's take a quick look. He goes into the line. I don't know if he meant, I think he didn't partially mean to shove it off, but he didn't expect that Grunz was going to stand at the entry of the corner still with an overlap. So
do you think he expected to be passed by?
Yeah.
Race control, I assume, will possibly look at that one then, and we'll see what happens later on in the race. If anything does happen, we don't know what will come of that one as we go through at the moment. So it is now the NOP car leading this race, still not pitted. Unity pit in LMP3. How did Unity get in the lead? Kitsune haven't pitted. And Velotti got ahead of the Kitsune car in P3 as well. Yeah, they are not moving. Kitsune, whatever has happened here on the timing tower, are not circulating in this race. The Kitsune car is not there. So they had such a dominant lead in LMP3, and all of a sudden, this has to possibly be one of them disconnection points, maybe internet problems for Di Costanzo in that Kitsune car, but they are not in this race.
That's very weird and unfortunate. That wouldn't be in my books if I had to say of issues that could have happened in the racetrack. Not at all. As Oliver Vigasiu comes into the pit box,
race leader in then. So Unity lead this race after having a pit stop. Mattis Schott is leading now in LMP3. We hope that the Kitsune car can come back in. Pedro Marquez leads for turn 1 in the LMP2 category. And overall, they have pitted. They pitted on lap 2. Possible bit of maybe contact and a bit of damage maybe under the VSC pit while they don't lose too much. So they're kind of out of sync at the moment, aren't they, to the regular drivers at the moment. So we'll be expecting them in a little later on.
Yeah. I'm just trying to notice how I really want to see how many laps the GT3s have kind of done. This is the one that I'm looking for the most.
So they're on some more. Yeah, I think Van looks about start his 28th lap.
Yeah, so I would estimate they should be thinking about pit stops. I would say at best in about 10 minutes-ish, I think. 12 minutes. I think we're going to be starting to see their pit stops.
So let's keep our eyes on when the LMGT3 cars do decide to pit then, as that is the Maiko Van Look gaining on the back of what looks to be the Eagle Speed car in P11. And it is, as he goes through, puts a lap on him. Vortex have a good lead here over the Impact team in the Acura, who are in a good little fight at the moment with the Mercedes-Benz of Quadash for second and third down in that LMG T3 battle. Pedro Marquez, there we go. We said a couple of moments time. Well, turn 1 Motorsport, pitted on lap 2. They're in. straight after the NOP car has pitted. Interesting to note here as well, in fact, no, ignore that one because I've just seen that GazX pitted on lap 1. So they jumped Impact in the pit lane, but they haven't because they're out of sync with the others. So Marquez here pitted on lap 2, the turn 1 team, in now at the end of lap 30. The GazX car pitted on lap 1, still hasn't pitted yet and is net second place at the moment unless they pit now. So then, as we go through, we start the 30th lap of the race, approaching that hour mark, 3 hours and 1 minute remaining, and that is a trip through the gravel for the NL Academy of David Goff in the number 22 car, P6, in the LMP3 category there then. I didn't see anybody else around the circuit at the time, so was that just his own mistake as the Turn 1 team come into the GazX team come into the pit lane as well. So we are now getting back into sync kind of here and everything coming around. But David Goff tripped through the gravel there at it looked to be Tamburello, I think it was. We've got a battle on here. This is P4 of Delta Racing and LMP2 taking on that of David Garns in P3, the number 70 car. So this is a battle for the podium at the moment. The Delta Racing team, number 31 in the blue. And David Garns, the Norwegian driver, number 70 in the red, just in front. Great little fight here. Delta Racing wasn't really around the podium spots, was they, before the round of pit stops. This shows you what the pit stops can do outside of Piratella, looking to get the up and under as they come down. The problem is he's going to be on the outside for Akram Minolari here then. Down the hill they come. Can he hold it strong around the outside? No, he can't. Tucks back in behind. Great little battle this. This is just allowing the leaders to pull away a little bit more. But this could also help out Turn 1, who's just came out the pit lane. They can now obviously try and make up some time while these two are having a bit of a fight on the circuit. Good, clean battle so far.
A great battle as the Brazilian tries to get a little bit up to pace of the Norwegian, and you can see whenever he's riding the back of the Murmica car, Felipe actually has so much pace, nearly making contact, getting slightly checked up into Rivazza, the Brazilian, but you can see the exit seems really solid for Salner, so he's going to be able to make a move on turn number 1, just catching that draft side by side, and I think Delta is going to go to P3.
Yep, to the inside line for the first part of Tamburello. Holding it strong around the outside, though, is David at the moment, the Norwegian driver. We've seen moves around the outside of the first part of Tamburello. It'll give you the inside for the next bit. Delta going strong at the moment, trying to hold it on the inside for the third part of Tamburello. Great move from the Delta Racing driver, Felipe there, doing absolutely bits in that LMP2 car. Number 31 moves up into third place. Great bit of driving between the pair of them and great respect shown as well from both of them. That great move. Delta Racing moves up to P3 in LMP2. Lovely stuff there then. As we're just going to scroll down, just have a quick look in that LMP3 category. Kitsune are back in the race as we've just got on board them. Sebastiano is now in the car. That would indicate to me that there has been a problem with the other driver's internet possibly, because straight in the car, Sebastiano in that Kitsune car. The problem is they've got 2 laps down.
Yeah, they're going to need some safety cars for them to get a lap back. And it's unfortunate how crazy this race is, as Eagle Speed, one more issue, now this time at the exit of Aqua Minerale. Now back to the lead of the race. What surprises me about NOP is how good was her pit stop compared to the other teams. Basically, 10 seconds has been the gap that has been placed by NOP on Impact and everybody else in this grid. Whereas we're due to have pit stops in GT3 happen real soon. We're just waiting for them. They're on the short end or the tail end of their stint. And so far, not too many battles around the field. I think the closest one we have is the battle for P2 in the LMP2 Pro M class, as we have just now on the screen. Then the Reuter and Fabian Albers battling for position, as Alpine not having the best stint so far in the books, as I think they have to nurse maybe the tires. I think that there's a tire allocation for LMP2, so they have to be mindful about double seating the tires, and I think that could be the case for Fabian out there, and struggling with the pace so far. And now Revolution having issues at the exit of Tamburello, kind of making that gravel line become a rally cross-cut line in the race track. As now Iruela is right behind them, and it's not a battle for position because it is different classes, but could become a battle for track position overall. So the Spaniard trying to look around the inside, as he's not going to make the move around Piratella. He's just going to cook a few more laps, and as I think I got Matthew back. I've been noticing Matthew. I know Imola is not one of the easiest tracks for you to race around. It's very easy for you to catch off tracks, and I know there is a set for 20 lap, and every 20 incidents, as we have pit stops underway for GT3s, you get a drive-through. So they have to be mindful about not being crude about that.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it, to see the off-tracks that they receive here. Very easy to just run over the curbing and onto the AstroTurf on the outside of the corners. More corner exit than the corners themselves that they've got to watch out for. But going to be an interesting one. So to answer our question of earlier, 32 laps the GT3 cars went, 1 hour 5 minutes. 2 of them are in to the pit lane. Car number 13 is in. So 31, 32 laps they have gone in this race. Jordan Newman in the car for Frida Motorsport then in 12th place overall at the moment, and he's come out a little bit behind the Eagles speed car in 11th place. That was Quidash who was in the pits, the Mercedes-Benz, maybe looking to try and undercut the Acura. And look at this traffic as the Quidash car goes. The traffic around the Acura of ImSport there coming down in towards that of Toza was absolutely incredible to see. Here we go, look at them, LMPs everywhere with the GT3s trying to lap other GT3s as well. This is what Imola brings, and very tough, tight circuit. This is where drivers have just got to be a bit patient, isn't it, Lorenzo? Because you do not want to be on the receiving end or causing an incident. Especially
given the fact that we are halfway through a halfway point off this championship, and sometimes if you reach the incident limit, you get suspended for the remainder of the championship, and you really don't want to be having a driver off just due to the accruement of issues that we have in this championship. So it's why they have to drive cleanly and mindful of every single lap they go on in the racetrack, and a little bit of a break off between Frida and VR Racing, and it's going to become even bigger, I think, with Team Rex right behind them due to do an overlap. But I think Team Rex is just going to take its time, as we have a penalty for the number 92. This is a responsibility. I think the 92, if I'm not mistaken, I was going to say the Fisher Motorsport, but it is.
The 92 is the Gazek's car in the LMP2 category. So a driver there for Christian Oblasa, who's currently in the pit lane, I assume, serving that one now. So I'm not sure what the incident is there, but drive-through penalty for Christian and the Gazex team. So that is a shame for them. We are over the hour mark now. We've had the one virtual safety car and safety cars. We've got more GT3s into the pits. The Dynaco car, who was leading before having a spin on his own, is into the pits, as is then the Bravo Snow car, who has actually jumped the Dynaco team in the pit lane.
Yeah, I actually have what happened to the Gazex number 92. It goes wide, causing contact with the number 98 car, from what it looks like. Actually, with the number 3 car, and makes them lose. And the car comes across the track, spinning us south. So that's why they actually got the penalty for the driver.
There we go then. Van Luck into the pit lane, as is Richie in the Impact Acura then. So the two leaders into the pit lane from LMGT3. and the Mercedes Quad Ash car will be looking to get that undercut at the moment. We had Nathan Edwards in the Project 91 Porsche pit at the end of lap 1, so we're expecting him in anytime soon, as well as Lucas Santos in the Screeching Moose's car will go on to take the lead of this race. Project 91 go through into second. Ronnie Richard, the Rising Panda, and Ivan Chambers in the VR Racing haven't yet pitted, and that is Impact's car number 7 making a move into Tamburello there. So Pierce Soundrup in that car. That was Luis Vazquez in the Revolution LMP2 Pro-Am. Down now into P8 as they've just been overtaken by Impact, who have had that drive-through penalty and are really trying to bounce back, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. As good battle between them, and it goes on. It has been going for a few laps. They've been looking into the intervals they have against each other. So looking really good for Thunderup so far. His pace seems to be a little bit better than Vasquez, 39.5, whereas the Vasquez they're 41.1. So this is why the gap at least extended a little bit between them. And the overtake was done by Impact, and I think Impact is starting to look to break away from the Revolution car.
The Impact car was also 1.1 seconds quicker than the VGTR Esports car of Laszlo in front, the Hungarian driver, so clearly got the pace. We've seen the pace from the Impact car. It was leading at the time before the drive-through penalty. Track temperature nearly up to 55 degrees. It is absolutely roasting here in Italy today. It is a really warm day at Imola, and it is the LOP car leading the way in LMP2. Velotti lead the way in... Sorry, go on, yes.
Oh, I was going to say, no, you can finish it. I won't be completely nonsensical.
Okay, Velotti P1 in LMP2 Pro-Am, Unity lead in LMP3, and the Screeching Mooses, who continue on their way without pitting yet, lead the way in LMGT3.
Absolutely, but I was going to say, as we see 54 degrees on the track, I'm trying to impersonate my best Italian. But does it cook a pasta in the first place? Is it a good temperature for us to cook a pasta or something like that in Italy? You know.
Brilliant. It possibly is warm enough to cook a bit of pasta out there. It's really warm. It's 31 degrees ambient temperature. So lovely hot day. Yeah, it's to be a bit too warm for me, that would, in the real world. It's been touching that in the United Kingdom recently, and it's been a bit too hot, as we see in the Velotti car. Just put a lap on the Quad Ash Mercedes-Benz, and who has pitted. And they actually stay behind the Impact and the Vortex team. So no changes here. Ryan Stringer still in that Quad Ash car. Marius Mars in the Impact car now, and Joran Englund in the Audi of the Vortex car. So we've had our first run of pit stops. We've had our first VSC. We've been going over an hour now, green flag racing, which is great to see. At the minute, the state of this race seems like it's in that kind of balance for an endurance race where now's the time to start working towards that final stint.
Yeah. Which, for me, is still a open topic, right? About how the final stints would be, because like we've seen I think NOP maybe underfield a little bit in comparison to the other teams and try to cut down maybe try to open up a gap, because it's awkward for us to see 13 seconds between Impact and NOP. Of course, we saw the damage for the number 6 and also issues between Delta and Mirmika, as they had a little bit of a scuffle. So it is what it is. And I'm looking into comments because I think people were slightly appreciative of my Italian accent. and Danilo from one of the managers from Snowshot, and he's telling about the hot temperatures here in Brazil as well. Oh, it depends. It depends in Brazil, because I know Brazil, half of it is in the winter, and like one part of it is in the summer. I hope it's not in the summer part, because I know whenever it's summer, it isn't just hot. It is hot and humid. It's basically the second coming of hell for some people.
No, you've got to think, in the UK, we're not used to any kind of nice weather. It's either really hot and it's too bad. It's either too cold and we're just freezing to death, or it's too wet. us Brits, we're never happy with the weather. It doesn't matter what the weather can be. The best weather is low 20s, bit cloudy, bit of a breeze. That's good for us Brits.
Yeah, basically that would be your traditional Brit weather if you think about it, Matthew. And I know that because I'm going to Leeds on Monday.
Oh, there we go, Leeds. Oh, not far away. Not far away. There we go. Hopefully you have a nice time in Leeds.
Nope,
as we have.
rain. It's raining.
Sorry? Oh, it's raining.
Raining. Yeah. British weather.
Yeah. See, you couldn't bring that Brazilian sunshine with you.
Maybe. I'm in Portugal. I'll try to bring
there we go. There we go. Try and bring some Portuguese sunshine. We've got the ITJ, the Italian job team, in the pits. Davide is pitting. I wonder if he'd appreciate your Italian accent at the moment. You're in England then. Still leads the way at the moment in the LMGT3 category. That is second place of Marius Mars in the Impact Acura car number 16, doing a fantastic job in the Acura. And then we've got the Quadash car, I believe, just there you saw in the background, coming over the brow of the hill. There it is, the Quadash car P3 in the LMGT3 category. Now, look at that lead in the LMP2 class. We saw that Impact had that little fight with the that Maimaker car coming out the pit lane. It's 15 seconds behind the NOP team, and that is interesting because they've got Delta Racing gaining on them. As we see the Alpine car here going side by side with Fiori Simsport coming through that of Tamburello. And a nice little battle there. We've got a BMW GT3 car just ahead. Fiori Simsport's going to tuck back in. He's going to look left, right, using the LMGT3 a little bit there, but manages to everybody come out okay. But Fiori Simsport here, been on a quiet little charge up the leaderboard on the back of Alpine now.
I think, Chris, for a second that I saw the flashes of the incident earlier on lap 1 of the race. Not gonna lie, poor individual still trying to get his other lap back in this race for that Delta Racing by Tri-State car.
Really could do with another safety car, couldn't he?
Oh, I think a lot of people would be thankful if we had another safety car. And by the way, if that happens, don't pin it on us.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the commentator's curse at all. But great battle here between the Fiori Simsports and the Alpine team, coming down towards Ravazza now. This could be where the Fiori car looks to make the move. We saw Velotti made the move on Alpine down here a few laps ago, getting that good run down Ravazza. Has a look at Ravazza. That would have been a bold overtake through there. The Alpine car, and we saw it last time as well, just looked a little slidey. Bit of gravel on the circuit coming through Ravazza. Fiori got a bit of a wiggle on the exit now in that slipstream. And we can see him coming down through the start-finish straight. He comes. What will he be able to do as they head towards Tamburello? Not getting close enough. That Alpine car seems pretty decent in a straight line over the Fiori SimSpeed car there. But the Fiori SimSpeed car seems better in the corners than what it does. That's purely, obviously, down to the setup of the car, surely.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Actually, it's a good fact that you bring it up. I know Imola is a high downforce track. It's a mid-high downforce. Usually the high downforce because you have so many change in sequence, change of corners in like rapid sequence, as you see here through Villeneuve. Tamburello is another corner. Acqua Minerale is a great example, as it is a double left right-hander, and you go downhill and then you go uphill, and you need some loads of downforce for you to hold that car in place and do not get loose. But the straight over here, it's quite long ever since they implemented the GP straight, and they took the GP straight that is now the Moto corner, right? The Moto chicane. Now it is the former GP chicane, and basically made this the main overtaking opportunity, as they're probably going to go around the other Delta Racing car. So it becomes a tricky point of time of like which point do you think feels comfortable around your car? Do you want to maybe open your car to be more agile on the straights, because there are some straights you can overtake right here, rather than maybe stability over the corners and maybe keep the car a little bit loose. And with that being loose, it sets off the stress on the tires in a different level, especially on a track that I said this to my driver, punishes you quite heavily for pushing the tires quite a lot in here. There's not too many places for you to cool down. and is going to punish you in a very bad fashion if you tend to overbrake for corners.
Indeed it does, and it is a circuit that will punish you as well, isn't it? If you sort of just push that a little bit too much, running off certain corners with the gravel on the outside can really hurt you. This is Ronnie Richer in the Rising Panda car down in P7 in LMGT3. Got the Project 91 Porsche just behind him at the moment. There was some traffic there. That is the overall race leader just behind them, the VR racing car as well. So here comes the NOP car coming flying past the LMGT3 category. And this actually brought the Porsche a little closer to the Rising Panda car down in towards Tamburello there. You just saw it using that slipstream of the LMP2 car just to get a little bit closer to that McLaren, and it's worked well for the Project 91 car there.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I think it was a good strategy call of sorts for the Project 91. See if they're gonna carry on with this, and because of all this, the attempt of recovery attempt, in this race makes the race quite interesting, as we see a warning for the car 42. Car 42 being just gonna grab it right here, unless you have
the Lotti LMP3 car.
The LMP3 car. I was gonna say not the leader in LMP3, but was battling at some point for the lead spots. Just got for an unsafe pit lane procedure. Maybe you ran the...
Is that the one that was reversing in the pit lane?
Yeah, good actually. Good, well caught. That was for the reverse in the pit lane.
So I'm wondering if that's what that is for. Project 91 then. So this is two cars for P number 7 in the LMGT3 category. Everybody's done pit stops, so we're all up to date with them. We are coming up to the 1.5 hour mark, approaching the 2 hour mark in about 40 minutes time, halfway stage of this race. That's not what Project 91 would have wanted there into Ravazza. Look at how much time it's lost having the LMP3 car come through, and yes, a disgruntled flash of the lights from Nathan Edwards. He will not be happy with that. Lost a lot of time through Ravazza. Look at how much time he's lost there. That is exactly the point of this traffic around this Imola circuit. Now what will happen with the LMP3? It's only just catching up to the Rising Panda and doesn't make the lunge on the Rising Panda into the Tamburello chicane. So interesting there. Sent it on the Porsche. Didn't look to get the Rising Panda done. So Rising Panda can live to fight another day, although they're side by side going into Villeneuve. Maybe the Panda lost a bit of time there. Nowhere near as much as Project 91.
Yeah, because the gap has been recovered already, and you can see Connor Swain right behind him as well. So it's a bratwurst sausage in the middle of... I'm trying to think, 2 British breads, but I'm trying to think, bean-baked British breads in the middle. So I don't know how good of a sandwich that would be in terms of brand. So let's see if Nathan is going to be able to try to get an overtaking done on that Project 91 car. The only thing I have about this Project 91, the livery is beautiful, but it lacks hand gestures.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It kind of gone with that Italian flag and just kind of, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where you look at the World Endurance Championship at the weekend, was it Interlagos? We saw the WRT team made that BMW Brazilian kind of flag colours, and it looked really beautiful. I mean, I like it, but like you say, it is just kind of a flag on a car, and that's kind of all they've done with it.
No. I don't. I'm not criticizing the
Oh
livery.
no, yeah.
The livery is beautiful. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Putting the flag, I think making it simple, keeping it simple is great. My only caveat, I think you need more Italian gestures, emojis around this car.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just kind of flag on car, nothing else with it. The flag on the car.
Oh, looking at the inside.
I'm a big fan of the flags on the car as they look into that. That is the Simitok car on nearly into the back there. Connor Swain, the Irish driver for VR Racing, nearly into the LMP3 car of the Simitok driver there. Now having a look into Villeneuve on the Project 91, who's getting no luck with these leaders coming through to lap him, is he?
Yeah, no love lost right there as he looks on the inside as well off the car in front. So that's going to open up for Project 91 right here.
Yeah, just showing the traffic of the LMP3 Simitok car just being a little bit of a nuisance there as he was coming through to lap the LMGT3 pack. This is 3, all for P7. The Rising Panda 46 McLaren is that car you just see right of the windscreen. The Project 91 car into Aquamina Lorry. They get lapped again. Project 91 has another car lunging on the inside and loses a bit more momentum. And then we've got this. We're on board with the VR Racing Team number 29 as they come up again. More traffic coming through. And this is a great angle and shot of showing you. No, VR's gone around. I believe that was all on his own.
It was unfortunately all on his own. I think he got too much curbing around the outside. The car is going to get bouncy. Look on the replay. I don't think that LMP3 had anything to do with it. No. Yeah, all on his own. Just too much curbing on the second leg of the Variante Alta, and unfortunately went for a spin. By the way, that while we were watching that battle for P7, 8, and 9, we were watching as well the battle for P2 and 3 overall, as Delta and Impact were like nearly glued as Siamese twins for a good second right there, even though now the gap basically elongated between Impact and Delta because of the traffic itself.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting fight. Delta Racing have really come in this fight here, haven't they, in the LMP2 class? They've dropped the car. That is the Fury Simsport car. De Ruyter going across the gravel. That was a little naughty kind of blocking the purple and yellow car, and a flash of the lights from the Alpine and the purple and yellow car, the LMP3 car just in the background. But yeah, Fury there across the...
give the position away. Yeah, to get the position back.
Yeah, I'd have thought so. No way you can go across the gravel and keep the hold of the position like that. And it's better to give the position back sooner rather than later before race control start to look at it.
Yeah, I really want to look on the replay as we see issues for PCS.
That's out of Tozer hairpin. And he's just waiting for a clear part of the circuit to reverse back on. And back on he comes now. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you to show you what has happened to the Lamborghini there. This is Danny De Ruyter then, giving a flash to the LMP3 car in front, you see there. So he's actually already ahead of the Alpine car, going into Tamburello, just late on the brakes, cooked the brakes, and off he goes. That was kind of late braking. Naughty though on the rejoin.
Yeah, naughty. I think that is due to maybe a warning. I don't think he's going to warrant a drive-through penalty, but let's see what race control thinks. I think there is a penalty for
car 21.
That's for Fabiano again for violation of the speeding within virtual safety car. Yeah, I was looking into this right now.
Joel Ursulo, sorry, just dropped the rear out of Tozer on his own.
Unfortunate.
Bit interesting there because Fury was behind Alpine last time we saw, so they obviously have overtaken them during this race. 27 now drive-through penalty for VSC speed violation. We've not had big impact, and that is the Delta V car of Julian, who is in the wall. Where is that on circuit? That is out of Tamburello. That has got to have been at the point of where that is. That has got to have been contact with another car. But it's what I was about to say was it's interesting to see that we're still getting from that virtual safety car that ended before the 20-minute mark. Here we go. It's a Delta V side by side with an LMP3 car. Did he just come over on the LMP3 car there?
I think he got loose on the exit of the corner and migrated into the LMP3 line.
Let's hopefully see if we can get an onboard shot of that from either the LMP or from Julian's car himself. But the Delta V team there, that is huge damage. That'll take some repairing. This is a replay of Joel. So here we go. So this is the Fury replay. So this is on board with the Fury Simsport car. This is a little earlier. Look, late on the brakes, tries to lap the LMP3 and straight over the chicane. It wasn't stopping in time for turn number 1. This is now what happened to Julian. So a little bit messy coming through Tamburello. Yeah, there you go. That you just saw the wiggle, the little correction on the steering wheel puts him into the path of the LMP3 car, and then nowhere to go after that.
Yeah, Doom for start as for full course yellow is going to be engaged until he comes back into the pit lane.
This could be what Chris needs if we go to full safety car.
I don't think this will trigger a virtual safety car because the car hasn't towed. It's just a full course yellow to bring the car into the pit lane.
Oh yeah,
because
full
it's still
course
running.
yellow, sorry.
So,
yeah, not VSC, sorry.
So I think it's not going to change much in the whole scope of things.
So this should go back to green not long after he's come into the pit lane, we'd imagine. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Yes, of course, sorry, I thought he went to virtual safety car. Full course yellow. Julian now coming down. Where is he? This is towards...
Ravazza.
Yeah, Ravazza now. Number 25. P5 now in the LMP2 Pro-Am class. He's got the turn 1 car of Pedro Marquez not far behind him. And straight into... That could be a lengthy pit stop.
I think as soon as he pulls into the pit lane, this goes into green.
Full course yellow ending in 10 seconds.
I think we were getting race control to let everybody know. I think this is going to go green in a short bit.
5.
Pit stop here, though, for Delta V. That's going to cost them a couple of places, you're going to imagine here. And kind of put them out of sync for the end of this race. As we go back to green flag racing now, and Velotti getting straight on with it. And look at the traffic ahead. GT3s, LMP3s, all vying for one place here. Drive-through for car number 12, I believe that one says VSC speed violation. So we're still getting that early VSC drive-through penalties coming through for drivers here. So it's crazy to see how many violations happened. As the leader, the Dutchman of Verdonk, coming through for the Velotti car, has got a pretty comfortable lead over the Fury Simsport, who's having that fantastic fight with the Alpine car, second and third place in this category. And Velotti, while them two are fighting, can just do what they need to do, stretch their legs, pull out a good gap.
Yeah. I was looking over here. I think the virtual safety car, it was for 3 cars, the number 11, the number 27, and the number 12. So this was the ones that I've seen within the race control sheet. So it is what it is. It goes forward as we see the new set of pit stops for everybody in the LMP2 is due to come.
Is that early? Lap 28.
The car lasts about 35-ish minutes if you don't properly fuel save.
Yeah,
but I think the 27,
oh no, yes, drive-through penalty.
No,
drive-through penalty. No, you're correct. Apologies. I was going to say lap 28, 27, 29 was the last round of pit stops. Yeah, you're correct. So that's a drive-through for both them 2 cars there, and that has put Velotti down in 3rd place. We've just said about them having a decent gap. Obviously, the drive-throughs cost them. They're only they're not far behind the Alpine and the Fury car, number 48 and 30, are just in front, and they've been lapping quicker than them over the last couple of laps. Obviously, the last lap time null and void due to it being under the full course yellow for 2 minutes 17. So Velotti, a bit of work to do to regain that now. That's the Prismatic car. Amy Grime in that one, P4 overall. It's gone a little wide on the chicane exit. We'll now have to deal with the LMGT3 BMW. So that's the number 60 car in LMP3, Prismatic. P4 at the moment, a little bit off the back of the Simitok car that is in the pit lane. So Simitok into the pits. That drive-through penalty for them, because that pit stop again, lap 28. So it's a little early with a bit of fuel saving. No, maybe not. Maybe into the pits they've come. No. They've done 20 laps since their last pit stop, obviously with the fuel saving in that first VSC coming to an end there. So Amy moves up the order. Hopefully for Danny, that's not an early pit stop because of wheel problems again. Hopefully that's just a regular routine pit stop. That's what the team will be wanting.
Absolutely. Yeah, you don't want any more scary moments in this race already. As we keep going with the race, gaps decided to widen up, haven't they? No short gaps. I think the shortest gap I can see in the racetrack might be P5, P4 and P5 between Prismatic in the LMP2 AM, between Prismatic and Impact.
Yeah.
But maybe my lifetime is just going crazy. But the true one is P2 and P3 overall, between Impact and Delta. actually, in P4 and P5 in overall as well between Mirmika and the Limits Academy, as we're seeing now on the screen.
Car number 6, warning for maintaining space and awareness for the impact car of Sam Miller in LMP2. This is Lewis Gregg, P5 overall in the LMP2 category in the NL Academy car. On the back, the Mirmika car, which is kind of just dropped off in this race here. Car number 6 of Impact is actually now in the pit lane. So we'll see what that's for. I don't see a drive-through penalty, so unless that's for a pit stop here. But, that Mirmika car, who was 2 seconds off the back of the leaders early on in this race, is just kind of dying a little bit in this one, isn't it? It's now in that fight for what would have been P5 before the pit stop. Lewis Gregg's now actually pitted, so not putting him under any pressure anymore. But it's just kind of lost all its pace, hasn't it? It was lapping, it's got the fastest lap of the race, but last time around was a second slower than the Delta Racing car.
But I think there's a way to make sense of this, as he's going to give the car to Lucas Lager. Is the fact that the LMP2s and LMP3s are tire limited. So they have tire allocations. They can only use 4 sets, do 4 tire changes. So I think if it's going to force some of the drivers to, double stint the tires, especially on a hot track where there is some gradual fall. I was seeing, I think when I did tests, I estimated about a 30% drop if you are not careful enough the tires, especially on the second half of your stint, where the car can get a little bit more loose because the car gets more sensitive. And with this track condition, it will maybe allow that a big drop off in terms of tire wear. If you have to double stint, imagine getting to 40%. Your pace just goes, I don't know, from basically is the same thing as the people in Pompeii would get bombarded by the volcano. So that's the closest analogy you can actually make. It's going to be hell.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting race to keep our eyes on as it develops. Obviously, this is all kind of like the setup now, isn't it, into that final stint, and you don't really know who's where and what's what until that final stint starts to develop, do you? And the race really starts to show itself properly. At the minute, this is how it is, but come that last hour, 40 minutes, it could be so different. As Fiori now lead in the LMP2 Pro-Am category, due to obviously that drive through to the Velotti car. And OP still lead in LMP2, Unity lead in LMP3, and Vortex still lead in LMGT3. This is the Iron Lynx car down in P9. Not seen the best from this. It had a good bit of pace down at the Nürburgring. Drive through for car number 63. That is the GazX car for an incident responsibility. That's the other GazX car. I think we had Ablasa with the drive through last time, didn't we? We've got the other one now, Torsten Gross, with the drive-through this time. Incident responsibility, that's for that LMP.
And I got another one. There's also drive-through for the 98 as well, for any advantage on Corsiano.
98, that is Dynaco, P4 in LMGT3. So, how their race has kind of unfolded from them. They was leading this one early on. I'm going to say that's another disgruntled flash of the lights. I don't think the GT3s are appreciating these LMP cars lapping them through Ravazza, are they? We've seen a few flashes from the GT3 cars to the LMPs.
Yeah, but I wonder if the LMP3 got a little bit aggressive on the second leg of the Ravazza, because it's a corner that if you're in the GT3 and you take it wrongly at the start there, you can open up maybe a door for a late move, and that could have been the case for that LMP3 to do the dive.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the problem. Ravazza's very different to all these other corners, aren't they? A bit more flowing while the toes are hairpin in the chicane. There's a car round, and then there's been a big impact. Who is that off the circuit? It's involved the VR... No, I don't think the VR racing car has actually hit it. He's now just dropped the rear, but somebody was off in the gravel mid-Ravazza there. It looked a blue and black car. Is that the impact car? Because impact are all of a sudden down in P6 in LMP2. It was definitely a blue and black car that was of the impact colours. Let's have a look. It is Impact's but LMP2 Pro-Am, so not the LMP2 overall. Dive bombing to Ravazza just as we was on about it. He's lost it on his own, pushes the Rising Panda off, and is hit by the red and black LMP car as well. And then the McLaren just drops the rear, getting on the throttle out to the exit of Ravazza. We've literally just said about the LMPs dive bombing the GT3s. And luckily enough for the Impact Pro-Am car, he can get into the pit lane. So what has happened to the Impact car in Pro? Why is that down in 6th place now? Oh, it's pitted again. That's why it pitted on lap 50. So the Impact LMP2 Pro-Am car involved in a big incident there. That'll be a long pit stop for that one to repair any damage. Connor Swain was the McLaren that spun on his own. The Impact car pushed the Rising Panda car wide. I think it was did we say it was the Gazex car? Was that Christian or Torsten in the Gazex car that hit?
That was Torsten. That was Torsten that hit the car, I think.
So Torsten there with that drive-through penalty.
No, there was the other one. That was the other one.
So Torsten's one with the drive-through penalty. So it must have been Christian Ablasa then with the contact on the LMP2 Pro-Am car, but a huge incident there. And again, just another LMP car looking up the inside, came in too hot, lost the rear.
Yeah, no, and nothing he could do that right there, to be very honest. It's just like innocent bystander. You get the collateral, you see the car coming into the apex, right at the exit of the apex, right? We're gonna see here from Dorian Lelivre. It's not him, it was Pierre Sunderup. The car doesn't stop. The Rising Panda just staying on his lane, and you can see everybody else couldn't do anything about it. There's nothing they can do about it. The contact is inevitable.
Is that kind of on the Impact car for maybe being a little bit too aggressive? And there you see the McLaren spinning on his own corner exit of Ravazza. Is that kind of on the Impact car being a little bit too impatient in Ravazza, trying to put the lap on the Rising Panda GT3?
It's a good question. I'm gonna go out on a limb. Don't take my word at face value. I'm not gonna pin blame on him because know I'm not gonna blame on him because he wanted to do the overlap. I think the overlap was highly and justified. I think in my point of view, as we see a drive-through for the number 30. Is that what I just saw?
It's either 30 or 36. Can't quite see. If it's 30, it's the Fury car who's just came into the pit lane for an unsafe rejoin. Now, we remember the Fury car went off at Tamburello, pulled into the lane of the purple and yellow LMP3 car, didn't it? On the rejoin coming on the exit to Tamburello. Is that for that? So have Fury just pitted and then have received the drive-through penalty upon entering the pit lane? So Fury, who was leading in the LMP2 Pro-Am category due to the Velotti drive-through penalty earlier on, they've now picked up a penalty themselves. So I can only assume it's on the rejoin after Tamburello where they cut the grass.
It has to be. I think it's the only thing that makes a little bit of a logic. But just coming back to the issue with Impact right there, I think Pierce just took too cautiously the turn. You know, it is a thing that sometimes, I'm not going to say bronze drivers, but if you see that, I'll make an analogy in real life. Bronze drivers in LMP3 and LMP2, they tend to have more difficulty making the overlaps in these kind of heavy braking corners because you really sometimes the GT3 side by side can try to match your speed and try to avoid the time loss, a major time loss, as we see now the issue for the Team Dynaco, as they're going to serve, I think, their drive-through. And I think he took too conservatively the entry into the corner. And I think that's why the rear just decided to lock in. But that's just a wild guess from the perspective scenario and everything.
You're the driving expert here today, because I've barely driven any.
Oh, don't take me as a driving expert.
You're more of a driving and iRacing expert than myself. I've barely driven iRacing. I've only dabbled with a bit of Mazda MX-5s many years ago, let me tell you, on iRacing. So you're more the expert than me. So I will take what you're saying there. So yeah, interesting to see. Luke Gigic is now in the Maramica car, number 70, down in P8 It is after it's made its pit stop. The NOP car of Oliver Hagstrom is into the pits, as well as the Tri-State car from P6 into the pit lane. So interesting to see what happens here. Dynaco P6 after their pit stop. They made a second pit stop. No, drive-through penalty they had, didn't they? The Dynaco car, I believe. So they've got the Screeching Mooses ahead of them. This is for position on the circuit in the LMGT3s. We are 17 minutes away from the halfway stage of this race. A lot of green flag racing compared to the Nürburgring. We saw a lot of full course yellows, a lot of VSCs, a lot of safety cars at the Nürburgring. A lot of green flag racing. We had that first VSC at the end of the first lap, which lasted for about 15 or so minutes. We had a full course yellow that lasted for about half a lap about 10-15 minutes ago. And we've had a lot of green flag racing here. Plenty of dramas as well. Good to see that we've had some incidences, but they've quickly been cleared, quickly been sorted, so that race control can keep this race flowing.
Yeah, it's good that race control is actively, working on it and trying to keep everything within under control. As Delta V, that's a little bit naughty. That's, I think, more naughty than the LMP3, as he opens the door for Dynaco to catch out the Screaming Moose. And I know Moose is not going to say, I nearly said moo, but that's a cow. I didn't know the proper noise of a moose.
No, I can't say the noise of a moose, but it's a great Cars reference.
Yeah, no, the closest thing I could come think of was Rocky and Bullwinkle, but,
Oh, brilliant. We've still got 2 and a bit hours left of this. If you have only just joined in, we've not been making cars noises or moose noises for the whole of the hour and 43 minutes. But a little naughty of the LMP3 car. They just kind of squeezed the Screeching Moose's car out wide, and that allowed Dynaco to come back through. I'm loving the fact that Dynaco have gone eyes above the windscreen. They've got the teeth on the front like a dinosaur. They've kind of just rolled with the livery and just, they've just added bits for a bit of fun, like we've said throughout today with the Team Rex car. If you are just joining us and are wondering where certain cars are, we have lost the Tri-State car number 23 of Stephen Selby in LMP3. He lasted 6 laps. We've also lost the W&S of Ishmael Eli, the 99 car, from the start of this race. That lasted 7 and a bit laps. Christian Oblasa into the pit lane now in LMP2. That is his 5th pit stop of the race. That is going to hurt him majorly. We've only lost the 2 runners. The biggest news in terms of runner is the Delta Racing car there loses out to impact through the chicane. I'd love to see that one back. I was just looking at the timing screens, caught the end of that one, so I don't know if he's just got the chicane wrong or if there was contact. Let's have a look then. So Sam Miller in the impact car in LMP2. This is a battle for a net second place after pit stops are all done. Oh, did he just tap the back of the Delta Racing car there?
I don't think he tapped, but I want to say that him going offline on off rails on the first leg, we're going to see here. Oh, Eric lost on his own.
Yeah.
I knew that he cooked the corner right from the get-go. I knew he overbraked the corner into it, as we see issues for Nathan Edwards in the Project 91 in Piratella. Sorry, no, not Piratella.
That's Ravazza.
Excuse me. But it is what it is. So now
we've got more problems.
Ravazza.
This is the Team Rex car. Felipe is having a problem at Ravazza as well. Ravazza's been the biggest talking point in terms of LMP3 and GT cars, or LMP cars and GT cars, should we say. But Sam Miller now moving into second place overall over Eric in the Delta Racing car in that one. The NL Academy guy, Lucas Lega, P4 ahead of the Mimica car. So tumbling down the order a little bit. So good stuff from the NL Academy. But we saw their problems for the Team Rex. I was going to say before the battle for second place in LMP2, the biggest news at the time was the Kitsune car had a very good lead in LMP3. All of a sudden disappeared. We can only assume a disconnection to the driver at the time. It has been Sebastiano since the Kitsune car rejoined into the lobby. It was 2 laps down, and he's currently running in P7. That was the biggest news because it had such a good lead that has happened in the first half of this race to just be 2 laps down.
If you want to get issues, get them at the start.
100%. So they've got a lot of work to do.
And we nearly jinxed them.
We did. We'll see what happens with them, though. 2 laps down. Big bit of work to do to come back in this one, but we'll see what happens as their race continues. So it's NOP leading LMP2. It's the Alpine car leading the LMP2 Pro, and Unity leading LMP3, and Vortex still lead in LMGT3.
Yeah. Surprisingly enough, we haven't had any yellow flags after the of course, we had the full course yellow, but proper virtual safety car to safety car, we haven't had any. As Lucas now finally got some strength on those legs of the Corvette, and now putting side by side.
Yep, the momentum up towards Piratella, hugs the inside line. Great move from the Screeching Moose's car. Lucas Santos there moving back up into P5 in the LMGT3 category then, after being forced out wide on the exit of Ravazza. That is going to do the Screeching Moose's team the world of good. If you remember back to the Nürburgring, it was involved in a huge incident with the Iron Lynx LMP2 car coming out of the Schumacher S's down towards the corners after that, and it's having a bit of a good showing here. P5 at the moment for the Corvette in the LMGT3 class. It's now got to chase down Gian Marcus Angeli in the Bravo Snow car number 33 Porsche as it gets overtaken into Ravazza. Once again, another LMP doing a GT3 in Ravazza. That could be the biggest talking point of today's race. At the moment, then, they're going to start their 37th lap. So they pitted about between an hour and 5, an hour and 10 minutes, obviously due to that fuel saving of the virtual safety car that Lorenzo has just mentioned earlier on in this race. We reckoned that at the top of the show they can go about an hour. So we're expecting the LMGT3s in within the next 20 minutes. We're expecting LMP2s who have done their second stop. So they've done, we're not expecting them in for at least another half an hour, 20 minutes as well. This car was a talking point. We spoke to this driver, Danny Bunchu, in the build-up to today's race, real world driver. He's in a fight at the moment with the Velotti car for P2. Now, currently running P3, the top of the race on the formation lap, Danny had his other driver in the car, and there was a steering issue. They come out of Ravazza to start the formation lap. The car turned right into the little runoff area, the other section of the circuit that doesn't get used too often, and it would not turn anymore. It was driving forwards and backwards and would just a full hardware steering wheel issue, whatever there was a problem for the second driver at home or wherever he's racing from. There was a big problem as the Screeching Mooch's car gets in the way there and stops the Simatec car attacking into the chicane. Either way, since then, they was given the lap back. They started the race on the lead lap after race control gave them the lap back. They've done really well to get up to P3.
Absolutely. It's kind of like a Phoenix X race of sorts, if you think about it. Rising from the ashes and deservedly getting that P3 spot. Even though I know there are people who are unappreciative. I want to think they're unappreciative with the fact that both Velottis are in P2 in class, because they say it's a curse.
Why do they say it's a curse? I think we've lost Lorenzo there for a moment. So either way, both Lotties are running P2. We'll find out why that is a curse, hopefully when Lorenzo is back. Excuse me. This is the Velotti car, though. Obviously with Simatok on the back of them, running pretty strong at the moment and looking rather good in this race so far. Simatok obviously coming back, as we've just said. They're looking to try and get on. They're 23 seconds off the back of the Unity car as well. Now Velotti, I think he was leading LMP3 earlier, but had a drive-through penalty. He dropped down the order. That may have been the one in... No, that was the LMP2 Pro Am, because they dropped behind the Alpine car. So this is a great fight between these two at the moment then. Second and third through Aquamina Lari. They go uphill now. Come through the chicane. We're on to an hour and 52 minutes. So approaching the halfway stage of this race. We are 59 laps in for these LMP3 cars. And this has been a fantastic day of racing here at Imola. Remember, we've got Spa, we've got Silverstone, we've got Portimão coming your way later in the year. That'll be through August. As there is the Lamborghini getting right in the way of the Simatec, who got a bit of a run out the final corner. And Zonnevel there in the Velotti car, again a bit thankful. But the Simatec car having a look now. Velotti defending for his life down into turn 1. Simatec to the outside. Bunchu looking around the outside at Tamburello. Can't do that there. Pulls back in to the braking zone and thinks about doing that one next time around. This is a great little fight at the moment. Where's the car behind these two? The Prismatic car with Amy Grime in that car is some 17 seconds, I believe, or 7 seconds behind. I'm not sure if that's a 2 or a 3 on my screen, but either way is it going well. I believe we've got Lorenzo back with us now.
Yep, I just like Agent Smith the Matrix would say, I am
Simatec flashing the lights. They are really, every time they try to pull out and make a move, there's a GT3 car blocking their path.
Yeah, but he's going to look around the outside at Aqua Minerale. Is that a movable?
It's a brave move. Not got it done, though. Backs out of that one. Pretty, yeah, that would have been a bold move to get it done around the outside of there, I reckon. But he's now going to set him up through the chicane. You've got to be looking at outside of Aqua Minerale. You've got to be setting them up for them looking to make a move into Tosa. Because unless you're side by side coming out the chicane, you're not going to make the move into Ravazza, are you?
I mean, you could. If you cook the Variante out quite badly, it's possible. I've done it, but then again, I'm a West Coast driver. It's possible. You can actually get a really good run in and stay side by side if you get that inside. Even outside, it's possible. But let's see here, Bunchu is going to put that car side by side going into Tamburello. He might get the move done right before it.
Yeah, he's got the run out to Ravazza this time into the braking zone. There you go. Sorry, I've just got a message there from somebody. I'll read that one in a moment. But a great move there from Danny Bunchu. Got the run out of Ravazza and through there you go. And that moves the Simatec car up into P2. Real good drive. 21 seconds now off the back of Unity in LMP3. They are. So bit of work to do to try and close that gap down. But if you're looking at the last couple of laps, even though Simatec and Velotti was fighting hard, we don't know what has happened there. That is the Lamborghini off track again. We don't know what's happened to Unity car in terms of traffic or other things. Drive through for the number 63. PCS Lamborghini is off the track, the 63. That is the GazX car of Trosten Gross. The other GazX car of Ablasis had been in the pits for 15 minutes. That could be potential retirement. I haven't seen much damage to that car. We know it hit the LMP2 impact car at Ravazza, but it was still going for a while. So is that a retirement possibly for one of the GazX cars being so many laps down? It's now 11 laps down to the leader of LMP2. The other GazX car now with the drive-through. But Unity, not sure about their pace in traffic or what it has been. That's a drive-through now for car number 2.
The leader in GT3.
Ooh. Yeah, still for full course yellow infringement. So England, drive-through penalty there for incidences. So yeah, interesting to see we're still getting these penalties from what has been nearly 2 hours ago.
Yeah, but then again, we have to think that the full course yellow wasn't that long ago. I think it was about like what 40 minutes-ish ago. So that happens, and we're seeing those penalties being applied left, right, up, and down. It's, apparently, there was a exploitation of loopholes. Okay.
So what would that be then, in terms of...
shifting gears.
Oh, right, okay. So in terms of what? Just shifting gears to sort of be out the limit zone of what limit they've got to stick to, or?
Because on the full course yellow, if the regulations fail me, you have to be under the safety car speed, right? You have to be under the 80-90 kilometer speed. If you shift up and down, you increase like 1 kilometer. If you spend that like a complete madman, you can gain up to 5 kilometers by spamming because of the rev ups and rev downs, accelerate your car.
So maybe a bit of a cheeky way to just try and go over the limits. Just been told the recent VSC full course yellow penalties performed 1 hour 34 neutralisation. We are up to date on the penalties, so that would go back to the full course yellow. So yeah, that's just clearing that one up in the chat there. So all good to see. Currently on board with the Acura that now leads due to the England drive-through penalty that he has just had to serve. The Acura of Impact lead the race. P4 Bravo Snow into the pits. That is also drive-through penalty, it appears to be.
It is.
33 car. So Dynaco moved back up into 4th. Dynaco's got past the Screeching Mooses somewhere and have pulled quite a bit away in the Screeching Mooses, because there's the Screeching Moose car of Lucas Santos. We've not seen that one happen, but they lead. They now move up into P5. So the Acura leads in LMGT3, the Quadash car P2. P2 for both the cars who we interviewed before the race of Quadash and of Simitok. But it is Marius Mars in that Impact car who leads the way at the moment then. So Sunstrom in the LMP2 NOP car has got a 33-second lead over Impact in that LMP2 category and is lapping near enough a second. That is Joel off again at Villeneuve, who's off there just a moment ago.
Yep, not about like 5 laps back-ish.
Yeah. So that Lamborghini clearly having something wrong. The Italian job, car number 37 team, fighting with the McLaren down the order. P9 in LMGT3. The Ferrari Massimo in that one against Connor Swain. It's a good little fight for P9 at the moment. The Rising Panda car is a little up the road from them. And they've got the Eagle Speed car behind them. That isn't for position. The Eagle Speed car is a lap down on them. See a lot of gravel there that the Lamborghini has brought on. But Massimo at the moment, the Italian job car, Ferrari on its home soil, the Italian driver on his home soil. P9 so far. The only Ferrari on the track, we've not really seen much of the Italian job team today.
It's crazy how this race is turning out of sorts, right? In an unpredictable fashion. I know we just passed through halfway mark of the race. I imagine these 2 hours have gone like crazy and happened so much. There's so many things happening in this racetrack that I can imagine what the next 2 hours are going to be.
We've seen a lot of carnage already in terms of certain incidences. 2 hours left, and we've only lost, what have we lost? We've lost 1 LMP3, potentially 2 LMP cars, because we've lost Ishmael and we believe we've lost now Christian, who's still in the pit lane for over 20 minutes. That could possibly be a retirement there for the Gazex team. So we've only lost 3 cars. A lot can still happen. That is the VGTR esports car into the pit lane, drops down to P6 in category now. So we're getting potential 3rd pit stops. Seems early, so they may have just been out of sync a little bit, because we only pitted 10 laps ago, so that may be out of 6. Have we also lost now Trosten Gross, who's no longer circulating on the circuit? I wonder if both Gazex cars have pulled them into the garage and called that a day.
Yeah, knowing how painful the race has been for them wouldn't be unwarranted. Just too much frustration.
Oh, again, the Lamborghini's off. That's a 3rd time in about 10 laps.
Can we get the DJ Khaled?
Another one.
Another one.
I think we'll have to start saying it if we see him off again. I'm just looking at the championships tables here, by the way, and I'm unsure why the Gazex team, who had fastest lap, scored 4 points back at the Nürburgring, plus the fastest lap, would retire their 5th overall. This retirement seems like a bit of a waste in terms of that championship fight they could have for positions here.
I think it's becoming a rare. I think I told my team. I told the guys in my team. I think there's a point in the race where it can get a little bit frustrating. That for you to get back into the race, you would need a miracle.
Yeah.
And it's like I told the guys in the team, you guys need a miracle because we are a lap down to everybody else in the front in the LMP2 Pro, for example. I think that's a similar fact with the Kazakhs team, that they were so far back in the field that they would need so many things to go right in their way, and lots of yellow flags and such, and lots of course yellows, vertical safety cars and safety cars for them to get their lap back up to the point that then they can be competitive again. Races are races, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Do you score points for retirement? That's going to be the biggest question now.
I think not. I think you have to complete up to 50%. I'm gonna get that confirmed. Give me a second.
Yeah, get that one confirmed. If there's a point where you score points, surely it's about getting a point in the race before doing
I got it over here, Matthew.
Yep.
To be classified, a car must cross the finish line on the racetrack when the green flag is shown and have covered at least 75% in distance, off the distance in laps covered by the car classified in the first place in the respective class. So I don't think they will, given the fact we only completed 50% of the race.
Yeah, we're only 2 hours in, so there's no way they could have done 75% of the laps at the moment. So no points, which, you know, I get maybe at the 75% mark, you maybe look at calling it a day. Obviously, I know it can be hard. I know it can be frustrating for drivers out there, but either way, it is what it is. We've lost a couple of more drivers now. That's another GT3 car being forced a little wider through Ravazza by the Iron Lynx car there, who is, by the Unity car, who leads in LMP3, and both of them then decide to come into the pits. The APO P10 of Thomas Gallos in the 19 APO racing car. Both into the pit lane then, so just going to look at the timing screens. APO, this is their third pit stop of the race. Still think maybe a little early, so maybe these are the cars that are out of sync a little bit in terms of everything else. So we've lost, we believe, both Gazx cars. We've lost W&S, and we've also lost that of the Tri-State car, and that is the Quad Ash car. We said, didn't we, about an hour? You predicted at the top of the programme it was between the 2 hour 5, 2 hour 10 minute mark. 1 hour 5, 1 hour 10 that the GT3s pitted last time. Well, it's 2 hour 5 minutes. Quad Ash into the pit lane. They come from P number 2 in that GT3 class now after that You're in England drive-through penalty. So over half distance, GT3s now starting to make their second stops of the race as the Quad Ash team change their driver to Terhar.
And looking forward to see how that final pit stop will come to fact, as we're seeing Impact with I think that's I'm seeing people celebrating in the chat. I think that's a masterclass what they've done so far. But there are things we have to mention. Like I said before, this is a track where you can easily get like an off-track incident, and we are limited to 20. So then you get at every 10 incident points. So we don't know how much Impact has on that GT3 car, right?
Yeah.
And their race could crumble just like that. So you have to be mindful about it. So, and the way they got out of Acqua Minerale, it was a little bit of a way they could have gotten an off track, because you can exploit a little bit that curbing on the exit of Acqua Minerale. So, but I think the way they got it, they put 4 wheels in there and might have gotten maybe an off track, but we'll see.
We've just seen Connor Swain. Behind Connor Swain, while you were saying that, was Danny Bunchu in the Simatop car, LMP3. Was 20-odd seconds behind the leader in category of LMP3. That gap is down to 11 seconds. He has been lapping between 1.5 and 2 seconds a lap quicker than Francois Brandet in that Unity car. So the Simatop car is on fire right now. Danny Bunchu is absolutely driving the wheels off of that LMP3 car at the moment. Again, last time around was 1.8 seconds quicker than Francois in the Unity car. Now, whether this is traffic playing a part in this or not, the gap is under 11 seconds. It was over 22 seconds a moment ago. And I'm talking like 5 or 6 laps ago. Danny Bunchu on a mission right now.
Yeah, he's driving like a a rocket in this field. Meanwhile, battle for the LMP2 Pro Am lead is happening one more time between Velotti and Alpine.
Velotti obviously making that comeback from their drive-through penalty they had earlier in the race. The Dutch drivers of Fabian Elbers and Liam de Kock in them two cars. Alpine currently ahead. Got that bit of traffic up front into Ravat. So that's Connor Swain, who's not made it very easy. He went a little deep through the first part of Ravat, so that didn't make it easy for the Alpine car. Velotti get a bit of a cleaner run through. And there is the leader in LMGT3 and the Acura just behind now for De Kock here, coming down the start-finish line. Going to pull that outside line, is he? What will be for Tamburello. A little tap between the two of them. Side by side they go. Tamburello, Alpine on the inside line it will be. Javier on the brakes from the Alpine. And De Kock in Velotti thinks of fighting that one another day. Gets bouncing over the sausage curbs. Loses a bit of momentum mid Tamburello. Gets the run down towards Villeneuve now. We'll look to the outside line again. Alpine defending hard and heavy as we are at just over 2 hours, 8 minutes. And again, Alpine hanging on in there, but Velotti trying to come back after their drive-through penalty earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely. And Liam, I think, is just cooking Fabian right now to try to get that position up. You can even see some of the lines he was doing. It was a little bit interesting. So we'll see how this one will flow. But you can see putting massive pressure, or even going in a second gear here at Piratella. I was putting third gear, which is a good way to go around with the car. And you can see driving to the very brim limit of the Dallara P217 as Elbers closed down the inside, is going to commit to the entry, going to lose some momentum on the exit potentially. And with that, I was going to say, if Liam had a good exit, then we could have seen a battle down to Rivata.
Every time we've seen a car on board behind this Alpine, it's looked a little loose. There's a car off in the gravel on the exit of Ravazza. The Alpine's loose again into the braking zone of Ravazza. That rear end just stepping out slightly. Not sure who was off there. We'll hopefully get a replay of that one. But Liam there, we've seen the Alpine car in the braking zone and in the corner entry just be a little squirrely on the rear end. And is this the momentum that Liam needs? They've got the Lamborghini just in front that could play dividends for the Alpine car in terms of blocking it momentarily. And Alpine not able to get onto the back of the Lamborghini. It now gets slowed. Final part. And the the Velotti car gets really held by the Lamborghini. We're being told we could be under full course yellow. There was a car off at Ravazza. Full course yellow now. And hopefully we get the replay of who was off at Ravazza there, because somebody was off and Alpine can just breathe a sigh of relief for a moment. So this is what has happened. It is Caleb Koski in the NL Academy car. Brakes. No! Oh, he's dropped it on his own. Oh, and is that... Oh, that's the Simitok car, isn't it, of Danny Bunchu? Yes. Got caught out in that. Gap's back up to 14-odd seconds, 15 seconds now. But no, it's up to 19 seconds, apologies, in the LMP3 category. Danny Bunchu getting caught up in that, but had the spin on his own. Oh, I thought we'd lost Liam Kilton for a minute there in the Impact Acura, as we've just got a bit of a possible connection error to Kilton, who was leading the pit lane. Van Luck's now in as well.
Full course yellow ending in 10 seconds.
Are 10, they on track?
9, 8, 7.
They are. There they are. Ooh, 4, just looked at the timing screen. They was still 2, circulating.
1.
You see there the Impact car. Van Luck now back in that car, exiting the pit lane. We are back to green. So the Acura and the Mercedes and the Audi of Vortex and Impact taking the opportunity to pit under full course yellow. And not a bad job, because that's probably put them a little bit further ahead of the Quad Ash car by, I assume, what will be a quicker to drive through the pit lane than it would be on track.
Absolutely, and that could have gotten a little bit scary for Impact. I know Impact people are celebrating this P1, but we know sometimes internet is a very, very volatile place, you know.
We just said it. We've just said that the chat seems to be going, that the Impact have pulled a masterclass. You've just said that, anything could go wrong. The last thing you'd want is an internet problem. But
you know what, Matthew?
Go on.
If they had it disconnected, it would have been a big impact for the race,
Huge.
Unintended.
Back in the car. Let's see what he can do now. Let's see what he can do. 2 hours, 12 minutes on the clock. Alpine, they live to fight another day, but they're still under pressure from the Velotti car. That gap's 7/10 of a second lead of LMP2 Pro-Am at the moment. There's Liam Kilton in the Acura for impact right now. Just wondering if we can get on that Alpine Velotti battle. It is still raging on here. Here we go. This is on board the Alpine, and again, it has just looked a little loose through corners at times on that rear end.
Maybe I think it is due to the setup. Maybe from the looks of it, the front seems to be a little, I don't want to say a little bit higher, but I think it's leaning towards being a little bit more higher than usual. And maybe it is set towards more the straights rather than the corners itself. That's why you can see the cock on the inside.
Well, Velotti's got the run out the chicane down towards Ravazza. It's going to have the inside line. The Velotti car is side by side with Elbers, and this is Liam up the inside in Ravazza. Got the move done. Out the chicane, the Alpine gets the up and under, tucks underneath for the final part of Ravazza. That forces Velotti wide. Maybe a little bit of scraping bodywork there on the exit. Now side by side. There's more contact on the straight. Coming down towards Tamburello, the Alpine of Fabian Elbers will have that inside line, but we know the outside can work for the first part of Tamburello. Here comes Velotti on the left, Alpine on the right. Who's the best of the late breakers? It's the Alpine car, and Velotti will wait again to try and fight that one, but still door to door, back all the time between these two.
Yeah, but he cooked the exit of Tamburello, nearly opened the door for the clock to come back and go for the overtake. But I think the cock now cooked a little bit of the entry of Villeneuve, especially on that inside curb on the entry on the left hand side, and lost some momentum to try to look for an overtake here at Taza.
Yeah, so up towards Piratella they come. Alpine stays in front for the time being, but a great little battle this is turning out to be here at Imola. It's really been intense so far. It's been fantastic to see. And it's been another amazing fight that we have had here at Imola this week. There's some good free practice action, some good action in qualifying, and some great action in the race. It is going to be interesting. Just under 2 hours left to go. So this isn't over. This isn't over. And we're going to be seeing, I think, the LMP cars coming back into the pits very shortly.
Oh, for sure. They have to, by the way.
Yeah.
Looking, by the way, into something, the Vortex car is being looked at for entering close pits and could get a drive-through penalty.
For who? Sorry there, I missed that one.
The Vortex GT3.
The Vortex. So Van, look, they've already had a drive-through. So did the impact car come in just before the full course yellow then?
Yeah, most likely it looks that way, but it's still being analysed. We'll see
still
what
being
the outcome will
investigated.
be.
We'll keep our eyes on that one and what will be said throughout this race at the moment. But yeah, not good if they have been found to be guilty of coming into the pits while the pit lane is closed. They'll be disappointed with that one, I'm sure. Especially considering that they're in this fight for this race win over the Acura.
Absolutely. Because there was some time lost in there and everything. So, and they gained some time because I think the impact car went into the pit lane, and due to all of it, it kicked off as we're back. I was going to say we're back with the lead fight in the LMP2 Pro because Velotti nearly was able to make that move on Alpine, but you can see the gap is going down. But if that increases, if we ever get that penalty, that battle that we're potentially going to have for LMGT3 is going to go off.
Yeah, it will go off, and we'll see what happens, because that'll then bring Quadash back into play for second place, maybe even Dynaco for a podium, depending on what penalty comes their way. So this is going to be an interesting one to see what plays out here from race control. But Fabian Elbers doing a great job at the moment to hang on into that lead of LMP2 Pro-Am over the Velotti car you see behind. And this is absolutely great action here at Imola today. The third round of the European Sports Car Championship. We've got Spa, Silverstone and Portimão left to come. You can definitely see that Velotti car better through the corners than the Alpine, and that's where it's making all its time up there. So difficult to overtake at this Imola circuit. We've said it all day. It is not... You've got to make sure you get the run on the car to commit to a move on the inside.
1. Virtual safety car deployed.
Virtual safety car. Now, what is that for? I've not seen any incidences, not seen anybody off. This plays into the hands of the lapped cars, by the way, to get themselves back into this race. So cars that are a lap down. NOP are in the pits, so they are in for their third stop. They've gone 26 laps since their last pit stop. Sam Miller.
There's a catch. I was going to say, if they are on the pit stop, if I remember correctly, pit entry might not be open.
And there's a lot more coming in. Impact are also coming in.
Let me check.
Is that Delta Racing coming in? There's another car just behind them, just come into the pits. Now, that is Velotti P8 in LMP3. Mark Inns has just left in the 76 car in LMP3 to come out the pits. Okay. What do we have?
Pit lane is open during the VSC procedure.
There we go. So they are fine at the moment. This is Unity car leading in LMP3. Lot of drivers in. Delta Racing, NL Academy are in LMP2. Now, for Robin Hoost in Hoost, I'm going to go with P10 in LMP2. He's a lap down. He could get this lap back when it goes to safety car. LMP2 Pro, the car that's a lap down is 2 laps down, sadly. So they won't get a lap back, unfortunately. Or they'll get a lap back, but won't be on the lead lap, sadly.
Hey, Matthew, we're taking the freebies. I gotta be appreciative. We're taking the freebies, man.
Yeah. Not on the lead lap, but hey, it's one back. Another safety car. It gets back onto the lead lap. We've got the NL Academy team, Kitsune team, and Velotti team. This plays back into Kitsune's hand in LMP3. They can get back on the lead lap when getting let through. So that is huge for Kitsune, who had that disconnection earlier. And in terms of the likes of, we were saying about Chris earlier on in the BMW, this gets them back on the lead lap. So there's potentials here for drivers to maybe do something with this safety car procedure. So the last virtual safety car we had was about 2 hours ago. We've now got our second one. Pit stops happening, so drivers are up and down the grid at the moment. NOP have been in the pits for 2 minutes here. So what has gone wrong for the NOP team? Because now Impact lead the race. NOP are still in the pit lane. They are stuck in the pit lane at the moment. They are not away. 2 minutes 29 seconds they have been in the pits. And this is really not what you want if you are NOP at this moment in time. They are still stationary, losing places, hand over fist, could go a lap down. Michael Sundstrom is not yet moving in the car. They've been leading this race. I've not seen them in any incidences. Unless, are they why the virtual safety car was out there? Unsure. They are in the pits 3 minutes. They've now lost out. They're now P7 in class. It is not going well for them at all. So, not sure what has happened to the NOP team. It was in a very dominant fashion. Here's a replay of Sundstrom. Oh, the Lamborghini's off. I mean, is that going to have cost you 3 minutes in the pit lane? I'm not sure. The Lamborghini was off again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, broken suspension. Easily there. You can tell from the steering input that is a little broke. And that is why they're in the pits for so long. Well, the Lamborghini has made another mistake, and it has cost them dearly. It has hurt NOP quite significantly. So what a shame here for NOP to be leading in such dominant fashion. This is still another replay then. Coming through Ravazza, so nothing happened at the end. Impact now lead this race. And NOP still sat in the pits. They are now going to be a lap down. because Impact are coming through Ravazza. So if they get out the pit lane before the safety car, they may be able to make that lap back up. But at the moment, they will go a lap down, and this is it. So it's not going well at all for NOP. This is not what they would have wanted. Just saw that turn 1 said it was out. I assume that was obviously just a little maybe lag spike there momentarily. But what a shock here in this race. NOP looked dominant. Lorenzo, what you've missed there momentarily was the Lamborghinis had another spin, and the race leader, Michael Sundstrom, has clipped the back of him, broken suspension, still in the pit lane, and is now a lap down.
So all hell decided to break loose while I was gone.
I'm assuming that's why we've got the virtual safety car.
Well,
I don't know why. I don't know. The Lamborghini's got no rear bumper. Looking back, looking at the front of the Acura, no rear bumper on that Lamborghini. That'll obviously be a factor as to the contact with NOP. Tri-State are now in the pits. They will overtake NOP, so NOP will be down in 9th place. Such a dominant performance from them in this race. They're now a lap down. This is huge, absolutely huge.
Yep. I was gonna say it is literally the worst case scenario if you think about it. Like it's the Toyota 2016 scenario, right? If you think about it, it's dominating for 99% of the race. And when it comes to that 1%, we have Brazilians will know what I'm talking about. There's a very famous Brazilian song, which says that you're 99. It's kind of like 99% innocent, and then the 1% is something else. Is the naughty 1%. It's the same thing in here. It doesn't matter if you're 99% clean. Yeah. If that 1% of the race where you need to be the clean the most, even if it is not your fault, something happens.
Yeah, it's horrible to see. You hate to see it happen. They are back out on the track, 6-minute 38 pit stop. They are only a lap down. So the bonus for them is when this goes from VSC to safety car, they will get that lap back.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be interesting when it comes to safety cars, because I'm looking into some things right here. Apparently, right, the 21 got their one of the lap backs on the leader of the Pro-Am, but I think that was strategy. I think they might be gambling with strategy. Impact might have done the same. We can see. Oh, interesting. Okay, we're seeing that the NOP car is still not 100% fixed. You can see that the front's still slightly dented. That's why I think they just brought the car back to be within the lead lap and then get it back to the pits, so they can actually get the car fixed properly. We'll see if that's the case. So we should go to safety car in a little bit, as I'm trying to look where the race leader is on the track map. There you go. That's Corbin Lenaway on the entry of Ravazza, right behind from what that looks like to be one of the LMP2 Pro M cars. I want to say that might be the Revolution. Yeah, there you go. Thank you,
Samuli. Deployed. Safety car is being deployed.
As soon as that car crosses over the line, that will be the entry of maybe safety car deployed on the racetrack. While that's happening, there are some decisions being made by race control. I can see that, and basically, if not all of them involve vortex. Due to the entry close pits we had on the previous safety car, full course yellow, and now apparently they pitted after the standby for full course yellow, and then flickering gears once again. So we'll see how that will go, as now we have the safety car deployed on the racetrack. So everybody will catch up to the safety car and line up behind Barney, the pace car driver. And with that a note, everybody who has basically
And a reminder,
a lap
pits
down,
are now closed.
you're going to see everybody trying to catch up to the pace car. So they are normal and they are okay to go into race speed until they catch the pace car, and race control will keep them updated. And once that happens, everybody's going to line up behind the safety car, and then the proper situation will begin for everyone. As I think I can see, the safety car might be at the entry of Villeneuve, if I am to judge by the, if not by the race, if it isn't by Villeneuve, it's going to be by the exit of Piratella at the entry of Acqua Minerale. So, as we are now looking at Lenoe, and there you go, that's Barney right in front of them. Pace car leading them off at the exit of Acqua Minerale. If they are not cautious, if that group right behind of LMP2 Pro is not cautious, they're gonna get their I'm not gonna say gonna get their lap back, but they might find themselves into a very sticky situation for braking, so they have to be cautious about that. As I think we have Matthew back with us.
We do indeed. Right, safety car is now out. We can all get ready to go again. Liam de Kock in the Velotti car, still on the back of the Alpine. They will be looking racy, although I think we was coming up. Let's have a look at the LMPs. No, half of them's just pitted, haven't they? Lap 76, yes. They've done their pit stops under this current VSC period. We've not heard anything, I think, from the Vortex investigation at the moment. So as it stands, they are still being looked at. And we'll hopefully hear some news about that one as this race goes on. But great little fight here. Quad Ash at the moment will now be able to get onto the back of the rear of Vortex and Impacts. That'll help them in this fight. They're currently being registered as a lap down. They will be a lap down, won't they, actually, when the time... Where's Impact on the circuit? They're coming through, the chicane. So they've not yet let the lap cars unlap themselves. So Quad Ash here will be able to unlap themselves soon, hopefully. Oh no! What has happened? João.
João.
Big moment. That is entry to Ravazza. What has happened there? Under the safety car, the Delta by Tri-State team warming the tyres up.
Car number 12 tow is approved.
Oh my days!
Oh my god.
That is the Team Rex car that has already been under investigation and had a penalty for a safety car, virtual safety car infringement. Did it also hit the Kitsune car there? I'm not sure if it went through the Kitsune car or hit the Kitsune car.
It hit them.
What has happened there? What has the Team Rex car done there?
The only logical explanation I can find, it may be desync on client side.
So Felipe can see down here.
He downshifts normally, so I want to believe he's still thinking he's catching up to the pace car because I have no idea where he is. I think once he comes back into the track, then he realizes where he is.
Do you feel like he's not been able to see the other cars then for that time?
I think so. That's
so
the only explanation I can find in my mind.
Well,
because that's not hate Brazil on Brazil hatred right there, man. It's not Brazilian rivalry. It's not like Flamengo Corinthians or like São Paulo Santos or something like that. There is no rivalries out there, man, for that to happen.
That is... pit lane's closed as well, so the Lamborghini can't pit. The Team Rex car can't pit. They're sat at pit entry waiting for the pit lane to open. Oh my days! So I assume the BMW's only got to the pit lane. I think that would have been towed, if I'm correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and when you think about it, that's Chris's car as well. So he was just about to get the lap back from earlier on in the race, and now he's not.
I know somewhere within race organization or the Delta by Tri-State, channels, Discords, whatever you want to call it, Mr. Matthew Delphin. I know Chris is saying some words too.
I can imagine there was a few expletives said at that time. Yeah. So Chris and the Delta by Tri-State Racing was about to get a lap back, and they're now going to be 2 laps down. So what a shame for them. That impact car keeps disappearing. That is clearly a little lag net coding moment for the Acura. Let's come away from the Acura for a moment, Samuli. Let's look at somebody else. We don't want to put any more problems on that car. I love the Acura. I love the NSX. It's my favourite GT3 car of all time. And yeah, brilliant to see it doing so well. But saying that, I've never actually won anything in it. Won in the Mercedes. So there we go.
The only thing I won in a GT3 car was the 12 hours of Sebring. Like split, God knows which split it was. On a Ferrari.
Number 4 has been waved around.
Mine was more on Assetto Corsa.
Number 66 has been waved around.
I've not really done a lot of iRacing. Louis Diaz now.
29 waved around.
7th in the LMP2 category, waiting at pit entry.
Number 13 has been waved around.
Not 100% sure why. Maybe he's done 24 laps. That's possibly the reason. So they've not really timed that very well, that team, haven't they? You'd have thought they'd have brought him in a little earlier.
Number 7 waved around.
It's good that we are now. I was just seeing the conversation over here as we're seeing some of the lap cars getting their lap back. This conversation, of the towing, because this is. I'm trying to be honest. I don't think we've seen that in Nürburgring or in Barcelona. As far as I recall, we haven't seen that in Barcelona and Nürburgring. As far as like, I'm trying to use
rounds are complete. All cars,
but the towing is quite
car
new.
And weaving is now allowed.
Well, I've just read the comment from Samuli in which you've replied. Does this now extend the safety car? That's a good question. And one which I assume will be answered. We've had this safety car out for a while now, and the VSC, so we will be back underway momentarily. Or we hope to be back underway green flag conditions momentarily, but the lapped cars are now able to gain a lap back, and this will be huge for everybody else. The drivers who were sat at the pit entry are now in the pits.
Cars at pit
we can tell you that one.
You are not allowed to block the pit lane, so please proceed.
So yeah, they're in the pits. They're ready to go.
And resume your operation as you intended. You are not allowed to block the pit lane.
Saying that if the safety car is
several
supposed to
cars that are blocking the pit lane
to recover a towed car, so yeah, we could be in the pits for a bit longer here. So there we go. Pit lane is open for them drivers. The Lamborghini is now in, as are the other 2. Right. So huge moment just happened under the safety car for the Delta by Tri-State Racing team. Was hit by the Team Rex car. We are under the assumption, and we believe, that the Team Rex car could not see the back of the pack and has therefore a little connection problem maybe. Hasn't seen the back of the pack and has hit the BMW. We believe this is possibly why the safety car may be extended.
Yeah, all right. I found something over here. This might clear our doubts. I was looking through the regulations. Within the Rule 613, which is the safety car rule, the last paragraph states, any car that enters a closed pit lane will be given a drive-through penalty from race control. However, if a car must undertake emergency repairs, meatball flag, no drive-through will be applied so long as the car remains stationary in the pit and is passed by the pace car at least 2 times.
David Braunstein in for Simatech. Has he got a bit of damage under the safety car? I can't see why he'd have pitted. They all pitted on lap 74, 73, 75, so surely you can't be doing a drive-through penalty under the safety car.
No. Any drive-through penalties that you receive, whether it's through whatever that happens.
The Simatech car has just done a drive-through.
All right, so there has been a a topic that I think some of the cars that maybe have received a drive-through because of the incidents, that's printed by iRacing, right? And that happens. If I remember correctly, you have 4 laps for you to serve your black flag.
So this is maybe to negate the game disqualifying them.
Yeah, so I think that's just to avoid the game. Of course, that might be illegal under the circumstances. This is something that is trying to be, I know some drivers are trying to clear with that with race control. And,
I think that makes sense.
Gray area.
At the end of the day, that could be a disqualification by iRacing platform itself and not through our race control. So as far as I'd see, I don't see that as a problem. They've gone back into the position they was in. If I was race control anyway, and they still have their drive-through to serve, if that makes sense, is the way I would look at that one. And the Simitech car was really motoring forward as well, catching the Unity, and problems have occurred for it there. Everything will play out, and we'll eventually get back under green flag, and we'll know what is happening. The biggest stories, I think, of the day is the Simitech car formation lap problems that they've then come back through the field. Was P2 before this VSC and safety car. We had Kitsune leading by a mile in the LMP3 category. They then had a disconnection, and I believe are now back on the lead lap or still a lap down. Not 100% sure. Just have a look. They are still a lap down. We've then had the NOP car get caught up in an incident with the LMGT3 that had a spin, and that's gone from having a dominant lead in LMP2. That is now running P9 in class. And then we've just had the Team Rex incident with the Delta by Tri-State car in LMGT3 there. So I think they're the big talking points, aren't they, of this race at the moment. They was really sort of big incidences to look at.
But this is going to be a final hour of race, an interesting final hour of racing, because this is going to open up for so many teams as we got our green flag underway here, Matthew.
Yeah, green flag is underway, and the Impact car immediately pulls off a brilliant restart. It has dropped that of Delta Racing by near enough a second from the Rivazza down into Tamburello. It's had a great restart to this race. Back in the lead after problems to NOP in this race. Delta Racing second place. It is all pretty gapped out between everybody at the moment, isn't it? There's not really any cars quite close together. What a race start from Impact. Let's be honest there, first of all. Great restart there. The NL Academy in the background has just put a move on somebody as well. Alpine have still got Velotti on the back of them. Unity have still got 5 seconds between them and Velotti and LMP3, and Impact have got Vortex on the back of them. So questions still to be asked about certain penalties at the moment, but it is all going pretty well in this race so far. So let's see what happens for Impact. They've had their dramas. They're coming back into the lead of this one as the restart has happened. Luka Gigic here for the Mirmika car that has tumbled down the standings a little bit. It's on the back of turn 1. And it has got the Iron Lynx about 6 or 7 seconds behind them. So no real threat from behind in terms of class positions. That looks like it's the number 3. What is this? This is the Vortex having a look on the Impact as they come up towards the chicane now. The Vortex car has got Project 91 on its outside, which is not for position. So maybe they've put a lap on some of the LMGT3s there. There's a spinning LMP3 car that is in the wall out the chicane. That is the NL Academy of Caleb Koski on the outside of the chicane. He's got to wait for this whole train of cars to come through, as they all do now, and he could hopefully get back on his way. Yep, he does. Back he goes. But a great battle in the lead of LMP2 Pro Am, and a great battle here between Jose in the Project 91 Porsche and the Rising Panda McLaren just in front. We've also got a lead battle in the LMGT3 between Impact and that of the Audi, as well as the LMP cars just trying to come through some GT traffic here. Look at this, 3, 4, nearly wide, 2 by 2 they go. There's a battle for the lead of LMGT3 and towards Tamburello. The Audi stays behind. Everybody gets through nice and cleanly. It's all good at the moment. But Liam Kilton coming under pressure here from the Vortex Audi.
Yeah, but we have to remind ourselves that Vortex car is still due to penalties, so it's still due to get, a drive-through. So I just saw they have a drive-through in there, so it is just a matter of moments to see that. We're also see some drive-throughs for the 51 to the 21 and 78 because they had served the drive-through under safety the safety car, just to prevent the iRacing to disqualifying them for this race.
So they've been given an extra drive-through, is that all?
Yeah, it is basically a drive. They served the drive-through they had because of incident limits.
Yeah.
Under safety car, so they avoid the automatic iRacing DQ. That's why.
So I think that's the best decision that it could be, basically, to still do the drive-through. That's a car upside down. That's Caleb Koski, who's just had a moment coming out the chicane. He's upside down. That is at... Where is that?
Piratella?
That's 22.
It is Piratella. So what has happened to Caleb here? He's coming up to Piratella. The Lamborghini's in front that's had a few problems today already.
Safety car has been deployed.
Oh, he's had a moment. It snapped on him mid-Piratella, and it's just dug into the gravel, and over she goes. I got a feeling this is going to be virtual safety car again here. And Imola, you saw it snap. And Caleb Koski, after he just had a moment at the chicane the lap before, he comes up to Piratella, and over it goes. And I think they've just retired that car because it disappeared.
Yeah, I wonder if they towed with permission, though.
Yeah, I'd think so, because there's no way of getting that off its roof, is there?
Wait. I think this became a full course yellow?
No, nothing yet. Nothing at the moment that I'm seeing on the screen. It's got a blue flag. We've now got full safety car. Straight to a safety car once again here. So a huge moment. It's Samuli. If we can get, let's try and get an on board of that. Let's see the snap that we had for Caleb there. That was a huge moment on his own. So this is him coming out of Toza. Up the hill they come now, in towards Piratella. And Caleb Koski, look, brakes, turns in. Little snap there, bang, snaps, car goes round, and it just digs into the gravel as it goes in sideways, and over he goes.
Both tire playing tricks again on LMP3s. Couldn't do much right there, as the whole train is going to catch up to the safety car.
Safety car is
now, I know this might be a short safety car, right?
Well, do the lap cars get to be unlapped again?
Leader is
bingo. That's my thinking.
So
we're going to look at this.
Car 21 would be on the lead lap. See, every cloud has a silver lining.
Yeah, let's. This is why I want to catch the safety car. So it says that a safety car period will always follow.
I'd assume safety car is automatic. Sort of cars will unlap themselves.
Yeah. So there will be there might be a pass around. So we'll see how this one will go, because it's up to race control, to be very honest.
I'd hope race control let them go. Just brings more cars back onto the lead lap, more fights to be had. Also, what this is also doing is, cars who had drive-through penalties, we may see the incident again where cars have to go through the pit lane to not get the automatic DQ from iRacing, to then have to still serve another drive-through. So keep your eyes out for that happening at the moment. So we're approaching 3 hours in. Now, we're 2 hours 46 minutes in. Most unlucky crash of the season, I'm just reading in the chat. It was so unfortunate. But leaders are Impact lead in the LMP2 category with Corbin Lenway at the moment at the wheel. LMP2 Pro-Am is Jesse Adoa in the Alpine by XRL car. LMP3 is then Francois Brandet in the Unity car that have been leading for quite a while as well. So they lead in LMP3, and then in the LMGT3 it is still Liam Kilton in the Impact Acura leading the way. What a last hour of racing it's been. We had a great whole nearly 2 hours of incident free racing, bar one full course yellow, and we've now just had two pretty much back-to-back safety cars.
I really hope that we don't get the
And
yellow
race control
breeding
has
more
determined
yellows
that the pit
will
lane will
happen.
not
I
open
really am
during the
interested
safety
what
car
race
period.
control is
The pit
saying
lane
right now
will
to the
not
drivers
open
if the
during the
pass round is
safety
going to
car.
happen for the lapped cars.
Continue
If that's
following
so,
the pace car for now.
I'll tell you this much. The race will reset for the whole GT3 field. For me, I'm not even interested in the Pro-Am and us getting a lap back, but the whole GT3 field from P6 all the way back to
P11.
P11 gets their lap back, and it basically restarts the race. And there are people that can actually win this race from those spots, you know.
Yeah. The only cars that wouldn't get a lap back is that of Leandro in the Delta Racing BMW, Nicholas in the Eagle Speed car, Zhao in the Delta Racing by Tri-State car, and then Nicholas Thomas in the PCS car. They're the only ones that wouldn't get a lap back there. In terms of LMP3, we've got Caleb still in the pit lane. I think he's done for the day. I think that car disappeared. Felipe Borges in the Team Rex car still circulating, so maybe a few more points for the Team Rex car to get ahead of Caleb. But apart from that, there's only the other two cars. Kitsune would be back on the lead lap in LMP3, so that's huge for Kitsune. Be back on the lead lap, chance to have a go there. LMP2 Pro-Am would just be the car, the 21 car. Your team itself would be back on the lead cap. Impact and Delta V wouldn't be. And then in LMP2 overall, we just have NOP would be back on the lead lap. So again, another big team to have a chance for a race win, who's had really good dominant pace today.
Yeah, and not only so, I'm actually now interested in one more thing about all this. Did Vortex change drivers?
Yes, Vortex had Van Luck, then England, and then Van Luck.
Okay, good. I was only concerned for a minute
Safety
because I
cars
think
in
Van
this
Luck
lap.
was
Safety
going to
car
approach the
is in this
driver.
lap. No pass rounds were needed.
Like
Safety
the
car is in
second
this
driver
lap.
wouldn't be able to fill the minimal requirement for.
Yeah, no, they've had England was in the car. I think it was England that got the drive-through penalty for Vortex in the GT3.
Ah, okay.
So I'm sure that he was behind then the Quadash and the Impact car earlier on today in the race. So we're 9.5 minutes away from the 3-hour mark, going into the last hour. Team manager, let's put your team manager hat on for a moment.
Okay.
All the LMP cars pitted around that 76 lap mark. We've only done 10 laps since. How does this impact these two safety cars now? How do they impact that final strategy? Because there's only surely going to be one stop left for the LMP cars. They're surely going to go deep enough into 3 hours to do one more stop, surely.
Depends. Because, like I said, under normal green flag conditions, it can do up to 25, 26 laps.
Or overlap.
That's 40-something. I think that's
prior to the finish
25 is 50
laps,
isn't it?
We are just trying to get this race restarted.
Yeah, 50 laps for 2 stints.
We are not supposed
the cars
to be
are doing 1
during
minute
the
and
safety car period.
38
So let's try to
for
have
the
a better
pros,
restart
right?
this time.
Taking
No overtaking
that
or
138,
overlapping
that's
of any car prior to the
98
finish line.
seconds, 98 per 25. Let me pull out the calculator here. I'm actually pulling this one out finally. 98 per 25 divided by 60 because one of my push to talk buttons is a mute button. We're gonna look what happened to the Bravo's no shotgun team.
Enrique Snow.
Oi! Oi! Apparently there was a checkup and he got caught up by the catch-up of cars right before Variante Alta.
Well, the safety cars coming to the pit lane. We'll let you work that one out. They haven't let the lap cars go, so they remain as they are. Then the safety car back into the pits. We are green and go back here for the resuming of the race. 2 hours 52 minutes on the clock. Impact get the start they needed. The NL Academy of Lewis Gregg in P3 and LMP2 overall is on the back of Delta Racing as we. The leader there of Impact just vanishes and comes back momentarily, so a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment there for the leader in the LMP2 category, but a good restart to this race once again here, and they're all under green flag conditions as they come through into Villeneuve for the 87th time of asking. We've got the Eagle Speed car into the pit lane now. So he's made a pit stop just as the safety car has come in. Here is the Alpine car. Then it leads in LMP2 Pro-Am. It is on the back of the LMP2 tail at the moment. And it has got the Velotti car right behind him. They've been having a good scrap for a while under the VSC and safety car, so it's kind of been null and void for the time being. They will resume that battle now, and keep your eyes on Impact and Vortex in that LMGT3 class fight, as well as Unity and Velotti in LMP3. Fight starting to develop everywhere we look. Here is Francois in that Unity car with Velotti just behind them. So battles happening everywhere you look on circuit as the resumption of this race here in Imola is back underway, entering in towards the final hour of action. Here is the Acura of Liam Kilton with that Audi of the Vortex car of Van Luck on the back of him at the moment, trying to find a way to get past. And now we've got the chaos resuming behind. Caleb Koski back out on the circuit. Great to see him back on the track. P8 in P3 at the moment, and now we get the LMP cars trying to put the laps on the LMGT3 cars in this race. It's been an exciting one. It's been an enthralling race at the moment. We've still got just over an hour to go here, and Velotti are starting to put the pressure on Alpine once again in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Yeah, it's a good restart for everybody, and especially for those in the lead. So the lead battle, someone that's still active, as we can see basically the LMP2 Pro leader dashing away from Eric Tadeo in the battle in the GT3 still goes on. Van Luck cooked basically the corner for impact, so he had to overcommit into the entry and lose a little bit of speed on the exit. The door will be open for Villeneuve. Side by side they will go.
Yeah, side by side they will go, and the Acura hangs on into that one, and the Rising Panda gets a run through Villeneuve. Not in this fight at all, just trying to unlap himself, but being a nuisance to the Vortex Audi of Van Luck. And now this could open the door for the Project 91 car, who is fighting against the Rising Panda. And still Van Luck, side by side, Audi with McLaren. This is all playing dividends into the Acura's hands of Impact at the minute. Drive through for car number 2 for a closed pit lane violation, and that's Van Luck manages to stay ahead, and it is the Vortex car. Yes, car number 2, it is the Vortex car. So that is confirming their drive-through penalty for a closed pit violation. And where is the Quad Ash Mercedes-Benz? It is 3.7 seconds off the back of the Audi. So the Audi will tumble down the order, possibly down into P5.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. It is a long runoff in the pit lane. And Quadash will get their P2 in 3.7 seconds back to Impact. Now the pressure will be on Impact to try to break away, and Johnny to get closer and closer, even though he has traffic right behind him to make him lose more time in the field. But of course, if he's going to lose time now, the other cars will lose time in front. Back to the LMP2 Pro-Am lead battle. You can see the LMP2 in front. That's trying to catch up to the NL Academy. That's for position. So as much as they want to blink the headlights, they can do nothing about it.
No, this is for I suppose position overall, but it's points per category that is the most important thing. The Alpine getting probably a little bit frustrated. Stop go 30 for car number 47. Now which one is the 47
that's
car?
LMP3 Team Rex
through. That is the Team Rex car, and that is for avoidable contact under full course shallow virtual safety car or safety car. I assume that'll be for the incident with the Delta Racing BMW that we saw into Ravazza under the safety car. And so Alpine currently fending off that of Velotti, and LMP2 as Velotti pull out to have a look at the chicane. No can do there. So just looking at the timing screen at the moment, Vortex took their drive-through penalty on the last lap. The LMP at the GT3s pitted on lap 68, did some of them last time around, so they'll be due a pit stop. They've only got one more pit stop left to go in this race of the GT3s. It's a matter of when, due to the fuel saving in that last one. Drive-through for car number 20. That is the P3. That is the Simatic car in the close pit lane violation. So that is the Simatic car. So these possibly are the drive-throughs it was mentioned that they had to serve their drive-through because of iRacing and then redo it again a little time by Simatic in the pits for that one. So Vortex came out P5 as we said. They are, though, a way behind Bravo Snow. That is 21 seconds off of the lead. This is a fight between Unity and Velotti. Kitsune are well in this fight as well. They want to try and unlap themselves to get back on the lead lap. And Unity at the minute fending off Velotti in LMP3 battles everywhere you look at the moment. The bonuses for Impact in LMP2 and Impact in LMGT3, they both have a 4-second gap.
Yeah, but every battle they try to get on and stay side by side and lose. It's going to be a game for Prismatic and eventually Fury and anybody else, because like you have such a train of cars right behind. There's nothing much they can do, including two of them being an LMP2 Pro-Am. I think one of them is a Pro-Am, the other one is a Pro. I think one of them is a Revolution, and the other one is the World of Sim Racing. So they have to go through. So this battle can be open just because those LMP2s being a variable on this battle. We don't know when they're going to do the overlap. It's just a matter of where they're going to do the overlap and if the door is going to be open for Velotti to pass.
Did we manage to work out if the LMP cars have got one or two?
So, about that.
Delta Racing are in.
So, I was going to say about that. They are due one more. I think this was going to be the danger zone. If they pit at 3 minutes and 20, I was going to say 20 seconds, 3 hours and 20 minutes of race, then maybe, because you can, if you do 25 laps,
with 3 wide towards turn 1, Velotti on the outside gets blocked by one of the LMP2 Pro-Am cars, and that allows Unity to stay in front in this LMP3 fight, and the LMP2 Pro-Am backs out of it through Tamburello. Apologies there to Lorenzo.
No, it's all right. It's fair. I was going to say, if they go 3 minutes and 3 hours and 20, they might need one more lap to maybe get on safe, but it's not 100% sure.
Oh, Dynaco car pushes out of the Quadash. Mercedes-Benz a little bit wide. That was through Tamburello there then. And Dynaco back up into P2. They was leading early doors in this LMGT3 race. They're now up into second place, 6 seconds off the back of the Impact Acura at the moment. So Dynaco ahead of Quadash, and then Bravo Snow are falling off the back of them in the distance. So we think then what? We say what, 2 pit stops, 1 pit stop left for the LMPs?
It depends when they pit stop.
Okay.
If it is an early pit stop, like let's just say from now until 18 minutes, it's a guaranteed double pit stop in my point of view.
So Delta Racing just pitted. Delta Racing just pitted. They've got to pit again.
They got to pit again. They must.
Yeah. So they're either hoping for a safety car, or they're hoping for something to go their way for maybe the strategy to come back to them. This is Luka Gigic in the Mimica car, still right in front of that Alpine car. This will be frustrating the Alpine, but will it be frustrating the Velotti car more because he just can't find a way through?
I would say more for the leading. I would say more for this Alpine car because you want to get ahead.
And this is technically same lap as the driver in front in the red car. This is Francois, leader of Unity, has got the Velotti car in the background, trying to come onto the back of him. And we will see what happens with this car in a few moments' time. But so far, so good. It's been an interesting one.
Oh my goodness.
So we see Alpine making a mistake, and this could give Velotti the run. Up the hill they go towards the chicane. They still bang wheels and bang the side of the cars. They've been at it all day. They're squeezing each other. They're touching each other. The Lamborghini was in the way. The Alpine forced it through the middle, has to cut across the grass, and Velotti take the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am.
And that Alpine, he has a slowdown that he has to take, but he can take, well, normally with iRacing without losing too much pace. The problem is, I really want to see if anybody's going to report each other, because like this was a fair battle, and this could have ended in disaster. And unfortunately, it didn't, as the clock is going to try to run away with this. As we're going to look on the replay, that's Villeneuve. Maybe one of the moves that is going to happen around Piratella with the LMP2 basically doing an X-like movement on them.
So this is kind of as it started. The car in front just disappeared momentarily and then comes back and makes the move, goes deep at Piratella. It all then happens around the next part. Look, they go side by side. Alpine stays in front. Bit of contact there from
How
Velotti.
did they survive?
I don't know. I really don't know. It was incredible to see. And side by side, look, it just squeezes at the Lamborghini. Oh, yeah, it cuts across the grass. Velotti will take the position. Be interesting to look back on that one. Be very interesting. Or to see what the stewards think, should I say.
It is hard racing. I know they were Velotti was trying to pin the Alpine car into the way of the Lamborghini to try to pinch him, but he wasn't having any, and they both committed to try to overlap the Lamborghini. If that had gone wrongly, I don't think that would have been a drive-through penalty. That could have been a stop-and-go penalty for both of them for reckless driving. I'm not going to say reckless driving, but a dangerous driving. I think that would be the more fair assessment.
That is, who's that? That's Delta Racing off fourth place overall, just having a moment at the chicane himself. Off he goes.
Lost before.
Yeah. Interesting. See what happens there with Delta Racing. That's put turn one just in front of him. Drama's down at Ravazza there then. Velotti to the outside. That's Kitsune trying to unlap themselves from Velotti and from Unity, then the lead car in this LMP3 fight at the moment. And Velotti with Costanzo back in the car. He had that disconnection earlier on. He's the one who is coming down to try and unlap himself. A flash of the lights from the Velotti team onto Kitsune. And this is all sort of helping Unity until Kitsune gets onto the back and nearly in the back of that Unity car there. And they are trying to get onto the lead lap. This would put them on the lead lap if he got ahead of the leader here. And the lead looks like he's defending the inside line. Stop go 30 for car number 78. That is the Nicholas Thomas P15 Lamborghini in LMGT3.
Yeah, we'll have to see what kind of penalty is that, but you can see the gap widening between Unity and Velotti basically defending the inside from the Kitsune car. He doesn't want to. He wants that Kitsune car right in the middle, but there's nothing he might be able to do about it with the LMP2 right behind. I think that's the P4 of turn one that is standing right behind them, and then Delta in the mix of these cars as well, staying in the back of the lane. But you can see Unity getting defensive with Kitsune. Now we need to give a lap back.
Yeah, so let's see what happens here with the Kitsune car, because the blue flags are going to be waving at them, and they're going to not be happy is Velotti behind. They're going to want that lap back. They're going to want to make sure that everything's, as it should be. Kitsune, though, you kind of get why Kitsune wanted to push on with this, because they want to get in front, they want to get back on the lead lap, and maybe, if there is another safety car, be on the back of the pack, ready to start to overtake people and race for position.
Yeah, and you can see now they're all alone. Turn one goes on the inside. Delta is trying to go on that inside as well. And Kitsune might get their lap back, but you can see the leader is also being is trying to fight back. So it's recipe for danger. But now I think all cars that want to unlap themselves got through or put a lap have gone through. Now we can resume racing normally, even though there's a mass up in front with the GT3 involved.
Yeah, massive moment in front. So at the minute we are as we are, and it's just all a little bit, nervy moments for these people out there, for these drivers out there. It is all, very much an interesting part of the race. There's the Lamborghini GT3 now in the way of Unity and Velotti as they try to put the lap on them and try to do something else in this race. They've got to get back to racing ways. If you're the Impact team, though, your GT3 and LMP2 car are sat well ahead of everybody else, nice and comfortable at the moment. And yeah, it really is at the moment turning into an interesting race. And this traffic is playing the biggest part in this.
Yeah, like a great man would say, traffic is and traffic takes, and sometimes traffic, it is just, I'm not going to say it's complicated, because it can punish you very badly if you try to be aggressive with it. It will bite you back. It's kind of like when the movie Bloodsport. I'm not gonna say Bloodsport. I think it's Bloodsport. When the guy said the brick don't fight back. It's kind of like this time the brick does fight back, and it does fight back hard, and it will hit you.
It will hit you hard. Indeed, it will hit you hard as they put the lap on the VR Racing McLaren, and that is another lap that they have put on here. So at the minute, all good. Back at the front of LMP3 now that we are sort of back to normal. Right, so Kitsune 1 minute 30 behind. Let's see what they can start to do now then, and see what they can start to maybe achieve now that they're back on the lead lap. Let's see if anything can come of this, because if it does, it will be a heck of a comeback drive, that is for sure, from Kitsune. Impact lead in LMP2, Velotti lead from Alpine in LMP2 Pro. And Fury back up into third place after earlier penalties for them, so let's keep our eyes on the Fury team in that one. Bravo Snow have just passed Vortex in the pits, so we're around that 3 hour 8 mark. LMGT3 now possibly just thinking of starting to come into the pits.
But is Vortex doing their drive-through they received? That's the question, though.
No, Vortex did that. They were second, wasn't they, in class, and dropped down to fifth place. Quadash have also pitted in this one as well.
All right, fair then. Then it is a normal pit stop. But yeah, like I said, they're gonna maybe get a lap or something last, like a few seconds last within their pit stop. The more you get, the better. The more you can overcut depending on your pace. But I think the one we should be looking for the most, it's Dynaco's charge. They've been charging quite hard on impact. The gap was about 6 seconds. I was looking at a few minutes back. Now it's down to 4.9, and it's been going down. Not gonna say progressively, but it's been going up and down like a roller coaster. So there's still an open door for Impact and Dynaco to fight at the finish of this race.
It's going to be an interesting one to see how they finish. They've got a 5 second gap to pull back over the edge. Obviously, pit stop still to play for the LMGT3s. They will go one pit stop to the end. We know that for sure. So keep our eyes on what fuel people will be running at the end of this race. Remember, the deeper they run, the shorter the pit stop they will have at the end, especially in that GT3 category due to the fuel that they saved in the under the safety car we had a few moments ago. Right, so Dynaco back up into second, Bravo Snow up into third now. Quadash and Vortex both pitted in the LMGT3 fight. Vortex pitted on lap 93, so that was a lap ago as we know. Quadash on lap 89. They are separated by about 8 seconds between each other there. So this could be interesting with Vortex choosing to pit now, knowing that they're going to go to the end. Is this now get in the pits, you're in England, and just drive to the end? You know, try and put in some blistering lap times and see what can happen.
That's the idea, because they don't have tire limits, so they can pretty much put up as many tires they please. There would be probably 3 tires they would be putting up in each pit stop. So basically can go flat out and see where it will lead them at the end of the day. Of course, the first few laps will be a little bit of a pain to nurse for the time being. Question is how Impact and Dynaco will behave whenever they come into the pit lane.
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest question, I think, to see. Just looking at the LMP's pit stops here as well. It was lap 76 last time. As we've gone 22 laps. If you're the lead cars, turn 1 pitted on lap 83, so they're possibly going to look to go a little bit deeper in the race. Stop go 30 for car 33.
That one
for avoidable contact. That is the Bravo Snow car. So the Porsche's just got up into P3 and LMGT3 as Dynaco pull their car into the pits. So they may be looking to come in and undercut the Impact car. There's a battle here between Unity and Velotti, still raging on in that LMP3 fight at the moment. First and second, all for them extra bits of points as we are in the halfway stage of the championship now. We enter the back half of the season next time out at Spa. And what a race that will be around there. Velotti, though, still looking on the back of Unity, just can't find a way through.
Yeah, and you know what's the worst is the World of Sim Racing car trying to get through as well, and he's a faster car. Now as we see Enrique Gomes into the pit lane, that's unfortunate for the Bravos. No shot in people. They're not going to appreciate the fact they have the stop and go penalty. We saw that on the replay as Dynaco comes into the pit lane, and they have a... Did they pit stop or that sounded to be a drive?
They've been in the pits.
Oh, that was a pit stop. That's a pit stop.
Yeah, pit stop. Pitted on lap 95 as Bravo Snow are in. I assume that'll be for the stop go 30. Now, so that puts Quadash back up into third. Vortex will then go back up into fourth. Vortex are ahead of the Rising Panda car that is just about to be a lap down. There is the Dynaco car being overtaken by the Italian Job Ferrari down in P10th. So they've got a way to go left in this race. The Acura pitted on lap 68. So he's gone nearly 30 laps on its fuel. And Velotti have got past that of Unity now. Go a little deep at Tozer. Comes back in. And Velotti now lead over Unity in LMP3.
Yeah, I think the World of Sim Racing car was the variable factor. You can see him having a little bit of a loose moment at the exit of Tamburello. As soon as he gets loose, you can see Velotti knows he's got to pinch that car on the LMP2's way and got the better exit. Even though he got an off track, he still managed to get P1.
Yeah, he did get P1 in the LMP3 category indeed. So good move there from Velotti, from Unity to get through. From Velotti to get through on the Unity car in that one. Impact and LMP2 are doing a great job at the moment. Just looking at the Alpine car to the Fury car. Fury car's been a couple of tenths quicker, nearly half a second on the last laps. That could be one to keep our eyes on. The Prismatic car, P3 at the moment, in that LMP3 fight. That'll be trying to get onto the back of Unity and Velotti here as well. We're expecting pit stops for the LMP cars. We're expecting them to have one more stop in this race. We're getting towards that 3 hour 20 mark, which should indicate probably one stop here in this race. If not, maybe just a splash and dash at the end if people come in now.
Absolutely. I love the fact that we're having this close battle and we still are a little bit unsure the fuel status for everybody. And I like also the fact the battle for like the lead in LMP3 is very close, but now Evan Vaslan is starting to break away quite quickly from François Brandet. So any indications of us having a battle again for the lead, it seems to be waning away. And maybe a battle for P2 in the class could happen. As I've been looking to Balfour's laps, 42.7 was the last lap, but of course that was without traffic in play.
That was without traffic in play, as they've just put a lap on the Italian Job. Prismatic then here are looking to maybe try and steal a P2 at the end of this race. Let's see what happens in this one. Long way to go still in this race. We've also got the second and third place fight between Fury. We've just got on board. Great timing that from Samuli. Fury gaining on the Alpine car. That's going to be a battle to keep our eyes on in LMP2 as well. And we'll see what happens at the very end of this day. Could be a fantastic fight between them all for these final podiums. And this is the stage of the race where battles start to show their face, isn't it? And start to show what happens all around between every car that's been working hard all race.
Absolutely. The final crunch hour is where everything gets decided, right? We want to see who has the upper hand strategy, who saved that extra, set of tires, because some people might have used all of them. They want to try to save the final one for the final pit stop. So we're going to see who's going to have the upper hand coming to the final moments. Looking forward to it. I'm still undecided to see. We're approaching the what I would say the optimal mark or the good mark for you to do one more pit stop in LMP2s and lead yourself to the end of the race without having too many issues. But of course, still lots yet to talk about.
Yeah, still lots yet to talk about. Still lots of fight yet to develop and unravel themselves as they go through, and we'll see what will happen in this race today. It's going to be an interesting one to see as we go on into the final stages of this race. And it's been an absolutely fantastic day of action here at Imola. It's been really good to keep our eyes on, to watch and to see what has unfolded in these races. We are, just under 45 minutes left to go. And this is Liam de Kock in that Velotti car, leading in the LMP2 Pro-Am category, just trying to put a few laps on a couple of drivers. That is one of the LMP2 cars behind him as well. Obviously not racing for overall pit stops. Now here we go, Unity P4 in LMP3 have pulled the trigger for the pit stop. So based off what you've worked out, do they have to splash and dash at the end, or can they make it to the end?
I want to say they might have to splash and dash to the end. But it's like a very minor splash and dash, if so.
Was that a drive-through? That was a drive-through. They've just done a drive-through penalty.
I think they might have got one from my racing, because I don't recall seeing anything from them.
No, I don't.
The spreadsheets.
I'm not seeing anything at all. So what car? We're looking for car 35 on the spreadsheet. And I've not seen anything for the 35 car at all. We've just had another check, quick refresh, still nothing. So I'm wondering if that's an iRacing drive-through penalty for them there. Well, that has taken away any chance of a win, you're going to say, because they've got a pit, and that has really kind of, interrupted the flow of that fight. We was getting a fight for P2 between them and Prismatic. They're now sat down in P5 in this race. So what a shame for the Unity car, who was leading. Maybe an iRacing drive-through penalty has put them on the back foot. So then just over 40 minutes to go left in this race, and it has so far been a good day if you're the Impact team, or mixed day if you're the Impact team. Back in the lead now by 11 seconds, having a pretty dominant display at the moment, pulling away from the NL Academy. We now have Simitok in the pit. Is this for a genuine pit stop? Let's wait and see what happens. They are in. We'll see if they pull into their box for a final stop. They do pull into their box, so final stop's happening now. Splash and dash, Lorenzo, at this point, or are we just coming up to the point where they're safe to get to the end?
It's a good question. I think, in my point of view, this could be it for everybody. And not like that, Brende, so that's a little bit unfortunate. I'm looking forward, because I think LMP3s can nearly go the same length as the LMP2s. My only question becomes, like, it might be the extra lap. If we get it, if we finish around 4 hours in 1 minute, then maybe not. That might not be the case. If we get an extra lap, right? They cross around they cross over the line. Maybe they get an extra lap. Then this is like, oh snap! We might not have prepared ourselves for that, and it becomes a dash.
So the team managers have got to work hard to make sure they have calculated everything down to the last litre of fuel, the last milliliter of fuel, to get it right.
Yeah, something like it. This is why being a strategist is not the easiest job in the whole world. It's just complicated, man. And props to everybody doing that job. As we see now Prismatic in the pit lane, and only I think Velotti and CCR have to do their final pit stop potentially in this race. But I think they're all safe. Just have to see final lap, but I think they're all safe.
And let's see as this race develops. We're expecting the Acura of Impact into the pit lane. They've not pitted since lap 68. They've got to make one more pit stop. There's no way they're getting to the end at the minute, but their pit stop will be so... What was the last pit stop for Dynaco? 31 seconds. It won't be that long for the Impact team, due to the fact they're not going to be taking on as much fuel in this next stint, because they're only going to be fueling for what? Just half an hour, maybe 35 minutes?
Ish, yeah. Something like it.
So let's see what happens with the Acura then, who are currently just doing a fantastic job leading this race. It's kind of fell into their hands, penalties to the Audi and Mercedes not really being able to stick with them. It's fell into Acura's hands a little bit. but you've got to capitalise when the opportunities arise, and the Acura team have certainly capitalised here in this one today. They've got the Project 91 car just behind them. That is a lap down to them, so they won't fight that one too hard, you'd imagine. And on they go. On their way to Project 91. Possibly a bit of fuel saving maybe from the Acura still, just to try and limit what they have at the end. Or is this just traffic as to why Project 91 sort of been able to stick with the Acura? Because it's not at the pace of the Acura today.
Yeah, but we've seen that at the start of the race. I think Project 91 was one of the leading cars, wasn't it? I think you saw that yeah, so the pace I think they have it is just how it is going on for him to try to get himself on lap. That's a complicated issue with given how everything's going on. CCR is in the pit lane. I think the only car that is yet to pit might be Velotti for their pit stop.
Velotti, yes, they've only made the 3 pit stops, so they will be in shortly, I'd assume. We've got the leaders in Impact and NL Academy are in for their 3rd stop or 4th stop when that'll update. So we keep an eye on these pitting. There we go, P3 in LMP2 pit as well. The turn 1 car pitted on lap 83. That's got to make another pit stop at the end of this one. So this just shows how much they've actually been able to fuel save under that long VSC, and then the second safety car that we had. It shows how longer they've been able to go in this race. Prismatic still in the pits in LMP2 Pro, and they just came into the pits in LMP2, so in they are. And at the minute, Impact doing a good job out there. There was 7/10 slower than Dynaco on the last lap, but obviously they've still got to pit.
Yeah, which is interesting how this one is playing out to be. The one that I'm looking for as well is Alpine's final pit stop here on the Pro M class, because the way that Liam has been driving, he's literally been the fastest guy in this, one of the fastest guys in the field. And I'll put even him in the LMP2 side, on the Pro side, because he's been on the same pace as them. As we see a problem for Julius Pinel on the other Velotti car that sits in P7 in the LMP2 class. But looking forward to see how this one will unfold, as Sam Miller, I think, is back in the Impact LMP2.
Sam Miller is back in the Impact LMP2. Turn 1 lead the way. Delta Racing have just come out the pits from their stop. Velotti are in LMP2 Pro-Am, as are Tri-State. I believe that's the car behind them in LMP2 as well. So Liam Kilton in that Impact car has done nearly 40 laps since his last pit stop. I am very interested to see when he is going to come into the pit lane here in this race. So Velotti in, Alpine lead yet again. Fury Simsport into the pits. This could be an interesting one over the Alpine team.
Yeah, absolutely. As an important thing, both teams are saving their final set of tires for the final driver. So we'll see how Alpine will fight back this one. I'll be honest, I think if they have a final set of tires, I think it's due to try to use that, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get an overcut on them. Of course, they might be able to, just given how the LMP2 tire operate, or for the early on and those who are in the track itself. But we'll see. This could bite them in the back, I think, in the long run, as Fury's coming out of the pit lane. Velotti's already out.
Yeah, so an interesting strategy as we go deeper into this race. Then there is just over 30 minutes left to go, and it could be a good day. We've currently got the 2 Impact teams who will be net leaders, because Impact Turn 1 haven't pitted in LMP2, and it's possibly looking like the 2 Velotti teams in LMP3 and LMP2 to win their races. So interesting to see Velotti in the pits though in LMP3. This will be their final stop of the race for sure, as we're coming towards the end. Alpine now in, so this could be crucial to see where the Fury Simsport car will be in regards to the Alpine car when they've done their pit stop.
No, because it's all now track position. We'll see now. Oh no!
Oh, well, that's going to cost them. That's going to cost them a little bit of time there, just missing the pit box slightly. That will cost them a good chunk of time And is that going to allow Fiori to maybe take the second spot in the LMP2 Pro-Am?
I think this is it, man. I think they're going to get themselves undone right here. Unless they pull something out of their bag and now are able to do anything. Meanwhile, penalty drive-through for the 47, which we know is the Team Rex for the race restart violation. So,
had a few
tricky day
today. Yeah, very tricky day. Alpine is away now. Where is the Fiori Sim Sport car coming down out of Ravazza? So I don't think it's going to get it done. The Alpine is off the pit limiter. So no, they're not going to be quite side by side yet. Fiori's not yet in shot at the moment. Velotti managed to stay ahead though. So even with that little miss the pit box, Alpine actually come out close to Velotti than they do Fiori.
Yeah, I think had they missed the pit box, probably would have come in front. And if they had been in front, I think because of the tires itself, the tire situation itself, they would have gotten overtaken. It would happen. But it would become an interesting scenario to play out, because let's just say 2-3 laps, they get back up to speed, and then they maybe are able to fight back. Meanwhile, Bunchu, what a stint from Bunchu, man. We've been talking about Bunchu at the early stages of the race. We had an interview with them, and everything that seemed to be going wrong for them just apparently going right, and getting a P2 is always going to be a positive thing, given how the race could have been for them, or the issue at the presentation line.
Yeah, moment as well with a penalty a little later on in the race, but they come back second place. They pitted, they've done the extra pit stop. They pitted on lap 102, so they should get to the end. It was only 2 laps earlier than the CCR car in second place, and it was only 4 laps earlier than the Velotti car who leads. Now, I don't think they're in for this race win, but let's wait and see. The Rising Panda is back in the pits. Impact, by the way, still have not pitted in this race. Liam Kilton still going in this one. He's absolutely flying at the moment. Turn 1, they'll have to make a pit stop. I'm just keeping an eye here on the graphic of pit stop runners at the minute. I think LMP2 are done. Bar may be down the grid a little bit. Looking at 6th and 7th place possibly to pit again. Looking then in LMP2, the top category, I think it's just P10 to pit again in this one, as well as maybe then the Iron Lynx car in P4, as well as Turn 1, who lead the category. LMP3 looks all but done. Team Rex are in. The NL Academy's possibly got a pit of Caleb Koski. And then it's only really the Impact car that's got to come into the pits. I think maybe even Project 91 have got to pit. And that is a very slow number 21 car there.
I think was trying to overtake the Simitalk LMP3, and Marcos just decided to have a bit of a moment. Knew it.
You called that one. It's like you knew what was going to happen. We're coming to the end then of this Imola race. It's been a fantastic day of action here at Imola. That then is Turn 1 into the pit, so that will release the Impact car as he comes down the start-finish straight, as Turn 1 haven't yet hit their marks in their pit box. So that will release them into the race lead once again. And Impact are in the pits with Project 91 in LMGT3. So again, Impact, I think with that minute lead they've had, I think they will come out easily in front of the Dynaco car. They've not yet stopped at their box. They're in now. And this is the pit stop that could win the Acura the race here. Dynaco are just coming up towards the chicane now. Let's see when the timer stops counting for the Impact car in this race. 29 minutes to go here at Imola. It's been a great day of racing. Impact still in the pitch now as Dynaco come down towards Ravazza now. And who's that? That's the Iron Lynx car, P3, just in the gravel on the exit to Villeneuve. As Impact exit the pit lane now, 31 seconds gone. They've got Richie back in the car as well. They've got Project 91, who's a lap down to them, let's not forget. All over the back of him. Out the pits they come, into the stream of traffic coming by, and have Impact just put themselves onto the top step of the podium. What I will say is they only did 31 seconds. They did the same amount of time as the Dynaco car.
Oh my God.
Has there been contact between them and Project 91? Project 91 was right behind them. Is there damage on that Acura?
Oh no! Please don't let me know they have damage. It doesn't seem like it. I think the car just went slow. I think it has just got caught by the braking and coat tires. We're gonna look on the replay.
Project 91 right behind them here as they come out of the pit lane. Project 91 gets a lap down. He did. He got a bump. Got a bump in the rear from the Project 91 Porsche. Oh, what you don't want is a lap car interfering in your day, and that is exactly what has happened there to the Impact Acura. And now they've got the Dynaco car right on the back of them. Back to the live action. There is the battle for the GT3 lead. They had that in their hands, and the Porsche of Project 91 may have just spoilt the party.
Yeah, and to think they still have to heat up the tires is going to take quite a while, but you can see the speed difference from them. It is already getting defensive coming around Variante Alta. He is able to defend one time, but he's going to lose some time at the exit of the corner just due to the fact that his tires are still cold. So Richie Chauhan just having a nightmare scenario in this outlap against the French people of Dynaco.
They've got the better tyre. They've gone deeper, Ravazza. And the Porsche in Dynaco gets tucked underneath. And through he goes to take the lead here in the LMGT3. The Acura's in the pits. The Acura is back into the pit lane. Something not right with the car. Possible damage. Quad Ash now into second place. The team will be absolutely livid.
Drive through, I think.
I'm not sure. I think they've got damage on that car. There's a problem with that car. I don't see why they'd have a drive-through. Although Project 91 are doing it. Yeah.
Incident limit.
Yeah, possibly so. So they've ruined it for them. So not only did they get the drive-through on their own, they've also had the damage from Project 91 and ruined the race themselves. Well, they're even off the podium. Vortex, somehow, with 2 penalties in this race, are back onto the podium. The Acura had it in the palm of its hand for this race win.
Endurance racing.
Yeah. You've got to love it.
Yeah. Love it or hate it, man.
Yeah, exactly. And we've been waiting and waiting and waiting for these results to play out. And it now does. And yeah, you have to say, for the Acura team there, they will be bitterly disappointed to not even be on the podium, because they've done so well to be on the podium all day. But it is what it is. Dynaco, let's not forget, was leading at the start of this race. 3 hours, 35 minutes later, they are leading once again. So Dynaco have a pretty comfortable lead. 22 seconds back to Impact, sorry. 3 seconds to Quad Ash. As we're watching a three-way fight between P7, 8... is that P6, 7 in this battle here. The Bravo Snow car and the Italian Job car. The Italian Job going on the inside line into Tamburello. Through he goes. Nice move. As the BMW watches on in the background, and that is the Delta Racing car. It was sadly, the BMW hasn't had the greatest today, but in Impact, great lead out front. They've got a 16-second lead. Velotti have Alpine half a second. It's now Alpine attacking Velotti in Pro-Am, so it's still a fight raging on here with 25 minutes to go.
I figured as much. I think the fact that the Alpine card is looser, it's gonna help. We're gonna look here on the replay.
Yeah, and this
you're
is
gonna see the Acura is gonna. I think. Sorry, I was gonna say maybe he got the final nail in the coffin right there, the off track. But I think the nail in the coffin was him getting pushed by the Project 91 Porsche. Oh, lead battle in Pro-Am.
Battle for the lead. The Alpine takes it. Coming out of Tamburello, the Alpine sails past Velotti into the lead of this race. And somehow, the Alpine has got back in front of the Velotti car. Great fight they've had for majority of this race. There's a spinner. That is the P7 in LMP2. That is the WOSR car. Victor Irula. That is huge damage to the rear end of that one. What ramifications will that have? Well, it will give Tri-State and maybe NOP another place, but there will be a full course yellow.
Full course yellow in 10, seconds.
Surely
10,
not a VSC. If he gets that back, it will just stay
8,
full course yellow.
7, 6.
I think he can get it back.
Yeah.
If he remains on that outside
3,
lane,
2,
basically riding
1.
the grass
Full
and
course
everything,
yellow.
he should be fine. As full course yellow is engaged, everybody is now to stay within pit limiter speed, and the Spaniards of World of Sim Racing are gonna bring that car back to pit lane for their repairs.
Yeah, so the full course yellow, the best outcome there, although we'd have probably ended up with a sprint finish at the end if we had if that went to virtual safety car or safety car. But either way, it kind of just nulls this battle here between the Alpine and the Velotti car, who are going to be fighting to the very, very end in this category. What a show they've put on all race.
It's been great. It's been awesome, and fighting hard, fighting fair. And I know that I think this is still not yet over. I think
in 10 seconds.
Velotti
10,
might have
9,
cooked themselves a
8,
little bit in the
7,
rear of the tires
6,
right there for
5,
at
4,
Taza. I saw the car
3,
getting a little bit looser.
2,
Maybe
1.
because
Full course
the
yellow
wear of the
removed.
tires is starting to get bigger. I think we're going to get a green flag, and the battle's going to get re-engaged at any time.
Yep, we get green flag. They're halfway down the start-finish straight, so let's see what will happen between these two cars now, Velotti versus Alpine, in the battle for the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am. It's the closest battle on the circuit. The Alpine gets a little jumpy over the curbs through Tamburello, and Velotti managing to stay to the back of them. We know that Alpine looks good in a straight line at the moment, and we'll see what happens as we go on. But so far, this is the fight to watch for the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Yeah, and this is the good battle. You can see the overcommitment from Verdonk coming into the corner. The car gets slightly loose at the exit out of the corner, but still remains within the track, and that's what's important. Meanwhile, I've been looking into this, by the way, Matthew. Battle for the lead in GLM GT3 down to 2.8, 2.7 seconds. So,
yep.
Quadash, we could see a repeat of sorts what we saw at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, just with Dynaco, I think this time. It wasn't Dynaco last time, was it? I think it was the Sport, wasn't it, last time?
Yeah, it was.
At the Nürburgring. But yeah, Quadash here, within that last 20 minutes, just been keeping an eye on their lap times. Obviously, ignore the last ones. The full course yellow will play a part in that one. But yeah, 2.8 the gap, 20 minutes left to go in this race. It's still going to be a very close finish. But this is Velotti versus Alpine. Impact lead by 15 seconds in LMP2. Velotti have a 2-second lead to Simitok in LMP3. Just going to keep our eyes on their lap times. Again, last lap, can't really read too much into it with that full course yellow, depending on where they was on circuit. But this is the fight for the lead. It looks like Alpine's possibly got the upper hand, you know.
Bit later, get a lighter car, more tire wear. That helps. Everything helps. Car 91, Project 91 car, drive through for him with the incident with the
Academy. So that's Caleb Kolsky having another moment out the chicane. Drive through for 91. That is the Project 91 Porsche. That'll possibly be with, for contact with car 16. So that'll be the push at turn 1. And that is P10. That is the green approaching Mulsanne car that's coming into the pit lane in LMP2. Oh, sorry, Apo Racing. Sorry, I couldn't read that one properly. Apo Racing, they're pitting, and who else is in there?
Delta Racing.
Delta Racing. Yeah, that's right. They was out of sync. They pitted just before the hour mark turn. So, yeah, that's about right for them.
I really want to see if they're going to stop at their stall, but I think this is a drive-through because part of me believes they made contact with that Alpo Racing Mulsanne LMP2.
Well, let's see. Lamborghini comes out the pits in the background as well. We'll keep our eyes on anything that pops up.
LMP3 lead battle under a second.
Yeah, but Danny Bunchu has really brought that gap down. He has been charging since he's been in the car. Was some nearly 3 seconds quicker last time around. Absolutely flying at the moment. Just keep an eye on the LMGT3 as well. He was very matched last time around. Velotti's in the pits. Well, that puts Fury up into second place. There is the CCR car off that now loses out to Unity in LMP3. It's all happening in the last hour.
They got a drive-through. incident points for most likely. Yeah, they got incident points apparently.
So drive-through for Velotti, that's put them behind Fury in this race. Drive-through car 46, full course yellow VSC violation. That is the Rising Panda car. So they fell foul of another penalty. What a crazy last half an hour this is. This is, though, the lead in the LMP3 battle. Danny Bunchu in the Scimitar car on the back of Velocity. And it's that, Velotti, that of Zonneveld. Bunchu's had great pace today, hasn't he? He's had real good pace all day.
He's been downrightiously insane in that car. I think every time he is in that car, he's arguably one of the fastest drivers in the field. And so consistent with the pace in that car. And that's why I think it's becoming apparent why they are one of the factors in this race. Now they're going to overtake, from what it looks like, the Bravo's no shot in Porsche. Right at the start-finish line. And he's lining up for a move on the inside, potentially.
Yeah, Sorry, go on.
I was going to say inside line already covered by Velotti.
Was another 8/10 quicker on the final lap. That was with lapping cars and being in the dirty air of the Velotti car then. So a great battle starting to rage on here. Dynico to Quadash. Again, they in fact, last lap, there was only a couple of hundredths a lap before last lap. Identical lap times. So they are evenly matched. Vortex, though, was some 6/10 quicker. Can Vortex get it done? As Danny Bunchu looking up the inside on the exit of Toza, as it was a little deep from the Velotti car, just showing the nose a little bit. Velotti closed the door, and Bunchu will have to fight that one another day as they're coming towards Piratella. But Bunchu now starting to just prove his worth and show how good he actually has been today.
Absolutely. Looking at the exit of Taza, already blocked off by Zonneveld as they're going to approach now the entry of Variante Alta. There's a BMW. I think that's the Delta Racing BMW that is right in front of them. So they're going to maybe lose some time. Maybe Bunchu's going to lose some time if they don't overtake that car around Rivazza, because that might be on the upper edge for Zonneveld to overtake at turn 1.
There's actually a couple of cars in front. I can't quite see who's in front of the BMW. It's a Lamborghini that's in front of the BMW. The Lamborghini that's been in the wars today as well. So this could really impact this lead battle in LMP3 here. It has been a great battle as the race has raged on. And look at that, the leader Velotti pulling to that inside line. Bunchu staying in the slipstream of the BMW. This could be very crucial. The Lamborghini and BMW stay right out the way. They want to stay out the way because this is for the lead in LMP3. They break into Tamburello. Bunchu, does he get caught by the Lamborghini? No, he does not. They both get through nice and easy, and Bunchu can carry on fighting. Not lost a lot of time there at all.
And somehow avoided contact with the Lamborghini as well. That could have been detrimental for their race. So a good battle between them. Is just the Swiss driver trying to find openings. Goes for the up and over and under. Just couldn't find the opening on Taza to do that overtake.
Just to let you know as well, the Quadash Mercedes-Benz car was over a second quicker than the Dynico car last time out. So that gap just dipping under the 2-second mark. Keep your eyes on that. It's all happening here in the last 15 minutes of this race. It's been an absolute belter so far, and what a race this provides. What a race this could turn out to be here then. It looks all done in LMP2s, but it's all happening in LMP3 and LMGT3 as Bunchu just has a look, showing the nose in towards the chicane. Thinks better of it. They've got the Italian job Ferrari in the way, and if I was their team manager, I'd be screaming to just move. You do not want to get involved in a lead car battle.
No, but then again, you cannot move out of the way just because they are coming for the lead battle. You have to do it safe and sound as the Zonneveld goes through.
Whoa! There was definite contact. Bunchu on the Ferrari there. It doesn't look like it's cost the Scimitar car too much, but a bit of side-by-side hip and shoulder stuff between the Ferrari and the Cimitec LMP3 car. And now, down towards Tamburello they come once again. It is Danny Bunchu on the back of the Velotti car of that of Onno Zonneveld. As he looks towards the inside, just shows the nose. Zonneveld just closing the door slightly, and the Dutchman stays on top at the moment.
And showcases a really good battle throughout this race. Meanwhile, gap in GT3, 1.1 seconds. Quadash is pulling him, man. We're going to have a battle for the lead potentially in GT3s.
There's a battle everywhere you look at the moment. There's Danny Bunchu looking to the outside of Toza. That's a brave move to go right around the outside of there. He'll have then the inside at the outside line for Piratella. Can't keep the nose here. Door's going to try and be short. He gets squeezed by the Dutchman. Just about a cause width left open there. Into Piratella they go. Bunchu thinks about the up and under. Can't get it. They still carry on racing here. Down in towards Aqua Minerale. I've said it wrong all day. Minerale. I've said it wrong all day. I didn't even realise. And still, the fight goes on. Bunchu just cannot get that exit of a corner that he needs.
No, it's Zonnevel. Whenever he has the hand in the car, he's actually getting some really good, strong exits out the corners. But the thing is, I think this LMP3 from Bunchu has so much drag in the car, maybe less downforce, forcing the move nearly. Oh, at least the door was closed and they didn't make contact. But whenever he actually gets a run on that Ligier P3 car in front, man, I think the setup is so set for the straight lines, much better than the Velotti is, that it's insane what he's actually been doing.
We've now got the Quad Ash car onto the back of the Dynaco car. It's been a great day's worth of racing, and Quad Ash, who was in this same scenario really last time out at the Nürburgring, they find themselves on the back of the leader yet again, coming into the last 11.5 minutes of racing. We've got Velotti, we've got Simatek in LMP3, we've got Dynaco versus Quad Ash in LMGT3. It's been an absolutely fantastic 4 hours here at Monza, and we are still going in this race. We've got an LMP car just putting a lap on the Quad Ash Mercedes and the Porsche. That helps the Mercedes get a little bit closer again.
So he used a little bit of the sidetrack to get closer, but couldn't get the move done. Now the inside is open for Quad Ash at Villeneuve. Here we go.
Here we go, he's got the run. Does he have the momentum into the inside line at Villeneuve? He does, and through goes Tristan Engelstad in the Quad Ash Mercedes-Benz. A great move to get the momentum throughout to Tamburello, and he finally leads this race. He's been on the podium near enough all race, and he finally gets the job done at the very end. We spoke with Tristan before the start of this one. He was well up for it, and now leads this one, and already has pulled nearly a half a second gap over the Dynaco car in that Mercedes-Benz. What a job from Tristan Engelstad. Still, though, the battle between Velocity and Simatek rages on in LMP3.
Yeah, which I think it goes to the advantage of the Mercedes. Mercedes, I think, has a little bit of a better grip, especially in the mid portion of the stint in comparison to the Porsche. The Porsche grip drops off like a rocket. And meanwhile, we're going to look back into this battle in the LMP3s as Bunchu try to look around the outside. Is he going to use the slingshot effect on that? Is that the Impact lead car that sits right in front?
Yeah, I think that is the Impact leader who is in front overall. Just going to have a look. Yes, it is. That is the Impact leader, overall leader of Sam Miller, who's just put the lap on them. Into the pits then comes P4, the CCR car of Zachary, into the pit lane. That's a shame for Zachary there, because that will possibly drop him down behind. It has behind Prismatic and maybe even the Kitsune car. Kitsune was 1:03, by the way, behind the leaders when they got onto the lead lap. And only 51 seconds. So they've done well to bring the gap down. That's fair play to Kitsune. If it wasn't for that disconnection, they'd have been hard to beat today. But they did get disconnected. It is between Velotti and it is between Simatek. Be quite fitting if both teams that we spoke to before the show end up on the top step of the podium at the end of the show.
If that happens, we'll take 50% of the prize.
Indeed, we will. We spurred them on to get the podium. Either way, this is going to be an interesting fight at the end. We're coming into the last stages of this race. It's going to be an interesting one to see. Can Danny Bunchu get that move done? He's had a few looks without troubling the leader too much, I'd say.
Yeah.
So coming now to start lap 120 in this LMP3 car. 122 completed in the LMP2 cars. And Zonneveld Bunchu, big wiggle out to Villeneuve. Big wiggle out to Villeneuve. We're now on the back of Joran England, who was flashing his lights at an LMP car there. Bunchu having a look, just that wiggle out to Villeneuve that he had. Sorry, out to Tamburello that he had. Just proving how much he's pushing. They're going to split the Porsche into Tozer. The Porsche taps the back of the Velotti car, and through goes Danny Bunchu to lead this LMP3 race. With 8 minutes to go, Simitok chose to split the Porsche Project 91 car, and through he goes into the lead.
Project 91 becoming what, the cornerstone of all the major important things that have been happening in this late race. Man, what a race. While Marcos has an issue again into the first corner. We're going to look at the replay how it all started. Set up around Villeneuve.
Well, sorry, Leon. So
it's all right.
Tozer, out of Villeneuve, and you just see there Velotti couldn't turn in. Was that Velotti choosing the wrong side of the Porsche to be?
No. I think he picked the line, tried to stick with it, and just couldn't get around. The marbles also played into effect as well.
Yeah, huge play there. Danny Bunchu had the inside opened up for him, and that is fantastic for Danny Bunchu. That is the prismatic car in P4 that is now off the circuit, coming up towards the chicane now. So prismatic could be under a bit of pressure there in the background, look, from the CCR car and maybe even Kitsune. So Kitsune could be on for a P4, and Project 91 into the pit lane.
Yeah, drive through.
No! Simitok have just knocked the Screeching Mooses off the road at Villeneuve, that is. What has happened there? It's all happening in LMP3 at the very end here.
Been shocked right now, bro. Not gonna lie.
So let's have a look here.
Nah. Here's the thing. No, that's a penalty.
Yeah, Samuli, if we can, let's get that on board the Simitok car, because I feel like he's just barged the Screeching Moose out the way.
He literally moved the Screeching Moose out of the way. Just because you blink your headlights and there's literally no gap.
Yeah.
There's no gap.
No, I agree. I absolutely agree with you there. And that's desperation to try and stay in the lead of this race, isn't it? Because Velotti's coming back at them, and Danny Bunchu there has just, well, I know he's tried to bury the moose in the sand near enough on the outside. It's crazy scenes in this last hour. It's all happened since the final safety car.
It's insane what has been happening, man. It is literally insane. You can see the blinking of the headlights. There is a warning for the number 6 car in the racetrack that is not going to warrant the penalty, but that's the Impact LMP2. We saw, I think, the LMP2, the Impact LMP2 coming around Taza. I think that was the car that got a little bit slow a few laps back. But it's like suboptimal. That is completely suboptimal.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens to the Simitek car Kitsune, now on the back of potentially a P4 finish in this race. What a comeback that will be. Say they was disconnected from the lead. P4 damage limitations for them today, and what it could be for them. They pull out, tuck back in the prismatic car, just then covers them off. They look to the outside of Tamburello. 5 minutes, just over 4 minutes, should I say, left in this race. Kitsune, don't do anything there, and do not go anywhere, folks. Don't adjust your TV sets, don't adjust your PCs or anything as Kitsune go the outside on the exit of Tamburello, because we've got 5 minutes of action here to come in this 4 hours of Imola. And we say, don't we, the build up to the race, and it comes down to that last hour, that last stint in the car, and it has all happened.
Yeah, it's all kicked off. We were promised action. I think we got it in a very big fashion as Di Costanzo goes ahead. And what a recovery for Kitsune, after the disconnect and everything. So getting P4 is a really good thing, as now we're watching this battle for P3 and P3 and P4. I figured Dynaco would be on the back foot after what happened with the tire drop off and everything.
What has happened to Dynaco? Because we've not seen them lose out to Vortex, and we've not seen them lose out to Impact. They're all of a sudden 28 seconds off the leader.
I know what you're thinking. They're within the same tire and everything, Of course, Impact has better tires than the Porsche. But also the Porsche drop-off, the grip drop-off, at a certain point, especially in hot tracks, it's basically an abyss.
So this is just purely the tyres have just died on that Porsche?
Something like it.
Yeah, well, the track is cooling. It's down to 50 degrees, so it's cooling. It was 56 earlier. But it is still a very warm day. Drive-through for car 60. That is saying, who is the 60 car?
Prismatic.
The Prismatic
LMP3.
car in P5, yeah, LMP3. So drive-through for them. So their day just goes from bad to worse at the very end of this race.
Yeah, and they're eventually going to lose the position to CCR, but because of everything, I don't think they're going to lose P6 to Velotti, the P7.
So then, we've got just under 2 minutes to go in this race. Fight on for the podium. Impact back on the podium now as well, by the way. So the Acura, again, damage limitations, what could have been for the race win. And who's that off? That is the Alpine, the leader in the LMP2 Pro-Am category. They've got such a gap to the Fiori SimSport team, but they've had a problem and gone off at turn 1. So I'm not sure what the problem is, but yeah, they've been off. Hopefully we can get a quick replay at the end of that one. Here we go then. So down the start-finish straight. The Alpine car, they've got, I'm not sure who that is behind them. It's one of the LMP2 categories above them. Oh, they had to avoid the car in front. So their own mistake.
Yeah, unfortunately didn't get the LMP3 car in front. Don't know which LMP3 car that was. But imagine now, Matthew Duffin. We are approaching the final minute of this race. We are within the final minute of this race. We are due to maybe the final lap, or the next one is the final lap. Imagine if by any chance... 2
seconds, Lorenzo. Drive-through penalty for car 20. That is Danny Bunchu of the Simatec car with a drive-through penalty.
Who's surprised out here?
Yeah.
I'm not. Nope, I'm not. Final lap, by the way, as the leader is opening the final lap, start-finish line.
Yeah, and Danny Bunchu didn't come in to do his drive-through penalty, so what?
He's not going to do it.
No, so what would that be at the end of the race, time penalty-wise?
Yeah, 40 seconds.
40 seconds, so that gives away the race win, and 40 seconds will drop them down to P3 in the class. So that is unlucky. But what was you saying? Sorry, apologies.
Yeah, I was going to say, imagine if that Alpine car had it basically got a drive-through because of that off-track. That would have been insane. That is what I was going to say. But you say unlucky. I'm going to say it's a bit of an unluck situation. But then again, you are controlling your own destiny. It's the final minutes of the race. Yeah. Of course, everything's kicking off. Yeah. You don't want to lose time. I know the car, Screeching Moose car, is ahead of you. The other car behind you is going to have to check up eventually at the exit of the corner. So he's going to lose time as well. It's traffic.
Yeah.
I understand what happened. It's unfortunate. But he could have controlled the situation a little bit better. In there.
Yeah, 100%. Couple of drivers in for last-minute drive-through penalties that have occurred. But that has possibly just helped the Acura get onto the podium. The Impact car laps the other Impact car, the LMP2 laps the GT3, and that'll possibly help the Acura hang on to P3 in this race then, because the Porsche is still behind him. But Sam Miller rounds the final corner, and for round 3 of the season it will be Impact who lead in LMP2, and they will cross the line in team style with them and the Acura who finish this race. It is Impact who lead the race in LMP2. Impact then do finish on the podium in LMGT3. It is Alpine who win here in LMP2 Pro-Am. Jesse Udo with that one. Danny Bunchu in to do his drive-through at the very end. That gives the win to Onno Zonneveld in the Velotti car in LMP3. And Quadash, the drama of Nürburgring 2 months ago, the Quadash Mercedes-Benz is going to come around to take the LMGT3 race win. With a bit of the lap left to go. They've got 3. I tell you what, Vortex have closed the gap to them in the end of this race. That's down to 3.7. Another 20 minutes or so, and that would have been an interesting fight at the end of this one. But Quadash, all the dramas of Nürburgring. We spoke to Tristan at the start of the show. He was hoping to put Nürburgring right, and it's a second there. It's going to be the top step here with Ravazza to go. The Mercedes-Benz in LMGT3 will take a deserved victory. He's the one who stayed out of trouble. The 94 kept its nose clean, and they will get their rewards as they come to the line now. Tristan Engelstad and the Quadash team win in LMGT3. That's a great job from the team there. And that has been your 4 hours of Imola. What a day of racing.
A good day of racing.
A brilliant day of racing. Brilliant day. Drive through for car 76 at the end. Danny Bunchu, I believe, finishing off his race.
I'm interested to see what is going to happen to CCR, because that's the car that actually got a drive through the incident with the W2 ePro GP prototype, the LMP2 Pro, because that might actually put back the CCR. If that's not a time penalty, they're going to get that in the next race.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this one goes, but nevertheless, it doesn't take the fact that this is a fantastic race. And by the way, Velati's curse has been broken.
Yeah,
not P2 anymore.
No, not P2 anymore. Finally on the top step. Hats off to Kitsune coming back to P4 in that one. Great comeback there. Quadash winning the race. Vortex second in the end after a penalty-riddled race for them. Impact really doing a good job in LMP2. NOP had that bit of damage that put them out of action in that one. But like I say, Velotti, the curse has been broken and they're finally on the top step of the podium.
Absolutely. Imola delivered, I think we can say, basically. Drama, early race drama, strategies, late race drama, some confusion here and there. Always, this is why I like this track, man. It's not a fan favorite. I like this track, even though it's a very hard track. But congratulations on everybody in the podium, and now we are due to prepare for the next round, which is Spa.
Yeah, Spa in, I believe, a month's time as well, isn't it? So
16th of August.
Yeah, 16th of August. We get to do Spa. We get to go again. So in a month's time, I think it's 3 back-to-back now, isn't it? In a month. So it's August for Spa. It's September for Silverstone, and October ends it at Portimão. And 3 more iconic tracks, 3 more beautiful circuits that we have to do. We have got a few people waiting in the interview booth at the moment, and I'm just going to try and find out who is for which team at the moment. Results though are on the screen now. Impact, your race winner from the NL Academy. Mermica is P3, Turn 1 P4, the Iron Lynx car P5, Delta Racing P6. From NOP, Tri-State, the Apo Racing, Mulsanne, and then WOS are bringing up the rear. Bringing up the top 10. Gazex then 11th and 12th with their DNFs. In LMP2 Pro-Am, Alpine by XRL is the winner from Fiori Simsport. Velotti from Prismatic Revolution from VGTR Esport. Then the W2L Pro GP team, their Impact from Delta V down in 9th place. And the P3 was the way of Velotti from Simatech with that drive-through at the end. Unity was P3. Kitsune, a good comeback to P4. The CCR team was P5 from Prismatic. Velotti down in 7th as well from the NL Academy, Team Rex, and the Tri-State team P10. And then in LMGT3, it was Quadash who finally got their win as well. Vortex was P2 from Impact in P3. Dynaco was P4 before the Italian job team was in P5. Rising Panda from Freedom Motorsport. Bravo Snow from VR Racing. Delta Racing, Project 91. The Screeching Moose, Mode Sport, Eagle Speed, Delta Racing by Tri-Speed, as well as then PCS down the bottom. And that then was the final, or let's say provisional, because race control is still going to be busy getting the final results at the end of this one. What a race it was. Lorenzo, who do we want to speak to first?
I think it's more than fair grabbing the Impact guys over here that deserved, most righteously so, this victory in the LMP2 Pro.
So let's get Corbin in, and Samuel Miller, I can't see him there. So we'll just speak with Corbin for the time being. LMP2 race winner. Bit of an up and down race because you lost the lead after sort of the hour mark, and then it all fell back into your hands at the end.
Yeah, we had some troubles getting through traffic the first time, allowing NOP to get around us there, but we were pretty confident in our strategy the whole way. So, yeah, not going to lie, at the end, them getting that meatball and being basically out of contention for the win was pretty unfortunate. Hate to see it for them, but yeah, it all worked out for us. So after a rough round 2, I think we were kind of due for a little bit of luck. So, and we were given a little bit of luck today, I will say that. So we'll take it, and on to Spa we go.
Given a bit of luck, but also controlled beautifully, because every restart from the safety car we had, you managed to pull the gap, you opened the gap, and just controlled your race every time it went by.
Yeah, once we knew we were all even on pit strategy during the last restart or 2, I was pretty confident myself to be able to build a gap and give Sam the car with nothing to worry about. So it all played out and worked out beautifully, and yeah, got to thank everybody around me for all the support.
We move on to Spa, as we've just said. It's going to be a fantastic race there, obviously one of the most historic circuits in the world. What can we expect to see from the Impact SimSport team at Spa?
I think we're all pretty confident there, considering, 2 weeks ago we just put in like 300 laps together. So anyway, yeah, I love Spa. It's always been one of my best and one of my favorite tracks. So really looking forward to preparing for that and getting the car dialed in, and yeah, can't wait.
Last of all, anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, everybody at Impact SimSport. Joseph Yang built an incredible setup, and he's our racing engineer, so really just helps me focus on the driving. So big hats off to him. The Sim Gaming Expo, the first ever Sim Expo in the US, is coming up this September, so shout out to them. We will have a booth there. Also Sims by Racers, Warp Liveries, everybody else. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, Corbin, congratulations on the race win, and congratulations obviously to your teammate as well, Samuel Miller, and the Impact SimSport team, race winners in LMP2.
Thank you.
And we can now hopefully get to, let's go and try and speak to the Alpine drivers, who I'm just looking for names in there. We've got Fabian Elbers we can get in. Do we also have Jesse? We do have Jesse as well. And Lorenzo, I'll let you take this one.
Absolutely, thank you. So boys, what a race. Talk us through basically the battle you guys had with Velotti and everybody else in the field, because did you guys feel at any point that P1 couldn't be yours for the taking?
I think that's one for Fabian with his battle with Liam.
Yeah, for sure. It was an amazing race. The first few stints were very difficult, mainly because of the temperature in everyone's room at the moment. But I think it was a great battle between me and Liam for the first few stints. Very on edge, but in the end, it gave each other always enough room. So that was awesome to see. And yeah, I think we kind of started to realize the win was on when we started the final stint with catching Velotti. Yes, I had a great pace in the final moments. And after they made a few mistakes, we managed to overtake them and led for the last 20 minutes to the win.
So, with that being said, Jesse, you guys had any concerns with how the car performed, especially because the track itself was, like Fabian said, hot. You guys had like 50 plus degrees on track. Was there any concerns like the tire drop off would be too much for you guys to deal with, or with the LMP2, or you guys were confident that even with the hot temperatures, your pace was really good?
Well, luckily we practiced on 56 track as well, so we were kind of prepared for that, and we have Fabian who was really good on setup stuff. So before the race, we already managed to get a setup that would last in high temps. It was a little bit difficult in quali getting P4 as the car was just a bit too much in low temps, but in high temps it was working perfectly. We could just, the whole stint, if we watched the tires, we could really push the car far. And well, as you've seen in the final stint, like during the whole stint, I was doing 37 high, 38 low. So I think the car really held up well today.
Oh, that's always good to know. And now moving on to Spa, before I let you guys go and celebrate, do you guys see any similarities? Of course, Spa being longer than Imola by a long stretch. But do you see any similarities how the race will play out, traffic-wise or setup-wise? What's your initial take?
Definitely overtaking is going to be a lot easier than here with the lapped cars. But I think pace-wise, we really have to see race by race.
That's fair. Well, that being said, anyone? Do you guys want to give a shout out to before we let you go?
I think we're good. Yeah, it was a good race, and it's been fun driving again today. So thanks everyone, and thank you guys for the broadcast as well.
No problem. Thank you so much, Jesse, Fabian. Congratulations on the victory, and we'll see you in Spa in about 1 time.
Yes,
thank you. Appreciate it.
See you then.
So the Alpine car as the winners there. Let's get Velotti Racing in. We'll try and get Evan and that of Ono into the chat. Here we go. The Velotti Racing team then winners in the LMP3 category. First of all, congratulations, massive congratulations, because that last 20 minutes or so was hard work.
It was really hard work, man. I tried so hard, but the pressure was on. And we finally made it, so really, really happy.
Yeah, you've kind of got the monkey off your back, so to speak, in terms of getting that race win. It's come at a good time as well, because it was a difficult race out there. There was penalties being thrown around all over the place, and really a race that you had to be calm and consistent in.
Yeah, you have to be calm, you have to be consistent, and the focus have to be like all on for the whole 4 hours, you know. So together with the team, we did an amazing job, and it's my first race and my first win, so can't be happier than this.
An even bigger bonus. Just talk us through that last stint, especially the last manoeuvre at the end with the Simatec team. What was your kind of view on that? Did you think the minute the incident happened that penalty will be or should be coming their way, so it's just about keeping it on the track and make sure we finish P2 on the road?
Yeah. When I was taking over the car from Even, I felt the nerves and everything. So I saw them coming, and once they were there, I had to keep the pressure. And they happened some things, of course, but I think it just happened, and I don't know. We just had to finish our laps, keep the pace high, and see what it brings, and it brought P1. So
yeah,
good result.
Even in your stints as well, how was the car? How was sort of your stints? Because it was an interesting sort of build up into this race.
Yeah, the car felt really great. We found a good setup, but it's always different when you practice compared to when you're driving the race. So the car sometimes feel completely different, but it's still the same car. But yeah, the car felt great, and it was a great way of racing. I've not done a lot of races like this with multi-class, but oh man, it was so much fun, so much fun. So yeah, now I want to do more.
How difficult was it for you both with the traffic today? We know Imola's not the widest of circuits, a bit difficult to overtake racing for positions. What was the traffic like out there?
Yeah, it was really difficult because it's so narrow, and also with the LMP2s, some slower LMP2s you can overtake, and some GT3s you can also overtake like easily in the corners, but on the straight you have like a similar power, so it's quite hard to overtake, and especially on this track with those corners and like how tight it is and everything, it's really hard. But yeah, sometimes you have to be patient and wait, and then go for your moment, because it's a long race, you know, so you don't want to make mistakes with other cars, and especially different class cars. So yeah,
indeed. Spa in a month's time, what can we do around there? What do you think you can bring to the table?
Like I said, I got a chance from our team owner Liam, and I'm really happy with it, because it's my first race, and now I want to do more, like I said. So I'm happy with the team I'm in, and yeah, I think we can go for P1 again. I don't know how it is now in the championship. We are at P2, but now I don't know, but it's gonna be really close. So yeah, I'm ready, man. I'm ready.
What's first now?
And lastly, anybody you'd like to thank?
I want to thank Even, which is also in this chat. Even, you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, with the second car coming in for the LMP3, we were hoping for better team result and some teamwork. Sadly, that wasn't quite what happened during the race. Stuff happened to them, I think, as I heard. For next one, we probably come back to it and would be better. And yeah, it feels great being back on the top of the podium. Barcelona was great. Nürburgring wasn't that good. Was a race to forget, but this one, yeah, it was way better.
Well, congratulations to the both of you. Congratulations to the team. We'll catch you in Spa.
Thanks a lot, man.
Yep.
See you at Spa.
Thank you. See you at Spa.
And then we can get in as well. Let's get in that of the Quadash racing team. Obviously, we got Tristan, who we spoke to before the program today, and we'll bring in Engelstad as. Oh no, we've got Tristan in. Sorry, and it's then
Ryan, I think
Ryan as well to get him. We've got Ryan in. Lorenzo, I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, let me just start off with Tristan. Looking at my clock over here, it's been 4 hours since last we spoke. How time changed, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh my days. Yeah, I said our win was doable here, or a very big possibility, and we managed to pull it off. Somehow, I have no idea how, but it just happened. I mean, I saw a possibility in a strategy, and I said we could take it, and it worked.
No complaints whatsoever. I think Ryan chiming you in, I think there's no complaints about that whatsoever. But was there any concerns with the car, with how the Mercedes performed throughout the stint with a very hot track, knowing the Mercedes have the tendency sometimes to falter under the grip, being a very heavy-ended car on the front-end side, because it is a front-engine car?
Yeah.
Not too. It wasn't too bad. Towards the end of this,
there was one thing. Our brakes got extremely hot. When I was in the car, I was barely able to brake. And I think that's because we used a specific setup for just the brakes, and they became very, very hot. I mean, it was a good setup, but the brakes overheated a lot, at least in my stint. But that's about it.
Hey, thinking about this way, a good setup sometimes is a winning setup. Now moving onto Spa, faster track, lots of very fast corners. Definitely the GT3s. You guys saw some difficulties, maybe some top speeds, apparently higher than the LMP3s. Did you guys felt that? And especially for LMP3 traffic, how do you think that will play out? Because LMP2 should be easier for them to handle with you guys.
I don't know if I'll take this one, Tristan.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, we lacked the pace compared to the Porsche and the other GT3s today, but the LMP3s were drastically faster compared to Catalonia and the Nürburgring. So I think we're now at the point where the LMP3s are that slight bit quicker, that we don't have the situation we're actually chasing them down the straight. It's now waiting to see how the Merc can deal against the BOPs for the other GT3s, because I think we're going to be on the low end of on the high end of weights added.
Well, that's good to know. If you guys are confident that the LMP3s might not be an issue. But with that being said, before we let you guys go, any shout outs you guys want to do in the Quad Dash team, sponsors, anybody watching?
Teammate Johnny, our teammate Johnny, he's not in here.
yeah, Johnny's not in here. One of our sponsors, Abruzzi.
Yeah, one of I mean, right now I'll let you take this one as well. I took 2 of the questions.
It's fair, boys. Well, what's important is you guys going to be able to celebrate with Johnny. I know he's not around. He drove far as well. But congratulations on the win, and we'll see you in about a month in the Belgian virtual track.
Yes, thank you guys for making an amazing commentary.
Thank you.
And that was the Quad Dash team there. We've got a few more we can bring in. Let's bring in Liam. At the moment from Velocity Racing. Liam,
hello.
Looked like he was having an amazing battle with the Alpine car in the middle stages of that race. It just wasn't to be today for that for that race win.
Yeah, I mean, shit happened, to be said. We were, I think, ruling. Basically, we were fast. We were always catching or extending. I mean, it's on me. I got a drive through myself in the beginning for speeding in while braking for the virtual safety car. That was on me. Got us behind Alpine. I fight my ass off to get in front of them, get in front, get a lead, and then Quinten takes over the car. Is not in the groove, I guess. Makes some mistakes, and yeah, gives us a drive through for access. So that was it, and. Yeah, we were, I think, 25 seconds behind Alpine at that point, so we just couldn't get back anymore. We had nothing to connect to, nothing to save fuel on, nothing to follow, basically. So it was just buffing around until the finish flag falls, I guess.
Still got to be happy with the podium. Obviously, the race win would have been the best result, but the podium still a good result for points in the championship.
Yes and no, because we overtook Delta V today, but I've already done the calculations. So we were second with 1 point behind Delta V. Now we are still second with 1 point behind Alpine. So yes, I'm happy. We got quite some decent points, but mate, it's honestly, mate. When do we finally connect the dots and win it? In Nürburgring, we had the exact same story, and now we do it ourselves, but it's still the same story.
Well, we move to Spa in a month's time. Obviously, much different circuit, possibly a bit better for overtaking around there. What do you think the team can do around Spa?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. I will see. I'm just gonna go into it the same way as we did today. We prep way too much, probably. Go through way too many scenarios. Do way too much testing. And of course, with us now having 3 cars, we have a little bit of teamwork going on in the team, which helps us a lot. And yeah, in terms of lineup, I'll just try to bring the same strong lineup as we usually bring. And this time we are still gonna try to win it. And if I can be honest, I am sure the chance is still there in Spa.
And lastly, anybody you'd like to thank today?
Yes, Anthony. He was in the broadcast waiting room. You guys didn't pull him. I'm very sad about that. Anthony Heidsma has been our spotter for all 3 cars at the same time. All 3 cars he was spotting. We had 5 channels open in our in-game black box radios, and he was listening and talking in every single radio. So I have to give my hats off to him. He has been working his ass off for the entire 6 hours that we have been in the race room, and we both have been up from I think 9 o'clock today and working our ass off to bring this. So I have to give my hats off to him as my number 1 spotter today.
Indeed. Well, shout out for Anthony there and doing the job for 3 teams. That's absolutely fantastic work from him. Liam, congratulations on the podium today. We'll see you next time at Spa.
Yeah, see you guys in a month.
And apologies there if you heard any language. There was a little salty towards the end of that interview. We do apologise for any language picked up there. But I tell you, Lorenzo, hats off to a spotter doing 3 teams as spotting. That is incredible.
That is great. You know, that is awesome. Good that we had these battles. I know some would say that language would be a little bit extreme, but that's just being plain Dutch. To be very honest, I know for a fact. But it is what it is. I know Spa is right around the corner, about a month for people to start practicing. We'll wait to see how the second half of the championship will turn out to be, and then and how the points will go for the teams that still that could shift, like in LMP2, for example.
Indeed we will. It's been a fantastic Imola. Dramas at the start and a lot of dramas at the end. Spa in a month as we enter the back half of the championship. Samuli has brought you all the cameras and replays from this fantastic 4-hour race. So a big shout out to him. Thank you for Lorenzo for joining me in the commentary box tonight. We'll see who's in the box next time with myself, whether it's Ashley or Lorenzo. We'll wait and see what happens next time out at Spa. Lorenzo might be doing team manager duties, might even be on the track. Lorenzo, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was talking to Chris already because I don't know if I'm going to have to take over on track. I'm not the best driver at Spa. But surely, if I'm back, it's gonna be a pleasure. If I'm doing team management, you guys can put me anytime for conversations. Yeah. I will give away strategies. I don't care about my teammates. That's serious. Other than that, it's been a pleasure. Let's see what the virtual Belgian track will bring for us.
Indeed, we head to Belgium, to the Ardennes Forest in a month's time. Thank you all for tuning in to the ESCC 4 hours of Imola. We'll catch you next time. Goodbye.